Rise. Southern Werewolf Series, Book 3. Written by Heather MacKinnon. Narrated by Adrian Fleming and Tor Thom.
Chapter 1. We've gotta stop meeting like this. Abraham pulled me into his office and slammed the door closed before pushing me up against it. I just can't help myself. You're right there, and I need you so bad. My stomach tangled into a mess of knots at his words. I needed him too, and not just my body. It was so much deeper than that. I needed Abraham on a molecular level. He slid one denim-clad leg between my thighs and pressed. I moaned into his mouth and clutched his shoulders tighter. This was becoming our afternoon ritual since I'd moved in about a month ago. Even though we spent every night together trying to satisfy our hunger for each other, by the time the afternoon rolled around, it didn't matter how many times I'd had him the night before. It didn't matter that I'd been sure he'd wrung every orgasm he could out of me. I needed him again. I wrenched my mouth away from his as I struggled to pull in a deep enough breath. I know what you mean. I've been thinking about you all day. Abraham pressed his thigh harder between my legs and my head fell back. You've been thinking about me, baby? He asked as his lips traced patterns on my neck and chest. Uh-huh. He sucked on a patch of my skin and I shivered in his arms. Were you thinking about this right here? He plucked at my hardened nipple through my shirt. Uh-huh, I said again. That was the best I could come up with at that moment. His rough fingers skimmed beneath my top and circled my waist. He dragged his hands up my belly, taking my shirt with him. When he reached my heaving chest, he paused to cup both breasts in his large hands. He squeezed, massaging one and then the other. Abraham pulled my shirt over my head and slid his hands to the front of my bra. With a loud rip, the two halves split down the middle, and I was exposed before him. I gasped. Abraham, that was a good bra. I was trying to reprimand him, but my voice shook too much for it to hold any real weight. He buried his face between my chest, licking and sucking while his fingers pinched my nipples. I'll buy you one for every day of the week if it means I get to rip it off you and watch your sexy tits spill out like that. His voice rumbled against my skin. I gasped and arched my back, pushing my chest against his face. His hands began to wander again, and soon they were unbuttoning my jeans and sliding them down my legs. My panties were next, and then I was completely naked. The only thing I had on was the necklace that held the ring he gave me. You're wearing too many clothes, I breathed, my hands busy mapping out all the peaks and valleys of his body that I'd memorized a long time ago. With a groan, Abraham pulled away from me and took a step back. There was a playful glint in his eyes, and my belly flipped. He reached for the hem of his dirty t-shirt and slowly slid it up his torso before pulling it over his head. Even though we'd been together for months, I still never got sick of seeing his body. It was powerful and thick, the kind of physique you get from hard labor, not hours at the gym. He chucked his shirt at me and I caught it with a laugh. Next, he popped the button on his jeans and slid the zipper down slowly. I clenched my hands at my sides and swallowed. He was so damn sexy. Is that better? He asked, dark blue eyes pinning me to the door. I shook my head. No, you're still wearing too much. He slid his fingers beneath the waistband of his jeans and boxers and slid them down his long legs. I watched as every inch of golden skin was revealed. Soon, he was standing naked before me, so strong and handsome, he took my breath away. He stalked forward and wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling me against his warm body. Now, tell me again what you were thinking about all day. My fingers crept up his muscled arms and circled his shoulders. I was thinking about how sexy you are. He dipped his head and rubbed his stubbled jaw on my neck. Am I? His fingers traced lines up my legs, and I was shaking with anticipation. Yes, I hissed as one thick digit pressed inside me.
What else were you thinking about?
I dug my nails into his shoulder as he slowly pumped his big finger in and out. I was thinking about this, about you touching me. He hummed against my chest.
You like when I touch you?
He added a second finger and I gasped, my legs shaking beneath me. I love it. I love when you touch me. He hummed again as his fingers continued to drive me crazy. I knew I wouldn't last much longer, but I also knew Abraham wouldn't let me come like this. He liked to be deep inside me when I did, said it made him feel more connected. He got no complaints from me.
How about when I fuck you?
He whispered against my skin.
You like that too?
Love it, I squeaked.
Because I'm about to fuck you right now, and I want to make sure you're ready for me.
He pumped his fingers faster, and my belly twisted in anticipation. I was so close. I'm ready, I said, my voice cracking. I'm ready now. He pulled his fingers out, and I immediately regretted the loss. But he surged forward and hoisted me into his arms. I wrapped my legs around his waist while he lined us up. He slowly inched inside.
I love the sight of your tight little body stretched around me. Love to watch you take it all. You're so fucking sexy.
The feeling of him filling me along with his dirty words were driving me higher, and I knew it wouldn't be long. He bottomed out inside me and waited a moment while we both adjusted. Without warning, he gripped my hips and slid all the way out before slamming back in, and that was enough. I clenched around him, moaning and twitching as my orgasm engulfed my senses. It felt more powerful than the last, but that was how it was. Every single time with Abraham was better than the one before. He was still steadily thrusting into me as I came back down. He pressed his lips to my face over and over again until I tipped my head and kissed him back. Rough hands slid up and down my quivering thighs as Abraham picked up the pace. He cupped my bottom in his hands and pulled us away from the door. His lips were still on mine as he spun us around and walked over to the leather couch pushed against one wall. Abraham lowered me to the cool cushions, his body still connected to mine. He sat back on his heels and grabbed my hips before pumping into me faster and harder than before.
You feel so fucking good, baby. So wet just for me.
I nodded and raised my arms above my head to hold on to the arm of the couch. I loved it when he talked like that during sex. It never failed to boil my blood and take me higher than I thought possible. Abraham slid an arm behind my back and pulled until I was arched with my shoulders on the couch and my butt in his lap.
Yeah, just like that, baby,
he grunted as he thrust faster than before. Oh my God, Abe!
That's it, Al. I want to feel you come again.
I shook my head, but I could already feel the pressure building low in my belly. Whether I thought I could survive it or not, he was going to make me come again. It was just a matter of time.
I want to feel you squeeze me. You're so tight when you're coming. So beautiful. I could make you come all day just to watch you squirm on my lap.
Abe, I said, my voice cracking.
I know you're close, baby. Just let go. Feel me.
He picked up one of my legs and slung it over his shoulder, reaching new depths in this position. My eyes rolled back as I gripped the leather beneath me.
You gonna come on me again, baby?
He asked, his voice so deep I felt it rumbling through me. I nodded frantically, unable to form sentences anymore.
Let's come together this time,
he said, his hips grinding into mine. I nodded again, and he reached between my thighs to circle my clit. His other hand was gripping my hips so hard I was sure he'd leave bruises, but I wouldn't change anything. I loved how out of control he became. Loved the way I helped to unravel a man like Abraham. It was such a powerful feeling. He continued to pound into me, somehow even faster and harder than before, but it wasn't until he pinched my clit between his rough fingers that I started to lose control. Oh my God, Abe, I moaned.
That's it, baby. Squeeze me. I want to feel you.
I had no choice. My body convulsed around him as another orgasm sped through me, this one even more devastating than the last. I barely heard Abraham's long, guttural groan as he spilled himself inside me. We lay like that for a long time as we both fought to catch our breath and return to Earth. Abraham crawled up my body and squeezed himself between me and the back of the couch. He wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me even closer. His lips pressed softly all over my face, and I was so sated I couldn't even kiss him back.
I love you so much, Elle.
My stomach flipped. Even after all these weeks, it never failed to thrill me when he said those words. It had taken me a while to feel comfortable saying them back, but now I said them as often as he'd listen. I love you too. He let out a deep sigh, and I snuggled closer to him. I knew he was still a little insecure about our relationship, and the blame for that lay squarely on my shoulders. He'd beaten me to the finish line with everything. He was the first to show interest, the first to say I love you, the first to talk about marriage. I'd been the reluctant one, dragging my heels when I should have been sprinting toward him. I blamed it on my upbringing. Growing up with my parents and their loveless marriage, I didn't even know what a good relationship looked like. Convenience and climbing the social ladder was what was expected in their world. I'd grown up believing I'd never be in a serious relationship, that I'd never get married. Now, everything was different. There was still a lot about my future that was unknown, but the one constant was Abraham. I knew whatever happened, he'd always be right by my side. He'd proven over and over that I could count on him, and I'd learned it was okay to lean on someone else. That I didn't have to do everything on my own. That I had support, even a family. Since I moved out to Asheville, I'd only grown closer to his sisters and the rest of our pack. However, my relationship with Beatrice had been the most surprising. She was still teaching me how to fight as a wolf, but the lessons had changed drastically. She wasn't as short with me anymore. She didn't hate having to take the time for my lessons, and she acted like she actually liked being around me. I'd call that a win any day. But even with the serial killer eliminated and the woman who threatened my relationship gone, I still had a lot to worry about.
I was talking to Nana the other day,
Abraham said. I turned to look at him. How's she been? I've missed her. I hadn't seen Abraham's grandmother since the first time I met her when we'd had a family dinner here. The McCoys liked to get together once a month and have dinner, but after what happened with their cousin Calvin, no one had felt like celebrating last month, and it was canceled.
She's good. She said she's cooking extra food for the next family dinner since she's sure we haven't been eating well without her around.
I laughed. Nana was quite the character. She was spunky and funny, but also so protective of her family. I was hoping I'd be included in that group soon enough.
And she's been wondering about when we're gonna set a date for the ceremony.
Ah, and there it was. The topic we'd been dancing around for a month. The newest way I was making Abraham insecure about his place beside me. She is, huh? I reached up to the ring around my neck and slid it back and forth along its chain. Abraham shifted on the couch until he was hovering over me, his face so close I could see all the different shades of blue in his beautiful eyes.
She's worried something's wrong since we haven't set a date yet.
I swallowed but held his gaze. Are you worried about that too? He watched me silently for a moment before looking away. My stomach fell as I watched his jaw tense and the lines around his eyes deepen. It didn't matter what he said next because I knew the truth. By not wanting to set a date for our mating ceremony, I was hurting him. It was completely unintentionally, though. I'd never purposely hurt Abraham or give him reason to doubt what we had. I just didn't feel ready. Realistically, we'd only known each other a few months. I used to have leftovers in my fridge older than that. It felt like we were racing ahead, and I was worried we were going too fast, that it was too soon. And we'd still never found an explanation as to how I could be Abraham's mate in the first place. We'd talked to a lot of other wolves, and no one we'd met had ever heard of a bitten wolf being the fated mate of a born wolf. That didn't sit well with me. I didn't bring it up to Abraham anymore, though. I knew it upset him when I questioned whether we were mates or not. He always reminded me of our connection, how deeply I felt him in every inch of my body. I couldn't deny that I did, but that didn't make our situation any more believable. Didn't solve the question of how we came to be in the first place. I could never regret saying yes to Abraham, but that didn't mean we needed to get married right away. I cupped his jaw and turned his face until he was looking at me again. You know I want to marry you, right? His eyes searched mine silently before he nodded once. I just don't see why we have to rush. I love you, and you love me, and we're learning to live together and figure out how to do this relationship thing full time. Isn't that enough for now? His eyes moved between mine, seemingly searching for something.
Do you regret it?
Abraham's voice was so soft. If I wasn't a werewolf with such sensitive hearing, I would have missed it. My heart broke in my chest as I watched the insecurities swirl in the depths of his eyes. I reached up to hold his face between both my hands and made sure he was looking at me. Never. Not even for 1 second. He blew out a deep breath and let his head fall between my hands. I kissed his dark hair and waited for him to look at me again. When he finally did, there were fewer lines around his eyes.
Really?
He asked. The broken pieces of my heart clenched. Definitely. I want to marry you. I just don't want to rush into anything. Let's give it a few more weeks. There's no hurry, right? He shook his head slowly.
I guess not. I don't want you to do anything you don't want to.
I squeezed his face. Hey, I want to marry you. I promise. Just give me a little more time, okay? He sighed before reaching down and kissing me.
Elle, as long as you're mine, I can wait for everything else. Just tell me you're mine and no one else's, and that'll be enough for me.
I wrapped my arms around his neck and tugged until his forehead was touching mine. I'm always yours. I love you, and nothing can change that. His full lips spread into a grin, and he kissed me again.
That I can live with.
Chapter 2. It wasn't until Abraham's phone went off a third time that we started to stir. He kissed my bare shoulder and sighed.
I guess I should get that.
I shrugged. You are the boss man. I've probably stolen enough of your time for one afternoon. He rolled me over until I was facing him.
I may be the boss man, but more importantly, I'm your man. Being with you is always going to be my #1 priority.
I laid there looking at him, studying his sincere blue eyes and wondering how I'd gotten so lucky. Abraham was everything a woman could ask for in a man. He was sweet and thoughtful, but still protective and kind. It also didn't hurt that he was so damn good-looking he made my stomach hurt. For some reason, this amazing man found me worthy. Elizabeth Montgomery, the woman who put her career above any and all personal relationships. The woman who was stubborn and self-sufficient to a fault. The woman who'd made him chase her every step of the way. Some days I had to ask myself what kept him around. What was it about me that was so special? Why did I get to be the mate of such an incredible person? Regardless of what I'd done to deserve him, he was mine. Totally and completely. I knew that with every bone in my body. I reached out to cup his face and said the only thing I could think of to say. I love you. His lips stretched into a soft smile and he leaned down to kiss me.
I love you too, baby.
He kissed me again, longer this time.
Do you know what it does to me when you say those words?
He asked as he pressed his lips to any available skin he could reach. My heart was already pounding in my chest. Probably the same thing they do to me when you say them. He paused what he was doing and looked back up at me.
What do they do to you?
I stared into his eyes and told him the truth. When you say you love me, it reminds me that I'm not alone. That there's someone who cares about me, someone who'll always be there for me. It makes me feel warm and content, like nothing bad can really happen as long as you keep loving me. If I have you, I'll somehow make it through anything that comes my way. He was quiet for a while after that, his eyes scanning my face over and over. Finally, he sighed and dipped his head to rest against mine.
I don't know what I ever did to deserve you, Elle.
His voice was so deep I could feel it rumbling through his chest and into mine. I was thinking the same thing, I whispered. He shook his head, his soft hair falling against my face.
Never doubt your place beside me. You're the fucking sun in my sky. You're all that matters, and I'm gonna make you happy for the rest of my life.
My nose stung with tears, but I sniffed them back. I reached forward and pressed my lips against his. You already make me so happy every day. He leaned back and shot me a wide grin.
Then I guess I'm doing my job.
I opened my mouth to speak when his phone went off again.
Speaking of jobs,
he gave me one last kiss before pushing himself up and crawling off the couch. He stalked across the room completely naked, and I couldn't help but watch his every move. When he reached the desk, he picked up his still-ringing phone.
McCoy.
While he dealt with whoever that was, I peeled myself off the couch and began looking around the room for my clothes. I found my tattered bra and shot Abraham a withering look. He had the decency to look at least a little ashamed as he continued his phone conversation. I put on the rest of my clothes, hoping no one would be in the hallway when I left.
All right, call me back when you figure it out.
Abraham tossed his phone on the desk and turned to me.
Where are you going, and why are you wearing clothes again?
I shook my head, but my lips curled with a smile. You know what'll happen if I stay in here naked. He covered the distance between us in just a few long strides and wrapped his hands around my waist. His head dipped down to my neck where he inhaled deeply.
I do know, and I'm okay with it.
I laughed and pushed him away, but he didn't go far. You have work to do. He sighed dramatically and dragged me close again.
But I'd rather do you.
His lips skimmed up the side of my neck, and I knew if I didn't put a stop to this soon, we'd spend the whole afternoon in here. As much fun as that sounded, I refused to be the reason Abraham shirked his responsibilities. Abraham, you just had me, I breathed while my hands inched up the smooth skin of his arms.
Exactly. So I know how fucking amazing it is.
I laughed, and with the last of my willpower, I pushed him back again. You can have me as much as you want after you're done with work for the day. He tisked.
But that won't be for hours.
I laughed again. He was so silly sometimes. It was such a juxtaposition to the man most other people saw. To the outside world, he was serious and commanding, everything you'd expect in a leader. But behind closed doors, when it was just the two of us, the other dimensions of his personality shone through. It made me love him even more. I cupped his face in both hands and brought his lips to mine. I kissed him for a long time before pulling away and taking a step back. That means you have hours to figure out what you're going to do with me. One of his dark brows arched and his eyes lit up with mischief.
That's a good point, baby.
I slid out of his hold. I'm full of those. He laughed and slung an arm around my neck, pulling me against his chest and holding me. This was the opposite direction I'd been trying to lead us in, but I'd never complain about being in Abraham's arms. He was so big and solid, it felt like he could block out everything else in the world, like it was just the two of us. But then his phone rang again, and I remembered how important he and his time were. I gave him a squeeze and stepped away from him again. I could tell by the look on his face that he was considering not answering and blowing off the rest of his afternoon for me. We'd done that once, and I'd felt so guilty for taking him away from everything else that needed his attention that I swore I'd never let it happen again. "If we have to wait, it'll be so much better when we're finally together again," I said, hoping I could convince him to let me leave. Because if he gave me one more of those bedroom looks, I'd lose any shred of self-control I had left. He sighed and crossed his arms over his chest. "Fine, but I'm not waiting past dinner. As soon as you're done, we're going right to our room. Deal?" A chill swept down my spine at his tone. I loved when he went all alpha on me. "Okay." I walked to his door, but before I could open it, I looked over at him again. "I love you." His arms fell to his sides as his whole face lit up. "I love you too, Elle." With my heart full and a pleasant ache between my legs, I slipped out of his office and crept across the hall to our room. Not only did I need to put on a new bra, I had to take a shower. It only took one comment for me to make sure I always washed after spending an afternoon with Abraham. On one of my first days living here, he and I had used his lunchtime in his office to our advantage, much like we had today. When I'd finally torn myself away from him, I'd gone down to the kitchen to get a drink and found a few of the enforcers sitting at a table playing cards. I greeted them all and turned to find some food when Huxley's voice cut through the quiet room. "It smells like sex in here." I'd frozen in place, my whole body erupting in mortifying flames. The other men at the table snickered, but I ignored them. I'd straightened my spine and grabbed a water bottle from the fridge before spinning back around to face them. With my chin held high, I strutted past their table, but not before leaving them with an observation of my own. "At least I'm getting some." The men broke out in loud laughter and catcalls, but I didn't turn around. I kept my head up and my shoulders back until I made it to our room where I melted into a puddle of embarrassment. I even ate dinner late that night so I didn't have to see their faces again. Ever since then, I made sure to shower the sex smell off me before doing anything else. When I walked into our room, I found Charlie in his cat house and gave him a little scratch behind his ears. I felt bad that we had to leave him in that room all the time and vowed to figure out a better situation. Sure, werewolves weren't very fond of cats, but if Abraham could learn to live with him, I figured everyone else in the house could too. He didn't take up much space, and he was a really good cat. If they all gave him a chance, he'd win them over easily. "We're gonna build you some kitty ramps all around the house, boy. What do you think about that?" He purred loudly and bumped his head into my hand. I leaned down and kissed between his furry little ears before walking into our large bathroom. I quickly showered and put on a new set of clothes. My old ones were wrinkled from being thrown on the floor earlier. You wouldn't catch me complaining, though. When I finished in the bedroom, I walked back through the sitting room and into the hall where I found Abraham leaving his office. "Hey, Elle, I was just coming to find you." "What's up, baby?" He stormed across the hallway, pressing his hips into mine and trapping me against the wall. "What have I told you about calling me baby?" I pursed my lips and tipped my head back. I can't remember." He growled and leaned down to nip at the sensitive skin of my neck. I gasped and pulled him closer. "I told you if you call me baby, I'm gonna fuck you again. Is that what you want?" I dug my fingers into his shoulders and whispered in his ear, desperately. His hands tightened on my hips, and I had a feeling I'd be losing another bra. I tipped my head to the side to give him better access when a voice down the hall broke the spell. "Didn't you two already have your afternoon quickie?" I pulled away from Abraham so fast I slammed my head against the wall behind me. He reached up and rubbed the sore spot, but his lips twitched with a smile. "Hey, Evie," he called, so nonchalantly, like she didn't just call us out on our afternoon romp. "Hey, Evie. I was just coming to find Ellie." He sighed. "She's all yours." He kissed my forehead before pulling away. "Oh, Elle, I wanted to remind you that you have a couple appointments this afternoon. Don't forget." My stomach sank. I had forgotten. On purpose. He was talking about the appointments he'd made for me with some of the pack members. Abraham thought I should start stepping into my role as alpha of the pack alongside him. This was his way of showing everyone that they should start bringing their issues to me and not just him. Problem was, I didn't know what the hell I was doing, or what these people would be asking me for, or what I was supposed to tell them, or why I had to do this in the first place. I tried to explain to him that I was perfectly happy to not be an alpha. Why couldn't I be like the Queen of England's husband? Did anyone even know his name? No. He just sat in the background while his badass queen took care of everything. Why couldn't that be us? I opened my mouth to argue for the dozenth time, but Abraham shook his head before I could even speak. This is important, Elle. Please do this for me. I sighed, my shoulders hunching. When he put it like that, how could I refuse? I'd have done anything for him, and the damn man knew it. Fine. What time are they? First one's at 2. They'll meet you in the kitchen, and you can decide where you want to talk. I sighed again. Okay. He took a step forward and placed another kiss on my head. You'll do great, baby. Don't worry, he whispered. Evie slid between us and wrapped her arm around mine. Come on. You two have had enough of each other for right now. It's my turn. Chapter 3. Evie tugged me down the hallway and I struggled to keep up. For being the youngest and smallest of the McCoy quintuplets, she sure was strong. Where are we going? My room. Why? We have to talk about some ceremony stuff. Can't this wait? Wait for what? I wasn't sure. Evie stopped short and turned to me with an unimpressed look. I already had to wait for you and Abby to quit locking legs and swapping gravy. My mouth fell open. We were not swapping anything. She raised a brow and I had to look away. Uh-huh. Sure you weren't. She grabbed my arm and pulled me down the hall again. How did you even know what we were doing? I thought we'd been so cautious. We were careful to not be seen together before or after our lunchtime rendezvous. Abraham didn't care, but I wasn't comfortable broadcasting our love to the rest of the pack. Apparently, we had anyway. Evie scoffed. Girl, there are no secrets in a pack. I sighed and let her lead me into her bedroom. It was as eclectic and beautiful as ever, much like its owner. Evie and I had always been the closest, but ever since I moved out there, we'd been practically inseparable. It helped that I didn't have a job and she worked from home. Whenever I wasn't with Abraham, I was usually with Evie. She led me to her big fluffy bed that was covered in folders and binders and magazines. My belly hollowed as I took a cautious seat on the edge of the mattress. What's all this? I asked. She took a seat opposite me and pulled a black binder onto her lap. I've been doing some pre-planning and I need to get your input on some of this stuff. My stomach clenched tighter. Evie, is this necessary? We haven't even set a date yet. She looked up, her blue eyes sharp. But you are going to mate him, aren't you? Of course. She smiled and looked back down at her binder. Then there's no reason why we can't get to planning. I sighed but didn't comment further. I knew Evie, and her love of party planning was only exceeded by her love of dressing people. When you added them together, what you got was an excited and determined werewolf. There would be no deterring her. She flipped through a few plastic-protected pages in her binder as I looked at all the other things she had laid out. Would she really make me go through all this right now? For the first time, I was thankful I had somewhere to be in a little while. Finally, she stopped on a page and turned the binder to face me. The image was of a beautiful woman in a wedding gown. It was voluminous with a tight, intricately beaded top. What do you think of this style? Evie asked. I shrugged. It's pretty. Of course, but can you picture yourself wearing it at your ceremony? My stomach twisted. Could I picture myself wearing a dress like that? To be honest, I couldn't picture any aspect of the ceremony. Not the setup, or my dress, or the flowers, or anything. I wasn't one of those girls who grew up fantasizing about a wedding. Never watched any of those wedding dress shows or read bridal magazines. I'd never even thought I'd get married, so when would I have envisioned any of this? I don't know, Evie. It's kind of big. I picked my ring up and zipped it along the chain as she flipped the page. Okay, how about this one? This model was wearing a form-fitting gown that billowed out below her knees. It was lacy and beaded and also stunning. I shrugged. Wouldn't that be hard to walk in all night? Evie nodded again. Okay, no ball gowns and no mermaid cuts. Got it. She shuffled through a few more pages before she turned the binder to me again. What about this one? The picture she showed me was of a woman dressed in a long, flowing gown with floral designs sewn into the fabric. It was an empire waist and a long train with a sash tied around the middle. This one's nice. Evie's eyes lit up. So you like the empire waist? Yeah, I guess. Evie sighed and shut the binder before setting it aside. All right. What's going on? What do you mean? I mean, most women would have an opinion about their ceremony dress, but you don't seem to care. Why is that? I looked away from her piercing blue eyes and fingered a loose thread on my shirt. I don't know, Evie. I just never imagined I'd get married. I don't have opinions ready for this stuff because I've never really taken the time to think about it. But you've been engaged for a month. Wouldn't that be a good time to start thinking about it? I shrugged but didn't meet her eyes. She reached out to grab one of my hands. I know there's something else going on here. I kept my eyes on her joined hands. I didn't know what to say to her. Didn't really know what my problem was. Why wasn't I excited to plan our ceremony? Why wouldn't I set a date with Abraham? Why was I dragging my heels about getting married to the most amazing man I'd ever met? I was an idiot. That was the only explanation I could come up with. Evie let out another deep breath, and I finally met her gaze. Are you having second thoughts about mating Abby? She asked softly. There was so much hurt in her eyes it made my heart clench in my chest. No, Evie, of course not. I love him. Her eyes cleared the tiniest bit. Then what's holding you back? I returned my gaze to our hands. I guess I'm just worried. About what? I took a deep breath and met her eyes again. Aren't we moving really fast? She shrugged. Not for fated mates. What do you mean? Do you know how long it took our parents to be mated? I tried to remember if Abraham had told me this, but came up empty. No, I don't think so. A week. My eyes widened. They got married a week after they got engaged? She shook her head. No, they mated a week after they met. Somehow my eyes widened further. Are you freaking kidding me? Nope, that's how it is. When you meet your fated mate, there's no reason to wait. They're your soulmate, the one wolf in the world that was made just for you. Why would they wait? I pulled my hand away from hers and got up to pace. Because that's crazy, Evie. People don't just meet and get married in a week or in the course of a few months like me and Abraham. In my world, you meet, you date, you fall in love, and a few years later, you might get married. That isn't your world anymore, Ellie. This is. I blew out a big breath and continued to pace. I needed to work off this excess energy. What she was saying was insane. No reasonable person would get married after a week. I felt like an idiot for even considering it after the few months I'd known Abraham. This might be my world now, but it's not the one I grew up in. It's not the one I've known all my life. You can't just expect me to change everything I know and believe just because I turn into a wolf every full moon. It doesn't work like that. Evie sighed and stood up to intercept me. Could you please sit down? You're making me dizzy. I plopped onto the edge of her bed again and buried my face in my hands. I can't do this, Evie. It's too much. She took a seat next to me and wrapped her arm around my shoulders. Ellie, there's no reason to stress. It's Abraham we're talking about. He's your fated mate. The one man who'll put your happiness above everything else. What's so scary about that? It was right there on the tip of my tongue. The words I'd swallowed down 100 times in Abraham's presence. Could I confide in Evie? Would she understand? I took a deep breath and lifted my head. Evie, what if we're not fated? Her eyebrows furrowed. What are you talking about? I got up to pace again. I couldn't help myself. Evie, I'm a bitten werewolf. I wasn't made for Abraham. I was made a human. She tilted her head back and forth. Yeah, but we all know you're his fated mate anyway. I spun to face her, but how do we know that? What if we're wrong? What if I'm not the one for him? Another thought swam to the surface, leaving a trail of fire and destruction in its wake. What if he meets his real fated mate, the werewolf that was actually meant for him? What happens to me then? My voice was so quiet by the end that I knew she wouldn't have been able to hear me if she didn't have ultra-sensitive hearing. Ellie. She said my name like a good-natured but disapproving mother. You know he's your mate. You've told me before, you can feel it. I shook my head and began to pace again. I know what I've told you, and I know what I feel, but still, you can't deny that it doesn't make any sense. There's no plausible explanation for why I'm his mate. Evie shrugged. Sometimes stuff just happens that way. I shook my head again. That's not good enough for me. I'm not going to get married to someone I've only known a few months just because I think he's my soulmate. She was quiet for a long time while I continued to pace. I didn't look at her, though. I didn't want to see the emotion she'd have displayed on her pretty face. Didn't want to see the disappointment I knew would be there. So, what are you saying? Are you not gonna mate Abby? Her voice was quiet and laced with hurt. I released a big breath and turned to face her. I honestly don't know, Evie. But I know I can't marry him with these doubts in my head. That wouldn't be fair to him. She nodded slowly. You're right. You can't mate him until you're sure. I tossed my hands in the air and turned to pace again. And how am I supposed to be sure? Is there some kind of fated mate test we can take to prove we're supposed to be together? It doesn't work like that. I growled under my breath. I know it doesn't, which is why I'm losing my friggin' mind, Evie. I don't know what to do, and I know I'm hurting him by putting off our ceremony. He's going to think I don't want him when that's the furthest thing from the truth. Are you more worried that you're not his mate, or that he's not yours? I paused and turned to look at her. Huh? One corner of her lips curled. Are you worried that he's not the one for you, or that you're not his fated mate? I chewed on my bottom lip while I thought about that. Well, since I was born a human, I shouldn't have a fated mate, right? That means I always had the ability to choose who I wanted to be with. And there was so much trepidation and hope in her voice, my heart clenched again. I choose Abraham every time. A big smile spread across her face. But that left one option. I guess that means I'm more worried that I'm not his mate. That his real mate will come around one day and he'll drop me for her. She shook her head. You know A.B. would never do that. I raised a brow at her. If he met his real fated mate, would he have a choice? She held my eyes for the first few seconds, but eventually she looked away and I knew I had my answer. Exactly. I said softly, but the word rang through the quiet room. But that's not going to happen because you're his mate. But how do we know that? She sighed loudly and stood from her bed. Her footsteps thumped across the floor before she grabbed my arm. Let's go. I let her drag me through her room. Where are we going? To talk to Callie. For what? She's the smartest person I know. Maybe she'll have some information we don't. I kept quiet as she led me down the hall to Callie's room. She knocked once, and Callie called for us to come in. The middle McCoy sibling was sitting at her desk, curly brown hair as wild as ever. When she turned to us, her light blue eyes lit up. Hey, Ellie. I was going to come find you, but I wasn't sure if you were done with A.B. or not. My cheeks burned and I couldn't meet her eyes. How does everyone know? I whispered, mostly to myself. Told you there are no secrets in a pack, Evie whispered back. She turned to Callie and spoke up. We need your help. Callie pushed away from her desk and swiveled her chair to face us. Of course. What's up? Evie shook the arm of mine she was still holding. Ellie's scared she's not A.B.'s mate. I winced at her crude summary of my debacle. That wasn't exactly the way I would have described it. Callie frowned. Is that true? My face burned hotter and I looked down at my sneakers. Kinda. Evie shook my arm again and I shot her a glare. She nodded toward Callie and I sighed. Okay, yes. I'm worried we're not really fated and that his real mate will show up one day. Callie nodded slowly. And why don't you think you're his mate? You two have all the symptoms and side effects of being mated. She was right. We did. Back when I'd still been living in Raleigh and Abraham was in Asheville, our time apart had been torturous. It was hard to sleep, to eat, to even function when he wasn't around. As soon as we were together again, all that went away. When I was around him, I felt stronger and better and more whole than ever. But that wasn't enough. Yeah, we do, but I'm a bitten wolf. How can I be his fated mate? Callie pursed her lips and tilted her head to the side. Yeah, that doesn't make much sense, does it? I shook my head. Now you see my dilemma? She nodded and sighed. Yeah, I can kind of see where you're coming from. Is that why you won't set a ceremony date? My face heated up again. When was I going to get used to having a whole pack of werewolves up in my business? Yeah, kinda. That, and in my world, marrying someone you've only known a few months is something only drunk and drugged-up celebrities do. Not normal people, not sensible people, not sane people. Callie shook her head. But that's not your world anymore. I released a deep breath. Yeah, I get that. But that's how I was raised. I can't just turn it off. She nodded slowly and sat up straighter. What if we could figure out how you two are fated mates? Would that make you feel better about the mating ceremony? I looked down at my sneakers again and thought through her words carefully. If I knew for sure, without a shadow of a doubt, that I was Abraham's fated mate, would that be enough? I knew I loved him, and I knew he loved me. I also knew I'd never felt like that about anyone, and I couldn't imagine my life without him. Couldn't even imagine a single day without him. Was that enough? I met her gaze again. Yes. If I knew we were really fated, there'd be nothing stopping me from marrying him. Evie clapped next to me and Callie's face lit up. Okay, then let's focus on that. I've already done some preliminary research, but I'll do some deeper digging for you, okay? It felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. The burden of these suspicions and questions had been a heavy one I'd been carrying around all on my own. But now I had Evie and Callie on my side. Together, we could figure out what was going on and make sense of this situation between Abraham and me. I just hoped we could find an answer before I hurt Abraham any more than I already had. Chapter 4. Evie and I were getting ready to leave Callie's room when she spoke up. Ellie, do you have a minute? I was hoping you could look at some of these documents from our lawyer. This wasn't the first time Callie had enlisted my help. I'd told her back when she stayed with me in Raleigh that I'd be more than happy to help whenever I could. However, this was environmental law, and I really didn't feel like I knew enough to be helpful. Of course I can. I'm not sure how much help I'll be, though, I warned her. She waved my words away. You've got to be better than the bozo we're working with. My lips twitched with a smile. It wasn't often that Callie insulted someone. I had to wonder who this guy was to get a reaction like that out of her. Evie sighed. I guess I'll go get some work done while you two hippies talk about hugging trees and saving the planet. Callie shook her head. Evelyn, I've told you, I'm not a hippie. Then why do you drive a Prius? Because it's better for the environment. Exactly. You might as well be hugging trees. Just because I bought a Prius doesn't make me a hippie. I disagree. Well, you know what? You can just— All right, ladies, I interrupted. Let's break it up before you two break into a pillow fight. Evie rolled her eyes. We haven't had a pillow fight since we were 10. We were 12. We were 10, Callista. No, we weren't. I remember it clearly because— Ladies, I interrupted again. They both shot me chagrined looks. All right, I'll leave you two environmental enthusiasts to it. Callie rolled her eyes, but thankfully didn't comment until Evie was gone. She's my sister, and I love her, but that girl drives me nuts, she said once the door was closed. I laughed. Yeah, but you're lucky to have her. I'd have killed for a sister when I was growing up. Yeah? Well, I would have killed to be an only child. I shook my head, my smile wide across my face. You don't mean that, she sighed. You're right, I don't. I just hate when she calls me a hippie. I laughed again. That's why she does it. Callie nodded slowly. Oh, I know. That girl has 30 years of practice getting under my skin. I took a seat in an overstuffed chair near her desk. What did you want me to look at? Callie turned to her laptop again. This new lawyer we're working with wrote up some documents to submit to the court. I'm hoping you could take a look and let me know if anything stands out to you. I'd be happy to, but you know I really don't know anything about environmental law. I don't know how much help I'll be. Callie gathered up a stack of papers and handed them to me. I promise, any help would be appreciated. I let out a deep breath and shrugged. She knew how unequipped I was, and she wanted my help anyway. At least I'd tried to warn her. I took the pile of papers from her and sat back in the chair. What are these for again? We're submitting these to the court in a couple days. It's for our Blue Ridge Parkway Conservation Project. I nodded slowly and started to read but didn't get far. Well, he's spelled environmental wrong in the first paragraph. Callie growled and my eyes snapped to her. I'd never heard a sound like that come out of her mouth. This lawyer must really have been getting to her. I knew that guy was a joke. I can't believe we've already paid him for this. She shook her head, brows furrowed and lips pursed. I'd been on the receiving end of a Callie lecture, and I was glad I wasn't that guy. I kept reading and found a few more mistakes in some sentences that could be made a lot clearer. If he was trying to convince a judge of something, having so many errors in a document was a surefire way to lose. Can I take this with me and look it over later? I have a few appointments coming up soon. Of course, that would be great. Thanks so much, Ellie. You're a lifesaver. I didn't know about all that, but it wouldn't hurt to go through all this for her. I could probably hop on the computer and do a little research, too. It wasn't like I had much else to do with my time. Except, of course, the meetings that I was dreading. While you're doing that, I'll see what kind of information I can find on fated mates and bitten wolves, okay? That's perfect. Thanks, Callie. She waved a hand and turned back to her computer. Don't mention it. I left her room and walked back over to the wing that held our bedroom and dropped off the packet of papers. I didn't want to lose anything, and I wouldn't have time to look at them until I got through all the meetings anyway. Had Abraham said how many there were supposed to be? Suddenly, I wished I'd asked more questions. I trudged down the stairs and into the kitchen, but there was no one there but Aubrey, one of the house staff. At that hour, lunch was over, and the housekeepers were cleaning up after the last meal and preparing for the next. Usually, Miss Elsie did most of the cooking, but she was nowhere to be seen. Hey, Aubrey? I called as I took a seat at one of the tables to wait. She paused what she was doing and turned around to face me slowly. Elizabeth? I frowned. What kind of greeting was that? Had I done something to offend her? I hardly saw her and we barely spoke, so I didn't know how that could be possible. Before I had a chance to respond, someone walked through the sliding glass doors from the backyard. I recognized the woman, of course, but couldn't remember her name. She had pretty brown skin and curly hair that just reached her shoulders. Hey, I said and stood. She gave me a little wave. Hi, I'm here to see Abraham. I shook my head. No, I think you're here to see me. She frowned. But I made an appointment with him. I sighed. Yeah, and he wants me to take over. She took a small step back. I can just come back when he's available. Part of me wanted to let her go. I didn't want to have the meetings in the first place, and it wouldn't have bothered me if she took her problems to Abraham instead. I really didn't know how I could help her anyway. But then I remembered Abraham had asked me to do this for him, For some reason, he thought it was important. He really didn't ask for much, so when he did, it was even more important that I did whatever it was, even if it was the last thing I wanted to do. I sighed and held out a hand. Wait, maybe I can help. Let's go sit in the conference room and you can tell me what's going on. If nothing else, I can go to Abraham myself and make sure he addresses whatever issue you're having. Deal? She pursed her lips and scanned my face with her dark brown eyes. Finally, she sighed. Okay, yeah, we can do that. I smiled wide and waved her over. Okay, let's go down here and talk. I let her walk ahead of me but paused when I remembered something. Hey, Aubrey, if the next one comes and I'm not done, could you just ask them to wait out here for me? Aubrey's shoulders tensed before she turned to face me. Is that an order? I jerked back like she'd hit me. What the hell was her problem? I ground my teeth together and spoke through them. No, that was a request because you're the only one in the kitchen. Can you do it or not? She shrugged a shoulder and turned back to whatever she was doing. I guess. I tipped my head back and stared at the ceiling for a moment, reminding myself that I was still new there. My packmates and I were all still trying to figure out where I belonged and what role I would play. That was the only explanation I could come up with for her attitude. I took a deep breath. Thanks, Aubrey. She ignored me and I sighed before heading down the hall to where I'd sent my first appointment. When I walked into the conference room, the woman was clutching her bag in front of her and looking around the space like she was searching for an exit. I closed the door behind me and gave her a big smile. First of all, I know we've met, but I'm really bad with names. Can you remind me of yours? My name's Madison, but people call me Maddie. I took a seat at the table, waving at a chair for her. Great. Nice to meet you again, Maddie. I'm Elizabeth, but everyone calls me Ellie out here. She slowly took her seat. I know who you are. Great. Now that we're done with introductions, tell me why you're here. She sighed and looked down at the table. Are you sure Abraham isn't available? I grit my teeth and pasted the best smile I could on my face. I'm sure, but I'd really like to help if you'll let me. She sighed again and met my eyes. It's my neighbor. I nodded slowly as I realized I should have brought some paper and something to write with. Scanning the room, I saw a small table pushed to the side with notepads and a box of pens. I held up a finger. Give me 1 second. I ran across the room, grabbed a pad and pen, and sat back down. Okay, so your neighbor. What's his name? It's Brad McDermott. He's in house 10 and I'm in 12. I jotted down a few notes, nodding. Okay, got it. I looked back up at her. What's going on with him? She let out a deep breath and sat forward in her chair. He's got a new car he's working on, and he's out there blaring music and banging around at all hours of the night. I've been late to work 3 times in the last week because I overslept after being kept up all night. Okay, and what are the quiet hours around here? She frowned. Quiet hours? I set my pen down and looked up at her. Yeah, quiet hours. My apartment complex in Raleigh had mandatory quiet hours from 10 at night to 8 in the morning, Monday through Friday. We all signed agreements stating we'd be quiet during those times out of respect for our neighbors. Her eyes were wide as she shook her head. We don't have anything like that here. Huh. Okay. Well, maybe we should start there. I can have Abraham implement some quiet hours. That way you should be able to get a full night's rest. You can really do that? I shrugged. I don't see why not. A wide smile spread across her face. That would be great. My grin matched hers. Consider it done. We'll get them implemented as soon as possible, and if there's any issues after that, you can come to me and I'll address them personally. Okay? She nodded quickly. Yeah, that's perfect. Thanks so much, Ellie. My pleasure. Is there anything else you needed to talk about? No, that's it. Thanks again. This was great. She stood and so did I. I held out a hand for her to shake, but she stepped up and wrapped her arms around my shoulders instead. I returned her embrace, squeezing her tight for a moment before letting go. Thanks for bringing this issue to me. I'll make sure we sort it out as soon as possible, I said as I led her out of the conference room and back into the kitchen. Thanks for helping. Have a good day, Ellie. I walked her out of the lodge with a smile on my face. That hadn't been too bad. I actually thought I did a pretty good job solving that issue. I couldn't believe there were no quiet hours yet, and I'd be talking to Abraham about that immediately. Aubrey was still banging around the kitchen, but I ignored her and mindlessly scrolled through my phone while I waited for the next pack member to arrive. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait long until another werewolf came through the sliding glass door. I stood to greet him, actually remembering his name. Hey, Elliot. The brown-haired man had been at the first pack barbecue I attended. He was about my height at 5'9" and had freckles all over his face. Hey, Elizabeth. Abraham around? I shook my head. I'm taking care of his appointments today. Let's go in the conference room, and you can tell me about what brought you here. I turned without waiting for him to respond and started off down the hallway. I had a feeling he'd try to argue too, and I was hoping I could avoid that. When I made it to the conference room, I held the door open and waited until Elliot walked through. Are you sure Abraham isn't available? He asked. I pressed my lips together and pulled them into the best smile I could manage. I'm afraid not, but I can help, and if I can't, I'll make sure Abraham takes care of it. I took my seat and motioned for him to take one as well. What's going on, Elliot? With a resigned sigh, he sat down and folded his hands on the table in front of him. Well, I'm having an issue with Craig. I wrote down the name. Okay, and who is Craig? He huffed, and it looked like he was going to ask to speak to Abraham again, but instead he answered, He's the mechanic. We all bring our cars here, and he's supposed to give us a break. I took a few more notes. Has that not been the case? He leaned forward. No, it hasn't. The jackass tried to charge me $50 for a damn oil change. That is pretty steep. He slammed a hand on the table. You're goddamn right it's steep. It's criminal what it is. He said the rate went up due to product price increases, but he just changed my oil a couple months ago and only charged me $25. I don't see how the price could double in just a couple months. I shook my head. Yeah, that doesn't sound right. He sighed and leaned back in his chair. So, what are you going to do about it? I slowly raised my head. Well, I'll probably start off by talking to him. See what his reasoning is, and try to work out a solution with him. He raised his brows. And? If that doesn't work? I shrugged. Then I guess we'll all be looking for a new mechanic, won't we? Elliot looked unimpressed, almost as if he was daring me to do something about the issue, like he thought I couldn't. Little did he know that Elizabeth Montgomery was born to rise to a challenge like this. I'd talk to this Craig guy and figure out what his deal was. If I could talk him into lowering his prices, great. But if he wanted to stick to his guns, I wasn't lying when I said we'd bring our business elsewhere. Sure, it was convenient to have a mechanic on Pack lands, but that didn't mean he could charge outrageous prices and we'd all just pay them. There had to be a solution, and I was determined to figure it out on my own. Chapter 5. After I led Elliot out of the lodge, I sat waiting in the kitchen for the next appointment. When I'd been there 15 minutes ago and no one had showed up, I pulled out my phone and texted Abraham. Me. How many appointments were there? Sexiest man alive. Just 2 for today. I groaned and texted him back. Me. For today? Does that mean there's more on a different day? Sexiest man alive. You've got another 3 tomorrow. I sighed loudly and let my head fall back. Even though the first 2 appointments had been relatively easy, I wasn't fooling myself into thinking they'd all be like that. And I'd only actually come up with a solution for one of their problems. The other I still had to figure out. Me. Do you know where Craig lives? Sexiest man alive. House 4. Why? Me. I have to go talk to him. There was a long pause as I watched the little dots dance, indicating he was typing. Sexiest man alive. Give me a minute and I'll go with you. Me. That's okay. I got this. I waited another minute before he responded. Sexiest man alive.
I don't know how I feel about that, Elle.
I rolled my eyes and typed out a response. I knew he was overprotective, but if I was going to step into this alpha role, I had to do it on my own. Relying on Abraham would get me no respect. I needed to earn it, starting today. Me. I'll be fine. I'll still be on Pack Lands. Sexiest man alive.
Pack Lands haven't always been safe for you.
My stomach fell at the reminder. Not too long ago, there'd been a serial killer stalking me. It all started when he attacked me in the woods one night and altered the course of my life forever. He'd bitten me but was scared off before he could finish the job. We'd later come to the conclusion that not only did the serial killer have to be a member of this pack, but that he was also likely one of the enforcers. That hadn't sat well with Abraham. He'd been devastated to learn that one of his team, the men he trusted the most, was killing women in the woods. When we'd learned that not only was it an enforcer but his cousin Calvin, it almost destroyed him. This was a man he grew up with, who he loved like a brother, and it turned out he was a psychopathic serial killer. But that was all behind us now. Calvin was dead and the threat was gone. I knew it hadn't been that long ago, but we needed to move past it. Abraham needed to move past it. He couldn't keep me in a protective bubble the rest of my life. He couldn't shadow my every step. Abraham needed to learn that I could handle myself and that I'd be all right without his constant supervision. Me. But they're safe now. I won't be gone long, and I'll have my phone on me the whole time. Sexiest man alive.
Can you come find me when you're back?
I rolled my eyes, but there was a smile twitching the corners of my lips. He was trying to rein himself in, and I had to give him some credit for that. Me. Yes, baby. I'll come find you. Sexiest man alive.
You know what it does to me when you call me that.
I bit my lip and glanced around the kitchen, making sure no one was around to see my cheeks turn pink. Aubrey was still there, but she was on the other side of the room and working real hard to ignore me. Me. I believe I do. Sexiest man alive.
Are you trying to get fucked again before dinner, Ms. Montgomery?
My eyes darted to Aubrey again like she could hear the dirty things Abraham was texting. I crossed my legs and took a deep breath before responding. Me. You know I'd never say no to you. Sexiest man alive.
You better quit now before I come down there and show you what you're doing to me.
Me. I'd love to see. Sexiest man alive.
Elle.
I laughed softly and shook my head. Sometimes it was so much fun messing with him. Me. Okay, I'll behave. I'll see you soon. Sexiest man alive.
Now I'm hard and I have to be on a conference call in a minute.
Another laugh spilled from my lips and I heard Aubrey huff from across the room. Me. Sorry, baby. Sexiest man alive.
You're killing me.
Me. Love you. Sexiest man alive.
I love you too, Elle.
With the smile still firmly planted on my face, I stood up and tucked my phone into my pocket. As much fun as it was to flirt with Abraham, I had a mechanic to see, and I had a feeling this issue wouldn't be as easy to fix as Maddie's had been. I left the lodge without another word to Aubrey. If she was going to be rude to me, I wouldn't go out of my way to be nice to her. It was hot outside, the sticky July heat instantly making me wish I was back in the air-conditioned lodge. But I had a job to do, so I walked down the stairs and over to the gravel drive that led to the other pack members' houses. I hadn't had much of a reason to come back here before. In fact, the only time I had was when Abraham gave me a tour a few weeks ago. The pack houses were like a little village of their own, hidden by a wall of trees with only the width of the gravel drive to allow access. The homes were small, most of them only 1 or 2 bedrooms, but they looked cozy and inviting. I walked past the first few, waving to pack members as I went. When I made it to House 4, I knew I didn't have to look much farther for Craig. There was an older man with a pot belly and a long, scraggly gray beard hanging off his face. He had a bandana tied around the top of his head and was bent over the engine of a car in his driveway. I took a fortifying breath and walked up the drive to talk to him. "Hey, Craig?" The man lifted his head and eyed me up and down.
Yeah?
My name's Elizabeth.
I know who you are,
He interrupted. I pulled my lips into the best smile I could manage. Okay, great. Do you have a minute? Craig stood up straight and pulled a dirty rag from the back pocket of his jeans. He methodically wiped his grease-stained hands as he watched me.
What do you want?
Oh, great. He was friendly. That would make this so much easier. I walked up the rest of his drive until I was only a few feet away. I want to talk to you about the prices you're charging the pack. We've had some complaints that they've been raised without notice, and I wanted to get your side of the story. He shrugged a shoulder and turned his head to spit on the ground.
You ever heard of inflation?
I pressed my lips together for a moment before I tried again. Yes, I have. But I'm not sure how inflation could explain a 100% price increase in just a few short months. He narrowed his eyes and tucked the rag back into his pocket.
Who's the one bitchin'? Was it that asshole Elliot?
I shook my head. It's not important. If you're trying to rip off even one of us, it's a problem for everyone.
Us?
He laughed derisively.
What us? You've barely been here a whole moon cycle.
I gritted my teeth and fought to keep the smile on my face. I don't think the length of time I've been a pack member should matter here. He took a step forward and put a hand on his hip.
Listen, little girl, I don't need to hear shit from you. It's my business and my clients, and I'll charge them what I want.
I took a step forward, too. Don't patronize me.
Your fancy words don't impress me, sugar.
The slightest tremble started in my hands, and I clenched them into fists. I'd gotten a lot better at containing my wolf in the past month. It helped that there weren't people in my life who purposely antagonized me anymore. But Craig was towing the line. Craig, I'm going to level with you. If you can't charge reasonable prices for your services, we're going to take our business somewhere else. He took another step forward and my shoulders tensed in warning.
Are you threatening me?
Do not show weakness. The voice in my head was back, and like every other time, I listened to it. I tipped my chin up and straightened my spine. I'm giving you the courtesy of informing you. You can treat your business and your clients however you like, but if you can't charge a reasonable price, the rest of the pack and I are going to find a mechanic who will. He turned to spit again, this time closer to where I was standing.
And who the hell are you? What gives you the authority to do this?
I stood up even straighter. I'm the future alpha of this pack. That gives me the authority to do this. He watched me silently for a moment before speaking again.
I'll take this up with Abraham,
he said and moved to turn away from me. I took a deep breath, puffing my chest out and filling my body with determination. He'll tell you the same thing I am. He spun back around to face me.
So, because he decided to shack up with some bitten wolf bitch, that means I just have to do whatever you say? Fuck that.
I took a step closer and lowered my voice. I'm going to tell you one more time. Lower your prices, or you're done here. He spun around and walked back to the open hood of his car.
Whatever, lady.
It was clear I was being dismissed. And I was pissed. My hand shook as I spun around and stalked away from Craig's house. That hadn't gone as well as I'd expected, although I didn't know where those expectations had come from. Peyton had warned me about this, hadn't she? That the pack wouldn't follow a bitten wolf, that I'd have no authority, that despite what Abraham said or thought, they'd never respect me as their alpha. I stomped down the gravel drive on my way back to the lodge. If Craig was going to be an asshole, we'd just eliminate him as the pack mechanic. We didn't need to put up with his crap or his price gouging. As soon as I got back to the lodge, Abraham and I would figure out who we could bring our vehicles to from then on. I was still storming down the road when I felt an uncomfortable sensation, like I was being watched or studied. I slowed my steps and looked around but didn't notice anyone or anything right away. Just as I was about to turn back toward the lodge, I saw him. Paul, Peyton's brother, was sitting on the front porch of House 2, his dark eyes trained on me. I wasn't sure why he was still a member of the pack, but Abraham refused to kick him out. His argument was that Paul shouldn't be held responsible for what his sister did, even if they were twins and really close. And Paul had all the excuses in the world. He claimed he knew about Peyton's feelings toward Abraham, but had no idea she'd go to the lengths she did. According to him, he'd had no idea that she'd colluded with Calvin to separate Abraham and me on the night of the solstice party. She'd cornered me in the lodge that night and filled my head with doubts and questions that had been too great to ignore. She knew it would cause a fight between Abraham and me, and that was exactly what she and Calvin had been hoping for. Once I'd left Abraham, she must have tipped Calvin off that I was leaving, and that was when he caught up to me and offered a ride home to Raleigh. As desperate as I was to leave Asheville, I hadn't even questioned how he found me or why he was being so nice. I'd just taken the ride. Later, Abraham told me that Peyton snuck into his room that night, hoping that, since she got rid of me, it would make room for her. She was sorely mistaken. Abraham had swiftly kicked her out of his room, but not before she let slip her and Calvin's little plan. That was what alerted Abraham to the danger I was in. I suppose, in a way, it was because of her that Abraham was in time to save me. But on the other hand, it was partly her fault that I was in that situation to begin with, so I guess we were even. After that, Abraham had excommunicated Peyton, and we'd all expected Paul to follow after her. So when he came to Abraham and explained his situation, it surprised the hell out of all of us. I didn't think it was a good idea to have any relative of that evil bitch still hanging around, but Abraham wouldn't be swayed. I thought part of it was due to his own guilt at not knowing it was his cousin who was murdering women in the woods. If he held Paul accountable for Peyton, that would mean he was responsible for what Calvin did too. I thought it was all a load of crap, but I didn't push him on it. Paul hadn't done anything wrong. Yet. Despite the fact that Abraham let Paul and his mate Annalise stay in the pack, he was still keeping an eye on him. He tasked all his enforcers with watching over him to make sure he wasn't still aligned with Peyton somehow. If you'd asked me, it was just a matter of time before Paul betrayed us too. Blood was thicker than water, and you'd think the man with the huge, close-knit family would know that better than anyone else. But Abraham was loyal almost to a fault, and I couldn't help but admire his big heart. That didn't mean I wasn't keeping an eye on Paul too, though. However, it looked like he was the one keeping an eye on me at that moment. I lifted a hand and gave him a little wave, but he didn't respond, and the look on his face didn't change. That was creepy as hell, but what could I do? Complain to Abraham that Paul was being mean to me? I'd just keep this little encounter in the back of my mind and hope I was wrong about Paul, that he was actually a good guy with a crazy sister. I just hoped we wouldn't regret that. Chapter 6. My brain spun as I continued to storm down the gravel drive back toward the lodge. When we'd announced our engagement about a month ago at the first pack cookout we'd held after Abraham proposed, I'd been worried. Thankfully, it seemed like the majority of the people there had been happy for us and excited about our union. However, I'd noticed a few wolves who hadn't come up to congratulate us. And beyond that, not everyone in the pack had even been there for that barbecue. I'd told Abraham we'd have issues with me being alpha of the pack, but he hadn't wanted to listen. Now I had irrefutable proof. Craig's words were on repeat in my head as I slid open the glass door and stepped into the kitchen. Aubrey was still in there working, and when she saw me, she rolled her eyes and turned her back. And I'd had enough. "Aubrey, is there a problem?" She shrugged a shoulder but didn't turn around. "I don't know what you're talking about." I sighed and crossed the kitchen to stand behind her. "You've been giving me an attitude all day, and I want to know why." She spun around and speared me with a look. "Just because you're the alpha's mate doesn't mean we all have to like you. Some of us can see right through your fancy outside to what's beneath." I took a deep breath and willed my hands to stop shaking. "And what is it you think is underneath?" Aubrey took a step closer and tipped up her chin to meet my eyes. A bitch who'll get someone kicked out of their pack just because she doesn't like them. I shook my head. Are you talking about Peyton? She laughed once. Are there more pack mates you've gotten excommunicated? This was unbelievable. The fact that Peyton still had the power to mess with my day was ridiculous. Listen, Aubrey, I don't know what you think you know, but you're wrong. Peyton defied Abraham's orders on more than one occasion and was given several chances to straighten up, but she didn't. As far as I'm concerned, she got everything she deserved. And what gives you the right to decide that? I shrugged. It's just my opinion. I didn't decide anything. Abraham did. She laughed again. Yeah, and he's so whipped by you, he'll do anything you say. Is that really how you view your alpha? You don't think he has enough sense to make decisions on his own? That he's not capable of being unbiased? She looked me up and down. Before you came around, I wouldn't have thought that, but everything's changed now. I shook my head again. Then I think you should take that up with him. She rolled her eyes. And risk getting kicked out because I don't like the bitch he's sleeping with? No thanks. Wow. That was the third time I'd been called a bitch to my face that day. That might have been a record. I straightened my spine and looked her dead in the eyes. I'm going to be one of the alphas of this pack someday, and you don't have to like me, but you will respect me. She turned back around. I don't have to do anything. I took a deep breath, and then another. When I thought I had my temper under control, I spoke again. Do what you want, Aubrey, but I'm not going anywhere. It would be in your best interest to learn to get along with me, or things are going to be really uncomfortable around here. She ignored me completely. Didn't answer, didn't turn around, didn't even acknowledge that she'd heard me. Well, screw her, too. I spun on my heel and stomped out of the kitchen more irritated than ever. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, I stormed over to Abraham's office and banged on his door. When he called for me to come in, I whipped it open and slammed it behind me. Elle? I stood there chest heaving and hands clenching and unclenching over and over. I hadn't felt so out of control in a while, and I tried to remember my breathing exercises. In 1, out 2. In 3, out 4. Abraham stood up and circled his desk. What's going on? Are you okay? I took a deep breath and shook my head. I'm fine. He kept walking until he was only a few short feet away from me. Then what's going on? The events of the afternoon boiled and bubbled up inside of me until it couldn't be contained anymore. What's going on is I'm not wanted here. Especially not as alpha. I knew this wouldn't work. I knew they wouldn't accept me, but you made me try anyway, and look where we are now. He frowned and reached out to grasp my biceps. What are you talking about? What happened? I let out a deep breath and looked up into his eyes that were so blue and creased with concern. He didn't deserve for me to take this out on him. It wasn't his fault there were wolves giving me trouble. Aubrey hates me, and Craig is a dick, I finally said. His lips twitched with a smile, but he held it back. Why do you think Aubrey hates you? She just practically told me to my face. He frowned. That doesn't sound like her. I threw my hands in the air and began pacing his office. She said Peyton got kicked out of the pack because I didn't like her, that I'm just some bitch you're sleeping with. His jaw tensed and his eyes turned hard. She called you a bitch? I just nodded. He shook his head and spun around. I'll go have a talk with her. I rushed over as he moved to leave his office. No, don't do that. Then she'll think I ran to tell on her. He turned around, jaw still clenched, and the impressive muscles in his arms tight and defined. I'm not going to let her speak to you like that. I let my head fall forward. I can handle being called a bitch, Abraham. It's not like she hurt my feelings. Much. He walked over and used a rough finger to tip up my chin. I don't care if she didn't hurt your feelings.
You're my mate and the future alpha of this pack, and she's going to respect that and respect you, or she can leave.
I shook my head. That's exactly what she's expecting to happen. If you don't like the alpha's mate, you get kicked out. We can't prove her right. He studied my eyes for a long time before he sighed and looked away.
I suppose that wouldn't set a good precedence, would it?
No, it wouldn't. She doesn't need any more ammo. He took a deep breath and turned to lean his back against the door.
What are we going to do then?
The word "we" sent a little thrill through me. I walked into his space and wrapped my arms around his waist. I'll just have to prove her wrong. I'll have to show the pack that I'm worthy of being their alpha, just like you did. His hand slid to my hips and he pulled me closer.
How are we going to do that?
I had to bite my lip to hold back a smile. There was that "we" word again. It felt nice, knowing we were a team. Whatever happened to me happened to him, too. We'd get through this like we'd gotten through everything else. I reached up and kissed his lips. I'll figure something out, I guess. He dipped his head and kissed me again.
So your appointments didn't go well today?
Actually, they weren't that bad, at least until I had to talk to Craig. Even saying his name made the blood froth in my veins. He kissed me again and pushed off the door.
Come sit and tell me about it.
He took my hand and led me around his desk where he lifted me onto the surface and took a seat in his chair. He rolled himself close enough that he could wrap his big hands around my knees.
What happened with your first appointment?
I suppressed a shiver as his thumb drew circles on my legs. That was Maddie.
Uh-huh. What happened with her?
He was still rubbing my legs, and I was having trouble concentrating. I swallowed. She was having a problem with her neighbor.
What kind of problem?
He's been working in his driveway and blaring music late at night. It's been keeping her up.
That is a problem. Did you come up with a solution for her?
I nodded and closed my eyes as his hands wandered higher. Yeah. I told her we'd implement some quiet hours. His hands paused what they were doing, and I cracked an eye to see him looking at me strangely.
Quiet hours?
I shrugged. Yeah. They can be from like 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. while most people are sleeping. It makes sense for a community this size to have rules like that. He sat back in his chair, a thoughtful look on his face. You don't agree? I asked quietly. This was my first test as an alpha, and I was nervous he'd think I did a bad job. Maybe I wasn't really cut out to lead. He shook his head.
No, I do. That's a great idea, Elle. We should have had something like that in place a long time ago.
I perked up, my lips spreading into a smile. Really? He sat forward again and ran his hands up my thighs to where they'd been before.
Yeah, baby. You did real good.
My smile couldn't be contained, and my cheeks were already starting to ache.
What about the second appointment? What did Elliot want?
Oh, he was complaining about how much Craig wanted to charge for an oil change. For whatever reason, he doubled his prices. Abraham frowned.
What's going on with that?
I shook my head. No idea. And talking to him got me nowhere. His hands slid up and down my thighs again.
How did that go?
I leaned back and rested my hands on the desk under me. I asked him to explain why he'd increased his prices that much, but he said they were his clients and he'd charge them what he wants.
And what did you say?
I shrugged. I told him if he couldn't charge a reasonable price, that we'd find a new pack mechanic. Abraham froze again.
You did?
I paused too. Yeah? Was that wrong? He stood up and moved closer until his hips were between my legs. His head dipped down and he pressed his lips against my neck.
No, that's exactly what you should have done.
I gasped as he nipped my skin. Oh, okay then. Good. I brought my hands up to his thick arms and slid my fingers beneath the sleeves of his shirt.
What else did you say?
He mumbled against my neck. What did I say? It was so hard to concentrate when I was being eclipsed by Abraham. He was everywhere, all over my body and under my skin. I shivered again as his hands slid beneath my shirt to circle my waist. I told him I'm the future alpha of the pack and that he had to do what I said. Abraham groaned and pressed his hard length between my legs.
What else, baby?
His hands wandered from under my shirt to beneath the waistband of my pants. He slid them around behind me and cupped my butt, dragging me closer to him. That's about it. I think the last thing I said to him was to drop his prices or he's done here. Abraham's hands clenched where they held me and I gasped again. What's going on? I breathed, my fingers tracing the muscles of his broad shoulders. He kissed down my neck and up the other side.
Hearing you talk like an alpha is so fucking hot.
My lips curled into a grin. Really?
I'm rock hard right now.
Heat rushed between my legs and my head fell back to give him better access. I don't understand, I whimpered as he nipped the skin on my chest. He pulled back slightly until I could see his heated blue gaze.
You're so sexy when you're being all authoritative.
He pulled me closer and ground his erection into me.
If I'd been with you, I probably would have fucked you right there in old Craig's driveway.
I laughed, but it fell breathy and soft from my lips. If I'd known picking up alpha duties would turn you on like this, I'd have done it a long time ago. He shook his head.
I get hard every time I'm in the same room as you. You don't need to do anything extra to turn me on.
My smile was smug. That sounds like a problem. How are we gonna fix it, baby? He growled and pressed into me harder, making my hips buck against him.
You know when you say that word, it makes me want to fuck you.
I leaned back on his desk again and shrugged a shoulder. I don't see what's stopping you. He growled again and pulled me upright so he could ravage my mouth. His busy hands pulled at my clothes and soon I was sitting on top of his desk completely naked. He ripped his lips away from mine and took a step back, his chest heaving. With his eyes locked on mine, he reached for the hem of his shirt and pulled it over his head. For the 100th time, I wondered how I'd gotten so lucky. Abraham was stunning, so fit and big and powerful. He took my breath away. I watched through heavy-lidded eyes as he slowly pulled his pants and boxers down and kicked them aside.
Spread your legs,
he grunted. I complied immediately. He surged forward and reclaimed my lips as his hands positioned my hips, and he sank his hard length into me. Damn, how did the sex keep getting better? I kissed him hard as he pressed into me inch by inch until he was in all the way. I felt so full, but I wanted more. We were so in sync that I didn't have to tell him I was ready. Abraham just knew. He pulled his hips back, sliding out of my slick center before thrusting forward again. We built up a good tempo as I fought to keep up with him. Finally, I gave up and just leaned back, propping myself up on my hands and letting Abraham take over. He pumped into me furiously as I held on and felt my orgasm build inside me. Abruptly, he pulled out and took a step back.
Stand up and turn around.
When I did what he asked, he put a hand on the middle of my back and gently pushed until my chest was pressed against his dick with my butt in the air. His hands slid down my sides to wrap around my hips and then cup my bottom.
You're so goddamn sexy.
I closed my eyes and lost myself in the anticipation. He stepped closer again, and I felt his tip nudge me from behind. He lined us up, and with one great thrust slid all the way inside me. I gasped loudly, my body clenching around him. He pulled out and then pressed forward again, harder than before.
Fuck, Elle. What are you doing to me?
I couldn't answer, couldn't barely see as he pounded into me from behind.
I can't focus. I can barely do my job. Can't even hold a conversation because all I can think about is the next time I get to fuck you.
I moaned beneath him and reached up to grip the edge of the desk.
Knowing you're in the same house as me, that I can have you up here, naked and spread across my desk like this whenever I want, is enough to drive me out of my fucking mind.
Somehow his thrusts got harder and deeper, and I knew I was seconds away from detonating.
I need you so bad, baby. Need you every fucking second of every day. I'll never get enough.
Me too, I gasped beneath him. I need you too.
I know what you need,
he growled.
My girl needs to come. Isn't that right?
I nodded frantically. So bad, I said, my voice cracking. With renewed efforts, he slammed into me, his thighs slapping against mine and filling the room with the sound. His hands slid from my hips, one reaching up to cup my breast and the other wrapping around to circle my clit. Oh, Abe.
That's right, baby. Are you ready to come?
I nodded again. He pulled out and rotated his hips before sliding back inside harder than ever. I could feel the coil deep in my belly tighten, threatening to snap at the slightest provocation. And then Abraham pinched my nipple and my clit simultaneously, and I exploded around him, my orgasm almost blinding me. I moaned and whimpered, completely at a loss for words as Abraham chased his own release. Finally, he stilled, his hands pinching harder for a second before he shuddered and spilled himself inside me. We stayed like that for a long time as we both fought to catch our breath and regain our equilibrium. Abraham recovered first, and he leaned down to kiss my spine before pulling me from the desk and into his arms. He kissed the top of my head and sighed.
Fuck, that was good.
I giggled and pressed my lips against his bare chest. It always is. Would things stay like this between us? Abraham said that the bond between fated mates never fades. Did that mean we'd always be this insatiable? That I'd always feel so out of control and giddy around him? Damn, I hoped so. Chapter 7. It was a long time later, and we were still naked and cuddling on his office chair. I was so sated and comfortable, I was finding it hard to make myself move. I sighed deeply, and he smoothed some hair off my forehead and kissed my neck.
What's up, baby?
My lips twitched at his pet name. He always talked about what it did to him when I said it, but it was the same for me when that word fell from his lips. It drove me crazy. I'm just thinking about all the things I need to do when all I want is to stay here with you. He kissed my head.
I know what you mean. I'm supposed to be meeting with some of my enforcers soon.
I sighed again. So, we can't stay like this for the rest of the day? He chuckled beneath me.
If I had it my way, we'd spend every day like this.
I shook my head and giggled. I knew he wasn't lying either. Every morning, it was a struggle to tear ourselves apart. A struggle I was happy to put up with, but still a struggle. I took a deep breath and sat up on his lap. I guess I should find my clothes before your enforcers walk in on us like this. He growled low and his hands clenched around me.
That would not be in their best interests.
I peeled myself off him and went looking for my clothes. Considering the fact that I'd been barely cognizant when he'd torn them off me, it took a while to locate all the missing pieces. When I was dressed, I turned to him, still naked in his office chair, watching me. I cocked a brow. You know I don't want your enforcers to see you naked either. Who knows how many of them would prefer to see you over me? He laughed and shook his head.
They've all seen it before, and I'm pretty sure they're all straight.
I shrugged. Until they get a good look at you, then, who knows? He laughed again.
You really think that highly of me, baby?
I crossed the room to stand before him. Leaning over, I put my hands on the arms of his chair and waited until he was looking at me. You're literally the most breathtaking man I've ever seen in my life. I can't imagine anyone with a pulse not having at least a little flame for you. He rolled his eyes and pulled me onto his lap.
You're crazy.
I wrapped my arms around his neck. Yeah, crazy in love with you. It was a cheesy attempt at lightening the mood, but it had the opposite effect. His eyes got all soft and serious as he cupped my face in his rough hand.
I don't think you know what hearing those words from you does to me.
I turned my head and kissed his palm. It's the same for me, baby. He growled and pulled me closer on his lap.
You keep talking like that, and I'm gonna lock that door and blow off the rest of my afternoon.
I gave him a peck on the lips and hopped up. No, sir. We've both got things to do, and they don't involve lustin' and thrustin'. He threw his head back and laughed loudly, the sound filling the room.
Holy shit, that was a good one.
I shot him a wink. I've been researching. A smile was still stretched across his handsome face.
I like it.
I rolled my eyes. You would.
So, when do we get to lust and thrust again?
He asked, his lips twitching with a grin. I told you earlier. Not until after dinner. He raised a brow.
I know what you said, but clearly you're bad at sticking to your guns.
I crossed my arms over my chest. Or maybe you're really persuasive. He shrugged a single shoulder.
Maybe.
I shook my head and took a couple steps backward. I need to look over some documents Callie gave me, so you need to put the bedroom eyes away.
You're helping Callie again?
Yeah. She's got court coming up and wanted me to look over what her lawyer drafted.
You seem to be helping her out a lot lately.
I shrugged and toed the carpet. I've got nothing else going on. He rose from his chair and crossed the room to pull me into his arms.
Don't worry about it, babe. You've got plenty of savings and no living expenses. You don't need to take a position somewhere unless you really want to.
I arched a brow at him. I don't have any living expenses because you refused to accept rent from me. He was already shaking his head.
Of course I'm not accepting rent money from you.
I blew out a breath. At least I still get to pay for my cell phone and credit card bills. He pursed his lips.
Only because you won't give me access to your accounts.
I shook my head. I'm not letting you completely support me. Just allowing me to live here for free is more than enough. He rolled his eyes.
Allowing you to live here? Baby, I had to beg you for months to move in with me.
I patted his bare chest, his skin warm and smooth beneath my palm. And look, your efforts paid off. I'm right where you want me. He dipped his head to the crook of my neck and pulled me closer.
I could think of a few places I'd rather you be right now. Like on my cock.
I shivered in his arms and had to take a few deep breaths before I could respond without my voice cracking. Yes, well, we'll have time for that later. I slid from his grasp and took a few steps back. I needed to keep my distance if I had any hope of us getting anything done the rest of the afternoon. He sighed and crossed his arms over his chest.
Where are you going to work on Callie's stuff?
I shrugged and took another step back. He looked like he was going to let me leave, but he could also change his mind at any moment, and I had to create as much space between us as possible while he was distracted. The kitchen, I guess. Although if Aubrey was still down there, I'd be finding a new place to work. I'd had about enough of her for one day already. He frowned.
You could work in here.
I pursed my lips and cocked my head. Abraham McCoy, you know damn well neither of us would get any work done if I was in here. He shook his head.
I know. You're insatiable.
I laughed and took another step away from him. It's not a big deal. I could work in the conference room, too.
You need an office of your own. Maybe we could turn your old bedroom into one for you.
Really?
Of course, baby. This is your home now. I want you to have everything you want here.
My heart thumped unevenly as I crossed the space between us. I couldn't not kiss him. With my arms around his neck, I reached up on my tiptoes and pressed my lips against his. When I finally pulled away again, we were both out of breath and his eyes were glassy.
What was that for?
He asked. I kissed his chin before taking another couple steps backward. That's for being an amazing fiancé. He ran a hand across his mouth, his eyes bright.
You know, I kind of like the sound of that.
Fiancé? He nodded. Well, that's what you are, right? He shrugged.
We just don't use that word. We don't propose with rings either.
I frowned. Then, why did you?
I knew it's what you'd want. I did it to make you happy.
My chest grew warm, and I covered the distance between us again to wrap my arms around his broad shoulders. Would I ever reach the bottom of my love for him? Would I ever stop being amazed by the person he was? When I pulled away, there was a brilliant smile on his face.
Was I right? Does it make you happy?
He asked softly. I shook my head. You make me happy. His smile softened as he tucked a lock of blonde hair behind my ear.
You know what I can't wait for?
What? He leaned close.
I can't wait until you call me your husband.
My stomach clenched. Is that not a werewolf term either? He shook his head, his soft hair brushing against me.
No, we only use the word mate.
Then why would you want me to call you husband? He pulled away and wrapped a hand around the back of my neck.
Because I want to be your husband.
My heart melted at his words. Would I ever stop being surprised by how sweet he was? I hoped not. I reached up and kissed him again, but when he moved to deepen it, I pulled away with a smile. Mr. McCoy, none of that. His head fell forward with a sigh.
Okay, I'll behave.
I laughed and turned to leave. When I made it to his door, I looked back and gave him one last perusal. He really was stunning. Put some clothes on before I have to fight one of your enforcers for you. He rolled his eyes. Not funny, Elle. Not kidding, Abraham. He huffed out a breath and shook his head.
You better get out of here before I change my mind.
I gave him a cheeky smile and a mock salute. Yes, sir. See you later, sir.
You drive me crazy.
I blew him a kiss. But you love it.
I love you.
I opened his door and turned to give him another smile. I love you too. Closing the door behind me, I hoped he had the sense to put on some clothes. I wasn't kidding when I said I didn't know how anyone could look at the man and not want him. I sure as hell could barely control myself. I walked over to our suite and took a quick shower. After that, I grabbed my laptop and the stack of papers Callie had given me and headed downstairs. When I made it to the kitchen, it was mercifully empty, so I took a seat and booted up my computer. As it loaded, I took another glance at the documents from her lawyer and rolled my eyes. There were more than a few mistakes in there, and I was sure that meant his data wasn't sound either. When my computer was ready, I hopped onto Google and began researching the Blue Ridge Parkway conservation efforts. Just as I'd suspected, some of his figures were off. I sighed and opened up a Word document. At that point, I might as well just rewrite the whole thing myself. Despite what little knowledge I had of environmental law, I was sure I could do better with some research and effort. The hours passed as I zipped through the internet and typed up what I found. There were some things I'd need to check with Callie, but overall, I was pretty proud of what I'd accomplished so far. I opened up my email to send her a copy of what I'd gotten done when I took a look at my inbox. There were several unopened messages sitting at the top that looked more like neon signs than simple black letters. I took a deep breath and clicked on the first one. Ms. Montgomery, we are excited to offer you a coveted position in our law firm. Blah, blah, blah. I clicked on the one after that. Ms. Montgomery, it is with great honor that we welcome you to Jackson & Jackson Law Firm. I sighed and closed that email too. There were at least 3 others like it in my inbox, and I hadn't read any of them either. I didn't know what my problem was, but none of those job offers appealed to me. Maybe I was being picky. Maybe I was being difficult. But the last thing I wanted to do was join another law firm like Hildebrandt & Moore. Don't get me wrong. I appreciated everything they did for me, and I spent quite a few good years there. But that was the old Elizabeth. The one who put her career above everything else. The one who didn't mind working 60-hour weeks. The one who had nothing better to do than focus on her job. That wasn't me anymore. Now, the most important thing in my life was Abraham, with his sisters and our pack coming in as a close second and third. I had friends and a family and love, things that mattered way more to me than a spot at a prestigious law firm. Besides, I wasn't sure I even wanted to still be a lawyer. It was all I cared about for so long, but practicing criminal law had begun to weigh on me. I didn't care about the money or the notoriety. I cared about justice and doing what was right. I couldn't always do that at my old job. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I knew I needed to do something. Shuffling around the lodge all day, every day was getting old really fast. Despite the fun I had with Abraham every afternoon, I wanted more. I wanted to feel useful, like I was doing something with my life. I also wanted the independence. Abraham wouldn't let me pay to live here, but I still needed to make money of my own. I needed to rely on myself. Just the thought of asking Abraham for money to buy me something made my stomach curdle. I knew I'd come a long way from the stubborn woman who never accepted help from anyone, but she was still in there somewhere, and it would be over her cold, dead body that she relied on a man for everything. I just needed to figure out what it was that I wanted. "Hey, Ellie, I've been looking all over for you." I picked up my head to see Callie walking toward me. "Hey, I was just about to send you an email." Her eyes widened. "What did you do?" I gave her a tight-lipped smile. "I might have rewritten the whole document from scratch." She sighed and took a seat on the bench next to me. "I didn't ask you to do that." I spun to face her with my hands in the air. "I know, and if you don't want to use what I wrote, I totally won't blame you. I barely know what I'm talking about, but this guy?" I picked up the papers she'd given me from her other lawyer. "Seems to know even less. All it took was one Google search to discredit half of what he has in here." She sighed again and leaned over to prop her head up in her hand. "It was that bad, huh?" I shrugged. "Pretty much." She turned to place both hands on her face and took a deep breath. "We need to let him go. I'm not going to let some idiot come in and mess up all our hard work. That would probably be for the best. He doesn't seem very competent." She blew out a deep breath and turned to me. "I really appreciate all your help, Ellie." I smiled. "Anytime." It felt good to be useful, to stretch my intellectual muscles again. Honestly, even trudging through the research had been kind of fun. I guess I missed being a lawyer more than I thought. Chapter 8. "You know, I've been thinking about something lately, and I wanted to run it past you," Callie said as she scanned through the document I'd written up. We'd gone into the conference room to print it out, and Callie had sat in the kitchen for the past 15 minutes, reading what I wrote while I nervously watched her. "Oh yeah? What's that?" She peeked a pale blue eye above the page she was reading. "I was thinking you could work with us in a more permanent capacity." I frowned and shook my head. "Callie, I don't know anything about what you do." She set the papers down. "You could learn, though, couldn't you?" I opened my mouth but shut it again before I could say anything. She was right. I could learn. And to be honest, the research I'd done for that document had been kind of fun. But that was neither here nor there. I'm not an environmental lawyer. I'd be just as helpful as someone straight out of school. What you guys do is too important. You don't want to work with me and have me screw it all up for you." Callie shook her head, her curly hair swishing around her pretty face. "You may be new to the world of environmental law, but you're a phenomenal lawyer. I've heard Abby talk about your win ratio, and I know you were successful practicing criminal law. There might be a learning curve, but what can it hurt?" I sighed. "It could hurt everything you're working towards. Why don't you just find another lawyer? There's gotta be someone better than the last guy you worked with." Callie shrugged. "I could find another lawyer, but I want to work with you. I trust you, and I know you're super smart. I'd be crazy not to ask you to be a part of our team." My stomach was churning as her words flitted through my head. Work as an environmental lawyer? I'd never imagined that. Not once had I stopped to think about a career down that path, and it stumped me. But hadn't I enjoyed working with Callie that day when she was staying in Raleigh with me? We'd visited a bunch of lakes and streams to test the water quality near fracking sites. I learned more that day about the threats to our planet than I had in my entire life. Did I want to make a career out of that? It sure sounded a lot better than criminal law, and it wasn't a secret that I'd been dragging my feet about selecting a new firm to work for. Maybe that was because it really wasn't what I wanted to do anymore. Wasn't what I was supposed to do. Maybe my future was working with Callie. Maybe I could use my degree to actually help, to make a difference, to make a positive impact. But I was still woefully unprepared. I really don't know, Callie. I feel like my lack of knowledge would be more of a liability than anything else. She shook her head again. I can teach you anything you need to know. The rest you can figure out through research. I was sure the doubt was still clear on my face, so Callie took a breath and reached out to cover my hand with her own. Just promise me you'll think about it. That's all I'm asking. I let out a deep breath and gave her a nod. Okay, I'll think about it. Callie pulled her hand away and clapped softly. Yay! A smile tugged at my lips. I only said I'd think about it. She waved my words away. Yeah, but I know you'll eventually realize what a great idea it is. And we'd get to work together. How much fun would that be? If I was being honest, that sounded like a hell of a lot of fun. Instead of being one of few women in a firm full of old, blustering men, I could work with my friend, my future sister. That alone made me want to just tell her yes. But I'd think about it and talk to Abraham, and we'd see. I didn't want to jump into anything without being sure. I'd hate to let Callie down, but I needed to do what was right for me. I wanted to work somewhere I felt appreciated, where I knew my efforts were for the greater good and not just to line someone's pockets or help a criminal get away with something. I wanted to look myself in the eye at the end of the day and know I was doing something worthwhile with my time. Callie's offer sounded better by the minute. Plus, she yelled, breaking me out of my thoughts, we just rented some new office space downtown. Abby's starting renovations on it this week, and I know we can carve out space for another office for you. That's great, Callie. You've been working out of the lodge this whole time, right? She nodded with an exasperated roll of her eyes. It's been a real pain, but we were short on funding. We finally came up with enough to put down first and last on a spot in town, and we're dying to get in there. Who's we? Callie turned to face me, folding her knee onto the bench. Well, there's me and Katie, and we recently brought on Matt too, but don't worry, there's enough space for all of us there. I hadn't ever worked in such a small office before. I wondered what it would be like to work at a place that intimate, and with so many women. That would be a huge change for me, and I was starting to like the idea more as the minutes ticked by. I opened my mouth to ask her some more questions when Dell strolled into the kitchen with a wide smile on her face. How's it hanging, ladies? Callie scoffed. We don't have anything hanging, Dell. The spunky musician smirked and stepped up beside Callie. She reached out and gave one of Callie's boobs a quick poke. That's not what it looks like from here. Callie slapped her hand away and turned to her with furious eyes. My boobs do not hang, Delilah. Dell rolled her eyes and took a seat on the bench behind us. How would I know? You're always all buttoned up. I don't think I've seen your cleavage since we were teenagers. You're such a prude. Callie straightened her modest top and glared at her sister. Just because I don't walk around with my tits spilling out of my shirt doesn't make me a prude. Oh, geez. If this was what it would have been like growing up with sisters, maybe I was lucky I was an only child. Dell opened her mouth to argue back, but I cut in. Okay, ladies, let's break it up. I felt like a referee in that house sometimes, but I secretly adored it. I loved the banter, the arguments, the sibling quarrels. It was so different from the way I grew up. such a contrast to the way I'd spent the last several years of my life. I'd had a pretty lonely existence before I tumbled into the McCoys' lives, and now everything was different.
What are you two doing in here anyway?
Elle was looking over a document for me that I'm supposed to submit to the courts in a couple days, and I was just trying to get her to agree to come work for me. Dell's eyes lit up.
Ellie, that's a great idea.
I shrugged. I'm still thinking about it. Dell waved a hand at me. What's to think about? Can you imagine a better boss than Callie? I really couldn't. I just don't know anything about environmental law. I don't know how helpful I'll be. Dell scoffed. You could learn, right? I sighed. They all had the same argument. They all believed it was just a matter of me doing a little studying, and I'd be just as good as an environmental lawyer as I was a criminal one. Maybe they were right. And I knew from experience that Callie was a patient and informative teacher. Maybe I could pick up a few textbooks and do some research. It would at least help me decide if this was the path I wanted to go down. And at the very least, it couldn't hurt, right? I sighed again. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it, I repeated. The sisters exchanged a conspiratorial look, and I knew I was outnumbered and about to be ganged up on. Living with those women for the past month had taught me a lot, and one thing I knew, you didn't want to be on the other end of a McCoy shakedown. If they had their minds set on something, you'd better get out of the way or get run over. Knowing I needed to change the subject before they started in on me, I blurted out the first thing I could think of. Callie, did you find out anything having to do with what we were talking about earlier? Dell scooted closer. Ooh, what were you talking about? I bit my lip and looked at Callie. I didn't particularly want to air my dirty laundry, but I knew it was only a matter of time before she found out. There were no secrets in the McCoy family and very few in the pack. I could either tell her myself or have her hear from someone else. With a quick look around the kitchen, I saw we were alone, a rare occurrence in the lodge. I slid closer to Dell and lowered my voice, knowing that, even though it looked like we were the only ones around, that didn't mean someone couldn't overhear what we were talking about if I wasn't careful. Callie was looking into this whole fated mates business. Dell frowned. What about it? I sighed. She's trying to find out if there's been another instance of a bitten wolf being a born wolf's fated mate. Dell's brows were still furrowed as I watched her put the pieces together. Finally, her eyes met mine. You don't think you're Abby's mate? I looked away from her, the floor between us suddenly very interesting. I don't know, Dell. It doesn't make sense, does it? She made a humming noise and leaned back against the table behind her. You mean because you were bitten you shouldn't have been fated to be with Abby? I finally met her eyes. Exactly. Dell nodded slowly. But you two have all the signs. I sighed again and rubbed my temples. It felt like there was a headache brewing. I know we do, but that doesn't explain how it's possible that we were fated. She's afraid Abby's real fated mate might show up one day, Callie added. I shot her a glare, but she just shrugged. Dell frowned again. I guess that would bother me too. We were all quiet for a moment, letting the words settle around us. Finally, Dell spoke back up. So, what are we doing about it? I had to bite back a smile. There was that we word again. It felt nice knowing I wasn't alone in this. I always knew I had Abraham on my side, but seeing I had sisters too was amazingly comforting. For the first time in my life, I had a support system, a framework of friends and family that would stand beside me through anything. I'd never felt more loved and accepted in my life. I've been doing some research, but haven't found much. I turned to look at Callie. Really? There had to be something. Someone had to have heard of this before. We couldn't be the first bitten and born wolf to be fated, right? But what if we were? What if this had never happened before? My stomach clenched as the questions kept rolling through my head. What if that meant we weren't really fated? What if that meant we'd been wrong? What if that meant I wasn't really Abraham's and he wasn't really mine? I felt like I was going to be sick. Why don't y'all ask Will? My eyes snapped to doubt. What? She shrugged. He's old as dirt. He's probably the best resource we've got. Delilah, Callie chastised. Don't talk about him that way. Dell's eyes widened slightly. What? He is. You think it's news to him how many rings he's got around his stump? She rolled her eyes. Callie shook her head in exasperation. Yes, but we don't say things like that. Dell snorted. You might not, but I do. The girls continued to squabble while I thought through what she'd said. Why hadn't I thought to ask Will before? He was the original werewolf, the man who first harnessed the power of the wolf. He'd been alive for thousands of years, and if there was anyone who could help us, it would be him. Dell, that's a great idea, I said, cutting into the middle of their argument. She turned to me, her pink streaked hair flying. Of course it's a good idea. I rolled my eyes but smiled. Dell really was a trip. Does anybody know where he is? He spends a lot of time in the theater room, Callie offered. I wouldn't have pegged the original werewolf as a movie lover, but what did I know? I closed my laptop and stood up. Where are you going? Dell asked. I shrugged. I might as well go talk to Will now. I'm sick of having this black cloud of indecision hanging over my head. I want to get this fated mate stuff sorted as soon as possible. Both women nodded in approval. Let me know what he says, Callie called after me. I gave them a little wave and made my way through the lodge and down into the basement. It was fully furnished and had a few different rooms dedicated to leisure activities. The theater room was at the end of the hall, but voices coming from the pool room made me slow my steps. Just as I got closer, the door swung open and Beatrice came storming out. Hey, Bea. She stopped short and spun to face me. Her eyes were icy, and for a moment, it felt like we'd taken 100 steps backward, and she still hated me. Bea closed her eyes and shook her head. When she opened them again, they were slightly warmer than they had been. Hey, Ellie. What's going on? I shrugged. Just looking for Will. Bea's eyes frosted over again as she jerked a thumb over her shoulder. He's in there. I took a hesitant step forward. Is everything okay? She sighed and shook her head, short dark hair whipping around her face. Yeah, I'm good. Just heading out. Do you want to get a session in tonight? Maybe we could spar after dinner. Abraham's promises floated through my head, and I gave her a wary smile. I've got plans after dinner, but I'm free tomorrow. Bea sighed. I kind of felt like fighting someone tonight. I laughed. I'm sure Huxley would be willing. The corners of Bea's lips twitched. Yeah, but then he whines like a bitch for the whole next day. She rolled her eyes. You break a guy's leg once and you never hear the end of it. I shook my head, biting my lips to hold back my smile. Beatrice was absolutely terrifying. Well, I'm not in the mood to mend any more broken limbs either, so I guess it's a good thing I can't train with you tonight. One side of her mouth curled into a grin. I wouldn't break your leg, Ellie. I saved that shit for the guys. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Bea's eyes wandered back to the doors she'd just walked out of, and I tried to identify the look in them. Was that wistfulness? Irritation? Or was I just imagining things? Anyway, I'm going for a run in the woods. I'll see you at dinner. I watched her walk away, shoulders stiff and steps heavy. Whatever Will said or did to Beatrice, I hoped he knew what he was doing. I had real-life experience with being on her bad side, and I knew it was not a fun place to be. Chapter 9. I slipped into the billiards room and found Will at one of the tables, a stick between his fingers. As I watched, he drew the pool stick back and jabbed it forward, shooting the cue ball against a wall and into a striped one before it went rolling into a pocket. You're pretty good at that, I said as I crossed the distance between us. Will looked up and smiled. Granddaughter, how are you? My steps slowed as I made my way toward him. I hadn't had many interactions with Will in the month he'd been here, He always seemed to be surrounded by other pack members. I figured since I was the newest werewolf here, my questions for him were the least important. But in the few conversations I managed to have with him, he'd always called me granddaughter, which was strange because I usually heard him call everyone else daughter or son. Why was I different? I finally made it to the pool table Will was playing on and leaned a hip against the edge. I'm okay. I was wondering if I could talk to you about something, though. Will shrugged and lined up another shot.
Of course you can. What is it?
I took a deep breath and tried to figure out where to begin. What do you know about fated mates? His eyes slowly rose from the table to meet mine, and when they did, I regretted my question. There was such a look of sadness and longing in them, it broke my heart. But then he blinked and it was gone, and I wondered if I'd imagined it.
I know they're a gift from the witch. I know they're rare.
Oh, wait a second. A gift from the witch? What does that mean? Will leaned back over the pool table and took a shot, eliminating another couple of balls. His eyes stayed on the green felt for so long, I wondered if I should take my question back. Maybe Will wasn't the right person to talk about this. I mean, it was rumored that he and his heartbreak were the reasons behind fated mates. It couldn't be easy talking about the worst time of your life, even thousands of years later. I shouldn't be here, shouldn't be making him dredge up painful memories because I'm having commitment issues. You know what? Never mind. I'm sorry I bothered you, I said and spun on my heel to leave him to his game. When I was about halfway across the room, he called out,
Wait, Elizabeth.
I stopped walking and slowly turned back toward him. He had his pool stick resting on the ground, his hand wrapped around the top of it, looking like it was all that was keeping him upright. I knew I shouldn't have brought this up. It was unfair of me to ask him to go through it again. It's okay, Will. I'm sorry I asked. It was stupid of me. He held up a hand and shook his head.
No. I'm fine. It's fine. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
He jerked his head toward a stool near the table he was at, and I walked over to it and took a seat.
You wanted to know about the witch, right?
I shrugged. You said fated mates were a gift from her. How's that? Will turned back to the pool table and lined up another shot as he talked.
The witch that gave me the power of the wolf kept watch over me long after our arrangement. She saw what happened when Adela didn't shift.
Adela? Will looked up at me briefly.
My wife.
I swallowed and nodded.
The witch saw the devastation I wreaked in our village after my wife took her last breath. After that, she watched me still as I wove in and out of our humanity over the years, hoping for death, praying for the reprieve that the end would give me. That's when she decided to change the magic, to enhance it. She placed another spell on me that would ensure that when I met the woman I was fated to be with, I'd be allowed to die along with her someday.
My heart stopped in my chest. She created fated mates so you could die one day? Will shrugged and took another shot.
Essentially.
But why? Why would you want to die? He stood back up and leaned against his pool stick.
Imagine having to watch everyone you've ever known and everyone you ever will know die. One right after the other. The only constant is you and your inability to join them. To be free of this world. To finally rest. Now imagine doing that for millennia, and I think you'll have your answer.
I was shocked, speechless for a moment. Whenever I thought about how old Will was, I imagined all the knowledge he'd accumulated over the years, the things he'd seen and done and was a part of. He'd witnessed the Great Pyramids of Giza climb toward the sky stone by stone. He'd watched the Roman Empire rise and fall. He'd seen the Industrial Revolution change the world, seen this age of technology bridge the gaps between every corner of the planet. All of those wonderful things that came with living so long, and I never once stopped to imagine how lonely it would be. Each time he met someone, he only had a number of decades with them before they were gone, and he had to start all over again. I couldn't imagine a life like that, one where I outlived everyone and everything around me. When life and death came and went every day, but I sat apart from it, completely untouched by time. I cleared my throat. So, she made it so you would someday find your fated mate and be able to live a normal life with her, and die when she did? Will nodded.
Essentially,
He said again. So, what happened? Will's lips thinned, and he shot a look at the door.
haven't found her yet.
Words escaped me again. After thousands of years and all the many places he'd been, he'd never found his fated mate? How is that possible? Will took a shot, the balls clacking together angrily.
I'm not sure.
He shrugged.
Maybe it didn't work.
I shook my head. But you're the reason there are fated mates, right? The magic came from you and flowed to the rest of us. Will shrugged again.
That's what I think.
Then how could it not work on you? Will sighed and stood back up to pin me with a look.
I'm not sure, granddaughter, but I stopped looking long ago.
A tiny crack sliced through my heart. After all this time, Will deserved someone to love, someone to grow old with, someone to die with if that was what he wanted. I could sense he didn't want to talk about his predicament anymore, so I changed the subject. Have you ever heard of a bitten wolf being the fated mate of a born wolf? Will quirked his lips to the side and looked up at the low-hanging ceiling.
I don't believe I have.
My shoulders hunched as I sat back in the chair. If even Will hadn't ever heard of something like this happening, then what were the odds we were really fated? If the oldest person on the face of the earth hadn't seen a situation like ours before, it was more proof that we were wrong. I wasn't really Abraham's mate. His real fated mate was out there somewhere, waiting for him. I was a placeholder, a stand-in. This was the worst-case scenario. I slid off the stool and took a shaky step toward the door. Thanks for talking to me, Will. I'll see you around. I just reached the door when Will called out to me. I turned to find him with both hands on the edge of the pool table, his knuckles white from strain. His jaw was clenched and he was looking down, but finally, his dark eyes met mine.
Just because Adela wasn't my mate by magic didn't make her any less mine. She was the love of my life. If you've found something worthwhile, fight for it. I know if there was a chance for me, I'd still be fighting for her.
His broken words matched the sadness in his eyes, and it was almost too much for me. My nose burned with tears, but I held them back. If anyone had a reason to cry in this situation, it was Will, the man who was still pining for a woman he lost thousands of years ago. Was he right? Did it not matter that we weren't fated? I knew what I felt, knew how much Abraham meant to me. I didn't need magic to keep me with him, didn't need some witch's spell to solidify our relationship. Abraham was the one person in the whole world for me. I knew that from the depths of my soul. Mate magic or not, he was mine, and I was his. That had to be enough. I smiled. Thanks, Will. He shrugged.
My pleasure, granddaughter. I'll see you tonight at dinner.
I nodded and left him there alone. As I walked back toward the stairs, I wondered why he'd spent so much time like that. It seemed he was always on the fringe of any group, as if he'd rather observe life than participate in it. Was that a direct product of how long he'd been alive? Had he heard it all already? Seen it all? Was there nothing that excited him anymore? Nothing that entertained or amused him? Will was an enigma, and the longer he hung around the lodge, the more questions he raised. I'd just reached the end of the hall when Abraham appeared at the top of the stairs, a bright smile across his face.
I was looking for you.
I smiled and stood there as he descended the staircase. Hey, baby. He cleared the last step and wrapped an arm around my waist, dragging me into the nearest room and shutting the door behind us. My back was immediately pressed against the cool wood. A growl rumbled through his chest and into mine. I dug my fingers into his thick hair and tugged as he kissed and nipped my skin. Finally, his lips found mine and everything else faded away. The worry over this fated mate's business, the questions about the future of my career, even the sadness I felt for Will was all washed away by Abraham's presence. He had a way of doing that, of blocking out everything but him, everything but us. Was that enough? I knew he thought we were fated to be together, but what if we weren't? What if we just fit? If we just worked together? What if we were just plain old in love? Was that enough? As he lined his hard body up with mine and his hands worshipped every inch he could reach, I knew it was. It was plenty. Finally, Abraham pulled his mouth away from mine.
What are you doing down here anyway? I thought you were working with Callie.
I struggled to catch my breath before answering him. I already helped Callie, and then I came down here to talk to Will. Abraham took a half step back.
What did you need to talk to Will about?
Oh, damn. I guess I shouldn't have admitted what I was really doing there. Now, I either had to lie to him or admit that I was asking about fated mates. And if I did that, he'd know I was still skeptical about us, and I knew that would hurt him. So I compromised. I was asking him some stuff about the wolf magic. Abraham nodded and moved his lips back to my neck.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I moaned softly as he sucked on my skin. What are you doing down here? Abraham pulled back again, a smile spread across his face.
I came to find you for dinner, but then you called me the B word and I got sidetracked.
My lips twitched with a grin. The B word? You mean He covered my mouth with his big hand before I could finish. Abraham shook his head.
Don't say it. Not if you want to eat before I have you again.
I rolled my eyes but nodded to let him know I'd concede. But where was the fun in that? As soon as his hand was gone, my lips curled into a smirk. I'm pretty hungry, but I'm always ready for you, baby. He growled, but before he could wrap his arms around me again, I slipped through the door and ran up the stairs. I could feel Abraham just inches behind me, and a crazed laugh spilled from my lips as I raced toward the main floor. When I got to the top of the stairs, I flung the door open just as Abraham's hands found my hips and he jerked me back against his chest.
You ran from me?
I was out of breath, and you chased me.
Because you ran.
I shook my head. You would have kept me down there. He pulled me closer.
You're damn right I would have.
I spun in his arms, fully prepared to have this little lover's quarrel with him when someone turned down the hallway, headed right toward us. I smelled tobacco and knew it was Clyde even before I could make out his face in the dim lighting of the hall. I tried to pull away from Abraham's hold, but he gripped me tighter.
Cousin,
he called to him. Clyde lifted his head to look at us, his dark eyes darting back and forth.
Abraham, Elizabeth.
That was about the most I'd heard out of him in the past month. Even though we'd all had some connection to Calvin, it goes without saying that no one was closer to him than his twin. That was why it was even harder for Clyde when he realized it had been his own brother who'd been killing women and dumping their bodies in the woods around the lodge. Even worse, Clyde had been tasked with leading the investigation. He was supposed to figure out who the killer was, and it turned out he'd been right beneath his own nose. I couldn't imagine what would be worse, finding out your brother was a serial killer or losing him altogether. The betrayal had to be just as bad as the loss he felt. That night in Charlotte hadn't left me, and I was sure it was the same for Clyde. I'd almost died, and if Abraham hadn't gotten to me when he did, I probably wouldn't have made it. Calvin had caught me trying to escape the stone cottage he'd locked us in and lost his mind. He'd somehow deluded himself into believing we were fated mates and belonged together. Apparently, the women he'd killed after he attacked me had just been substitutes for the real thing. My stomach still hurt thinking about it. After Abraham had been forced to kill Calvin, I wasn't sure Clyde would ever forgive him. Even though his brother was a killer and a psychopath, they were still family. However, Clyde had seen the whole thing, heard Abraham try to reason with him, and watched as Calvin struggled until he snapped his own neck in Abraham's jaws. Since that night, Clyde hadn't been the same. He'd always been quiet and broody, but I hadn't heard him speak a full sentence in over a month. He kept to himself, only leaving his room in the lodge when he was on patrol or for the occasional meal. It was clear he'd lost weight, and if the bags under his eyes were anything to go by, I was willing to bet he wasn't sleeping much either. I felt awful for him, but what could I do? Clyde hadn't been my biggest fan before all this had gone down, and I was sure nothing had changed. In fact, I was part of the reason his brother lost his damn mind in the first place. If he'd wanted to, I was sure he could have found plenty of blame to lay at my feet. It didn't seem like he was angry, though, which was what I'd been used to from Clyde. Instead, it was almost like he'd given up, like he no longer found any worthwhile part to his day. Nothing fazed him, nothing affected him, nothing mattered to him. I didn't know how long he could keep that up, but I knew the whole family was worried about him. It wasn't my place, but I felt partially responsible and wished there was something I could do. Some way I could take away his pain, or at least ease it somehow. But I knew a loss was something you had to deal with on your own. I just hoped he came out the other side of it intact. Chapter 10. I rolled over again and tried to find a comfortable position, but it was no use. My mind was spinning, and I knew I wouldn't be getting to sleep anytime soon. The day had been full of information and revelations, and I was having trouble keeping up. The list of things for me to worry about was endless, but there were a few items that bothered me more than the others. A few things I couldn't ignore, despite my best efforts. At the top of the list was whatever was between Abraham and me. It was clear there was something there, some deep, profound well of love. But was that where it ended? Were we just like any other human couple who had the same chance to make things work as everybody else? Or was there more between us? I wanted to believe we were fated. Wanted to believe that the sickness I felt whenever I was away from him and the strength I got when he was near was all the proof we needed. But it wasn't that simple. There was a whole list of reasons why us being fated was impossible, and I couldn't ignore them. I wondered why Abraham was so quick to believe we were. It wasn't like he'd experienced it before and knew what it felt like, what it looked like. It wasn't like he could compare me to the last one he had. Werewolves only got one of those, and he thought it was me. I'll admit, I wanted to be his fated mate. I wanted to be the only one for him, the yin to his yang, the peanut butter to his jelly, but there were too many doubts to contend with. Still so much that was unknown and unbelievable about our love story. To sum it up, we didn't make sense, and I couldn't wrap my brain around it. Those thoughts and more had me tossing and turning between the sheets for over an hour, and I didn't see any end in sight. Abraham tightened his arm around my waist and pulled me closer to him.
I thought I sexed you to sleep.
His voice rumbled in the quiet, dark room. A smile tugged at my lips. You definitely sexed me, but it doesn't seem like sleep is happening tonight. Abraham hummed softly and propped himself up on an elbow.
What's going on, baby?
I sighed and looked away. I've just got a lot on my mind. He used a thick, calloused finger to turn my face back toward him.
What's bothering you? Maybe I can help.
My heart beat faster in my chest as I looked up at his face in the dark room. Despite the lack of light, I could see him clearly. The strong jaw with light stubble across his tan cheeks, the blue eyes that were concerned and trained on me. He was so beautiful it was sometimes hard to look right at him. I studied him for a long time, not willing to admit what I'd been worried about because it would worry him too. He was dead set on us being fated. The few times I'd brought it up had ended in arguments, and I didn't want to go there again because, beneath the harsh words, I knew there was a lot of pain. He was so sure of us, so unwavering. Nothing I said made any difference to him. When I mentioned a born wolf shouldn't be fated with a bitten wolf, he just told me we got lucky. Lucky. Like this was a slot machine in Atlantic City. But I'd keep this to myself. I didn't have the energy to argue with him, and I didn't have the heart to hurt him again. Abraham tucked some hair behind my ear and leaned down to kiss my cheek.
Are you worried about the appointments you have coming up tomorrow?
Ugh. I hadn't been until he mentioned it. I shrugged. Maybe a little. This alpha thing was still really new to me, and I wasn't sure I was cut out for it, that I'd be able to rule the pack with Abraham. He was such an effortless leader. He exuded this authority, this assurance. You only had to be in his presence for a few minutes to know he was someone worth following, someone you could trust. Did I have any of those qualities? Did my presence bring reassurance to our pack? Could anyone imagine following me like they did Abraham? I knew I had a lot of work to do to prove myself to them. But what if I couldn't? What if I really wasn't alpha material? What if I became the leader of the pack and did more harm than good? These werewolves meant too much to me to let them down. Abraham sighed, his breath blowing across my face.
You did so well today. Why are you worried now?
I turned slightly so I could see him better. But today, the problems were pretty easy. I didn't have to do much.
Elle, I wouldn't have thought of the quiet hours thing. That was all you, and it's a great idea.
What would you have done? The corner of his lips twitched.
I would have gone and told Brad to quiet the fuck down at night and be done with it.
I giggled into his chest. I guess it's a good thing for Brad that I was in charge of that issue. He kissed the top of my head.
I guess it is.
I sighed and reached out to trace a pattern on the smooth skin of his chest. You know, we never did figure out what we're gonna do about Craig and his price hikes.
Did you have any ideas?
I knew he probably had a solution in mind, but he wanted to hear my ideas first. Lucky for me, I'd been thinking about it all day and actually did have an answer to that particular problem. I took a deep breath and looked up into his eyes. I was thinking I could go and talk to Craig again tomorrow and see if he's changed his tune at all. If not, I thought we could ask Brad if he wants the position. One of his dark brows rose.
McDermott?
I shrugged. We already know he works on cars. Maybe he'd want to do that for the whole pack. Abraham was quiet for a long time while I chewed on my bottom lip. Maybe that was a stupid idea. Maybe I really didn't know what I was doing. Maybe they were right and I had no business being an alpha of the pack. Maybe
that's a great idea.
My eyes snapped to Abraham's. Really?
Really, baby. I never would have thought of that.
I pulled away so I could see him clearly. What would you have done?
I would have forced Craig to lower his prices.
I raised a brow. And how would you do that? Beat him into submission?
Something like that.
I laughed and pushed at his chest. You would not. He sighed.
You're right. I wouldn't have beaten him, but I would have gone down there and forced him to charge a reasonable rate.
You know what? You're right. I think we should go with your plan. He shook his head.
Nope. We're doing this your way.
But why? I whined.
Because your way is a lot more fair. You're giving Craig the choice to fall in line or lose his position. He gets to make his own decision and then deal with whatever consequence comes from it.
I ducked my head and traced more patterns on his chest. You really think it's a good idea? What if he's a dick again? His arm tightened around me.
Then you talk to me, and I'll straighten him out.
I was already shaking my head. I told you, you can't go around straightening out anyone who's mean to me. I need to stand on my own or they'll never respect me. He sighed and dropped another kiss on my head. He was silent for a long time before he spoke again.
You're right. I don't like it, but I need to let you handle these issues on your own. The rest of the pack needs to see the strong, independent woman I fell in love with. When they do, they'll follow you as easily as they follow me."
I blew out a deep breath but remained quiet. I wasn't as sure of my abilities as he was. Not at all. I was even less sure of the fact that the doubtful pack members would eventually come around. Aubrey, Craig, Paul, none of them wanted me in that position. None of them wanted me to be alpha. Hey, they probably didn't even want me in the pack. It made me want to step back down, to tuck in behind Abraham and be the useless arm candy they thought I was. To just be the bitch he's sleeping with, like Aubrey and Craig said. But that wasn't me. Elizabeth Montgomery never backs down from a challenge, never lets someone tell her what she can and can't do. Why would I start now? A startling realization trickled through my head. I'd never wanted something like I wanted to be accepted by the pack. Never had to prove my worth as a person or a leader. I was used to being doubted professionally, not personally. Maybe that was why this was hitting me so hard. Maybe that was why I was having trouble sleeping. Maybe that was why I felt so insecure and out of sorts. There was nothing I could do but keep pushing forward, keep taking appointments and proving my worth, keep standing beside Abraham as a united front, keep breezing past the doubts and questions about the legitimacy of our relationship.
"Is there something else going on, Elle?"
I turned back to Abraham and found his dark blue gaze trained on me. "Huh?" He smiled softly.
"I can still see the gears turning in that pretty head of yours, and I know the alpha appointments aren't the only thing bothering you. What's up?"
I sighed and looked away from him. Sometimes it was a blessing that he knew me so well, and other times I wished I wasn't so transparent to him. Lucky for me, there were so many other things I was worried about, I didn't have to even bring up the fated mates issue. I took a deep breath and turned to him again. "Callie offered me a position with her." Abraham's eyes widened.
"When did that happen?"
"This afternoon. She wanted me to look through some documents from her lawyer, and when I saw what a poor job he did, I just rewrote the whole thing myself. According to your sister, that means I'm qualified to work with her as an environmental lawyer." I shook my head at the absurdity of it all. He nodded slowly.
"Do you like helping Callie?"
"Yeah, it's interesting work, and I feel like I'm doing something positive, that I'm helping in some way." He smoothed some more hair off my forehead.
"Then why not go for it?"
I rolled my eyes. "Not you two." I took a deep breath and tucked in closer to him. "I was trained as a criminal lawyer. It's all I know. It's all I'm good at. I can't let Callie hand me the wheel when I don't even know how to drive."
"But you could learn, couldn't you?"
What was with these McCoy siblings? They all had the same response for me. They all thought it was just a matter of reading a few books, and I'd be just as useful as an environmental lawyer as I was a criminal one. "It's not that simple, Abraham." He rolled us until I was hovering over him.
"It could be, though. You're one of the smartest people I've ever met. If you put your mind to it, you could be the biggest asset Callie has. You'd be phenomenal at anything you want to do, baby. I don't know why you don't see that."
I looked away, couldn't bear to see the belief he had in me shining through his denim gaze. Was he right, though? Could I learn what I needed to know to be helpful? Could this be a huge turning point in my professional career? Could this be the next chapter for me? Hope built in my system, but I tamped it down. I didn't know anything yet. I didn't know if I had what it took, didn't know if I could actually be useful to Callie's causes. Was that even what I wanted to do with my life? I sighed and looked back down at Abraham. "I'll tell you what I told Callie. I'll think about it." His lips pressed into a thin line.
"Thinking about it is what's keeping you up, though."
I sighed again and hung my head. "I know." He kissed my forehead and slid out from underneath me. "Where are you going?" I asked.
"We're both going."
I sat up and watched as he slid on a pair of athletic shorts. We're going somewhere? He nodded and tossed one of his big t-shirts at me.
Throw that on and let's go.
I did as he asked, but the questions continued to spiral through my head. Abraham, it's past midnight. Where do you think we're going? He stopped in the middle of the room and turned to look at me. Damn, he was beautiful, so strong and tan and powerful and big. I needed to keep my eyes above his collarbone, or we weren't going anywhere.
We're going to my favorite place to think.
His words tugged at me. A memory surfaced as I shoved my head through the shirt. Are you talking about your lake? His lips pulled into a wide smile.
Our lake.
My answering grin wasn't far behind. We haven't been there in a long time. His eyes clouded and he looked away for a moment.
I know the last time we were there was pretty traumatizing, but all that's in the past. There's no killer looking for you. No one's stalking our woods anymore. It's perfectly safe, and I think it'll really help you. Will you come with me?
He held out a hand, but I was captivated by the look in his eyes. It was so hopeful, but still hesitant. How didn't he know already that I'd follow him anywhere? I crawled out of bed and grabbed his hand. Okay, let's go. Chapter 11. We ran across the lawn, the damp grass cool beneath my bare feet. Although, to be honest, we spent more time sabotaging each other than actually running. He'd tickle me, I'd pinch him in retaliation, over and over until we were both breathless with laughter. When we reached the tree line, Abraham turned to me with a smirk and dropped his shorts. I watched the black jersey material slide down his powerful legs and pool at his feet. Swallowing harshly, my eyes trailed back up his body, stopping in all the most important places until I reached his face. He was still sporting a lopsided grin, but now there was hunger in his eyes.
You better quit looking at me like that, or we're not going anywhere.
I swallowed again. But this was your idea. He pressed his lips together and nodded once.
Which is why I'm still standing over here. Come on, let's shift before I change my mind.
I shook my head to clear it and tugged the baggy t-shirt over my head. A loud crack rang through the field, and I knew Abraham was already in the midst of his shift. I followed suit and soon was standing on 4 legs instead of 2, shaking my coat out.
Ready?
He asked. Instead of answering him, I darted into the woods, dodging trees and roots as I tried to create as much distance between us as I could. Abraham was impossibly fast, and the only way to beat him was to get a good head start. Some might call it cheating, but I called it a fair advantage.
Cheater!
He yelled in my head as he chased after me. See? I didn't know if I was going in the right direction, but it didn't matter because in seconds Abraham would be on me. With my last reserves, I dug my feet into the soft forest floor and pumped my legs as fast as I could. It didn't make a difference because his thundering footsteps were right behind me. I leapt over a small stream, but instead of landing on the other bank, I was tackled from the side and sent rolling down the hill. Somehow, Abraham managed to take the brunt of our fall as we laughed and tumbled head over heels. When we finally came to a stop, we were both panting.
You were going the wrong way, he said.
I laughed, which in wolf form sounded more like a coughing bark. You tackled me because I was going the wrong way?
No, I tackled you because you were cheating.
Because you're so much faster than me. If I didn't get a head start, I'd have no shot. He bared all his teeth in what was easily the biggest wolfy grin I'd ever seen.
I am pretty fast, huh?
I laughed again and shoved him off me. You're impossible. He rolled to his feet.
And you're a cheater, but I love you anyway.
I shook my head. Playful Abraham was a brain scrambler. He was hard to resist on the best of days, but his silly comments and wide grin would bring any straight woman to her knees. He jerked his head.
The lake's in that direction.
Lead the way. We started off running again, but this time it was more of a jog than a sprint. I'd been doing a lot more of this since I'd moved to Asheville. While I lived in Raleigh, it had been impossible to shift and spend time as a wolf. I limited myself to the full moon and the occasional angry outburst. Now, though, with all this land and no neighbors for miles and miles, I took full advantage. There was something about running on 4 legs instead of 2. Something about the pine-scented wind blowing past me and the soft thump of my paws on the ground. It made me feel connected to the world around me in a way I'd never felt before. Running as a wolf allowed for a freedom I'd never experienced in my life. It was exhilarating and liberating, and I did it as often as I could. While we ran, Abraham pointed out the general direction of the gem mine they'd found on his property. It was where he'd gotten the blue stone to go in my ring. Even though he'd taken me to visit the mine shortly after I moved out there, I knew I wouldn't be able to find it on my own. His property was too expansive, and I hadn't had enough time to explore yet. We ran for a while longer, and I smelled the lake before I could see it. Abraham led us to the rocky beach where he'd taken me on our first date. It wasn't that long ago, but it felt like another lifetime. Abraham had been so sweet that day, so nervous. Back then, I hadn't known what I do today. That it was my first last date, that I was just starting out on this journey with the most amazing man I'd ever met, that I'd fall in love and plan a future with him in only a few short months from then. It was crazy to think about how much had changed. But with that first day at our lake came thoughts of our last time here. We just wanted to get away for a little while and take some time for ourselves. What we hadn't known was the killer had murdered another woman and laid her in our path so we'd find her body on our way home. That was the last time we went there. That was in the past, though, and I needed to let it go. Needed to stop looking over my shoulder and jumping at loud noises. I needed to remember that the monster that plagued my nightmares was gone for good, that I was safe, that everything was going to be okay. Abraham trotted over to the pile of rocks and with a loud crack, shifted back into a human. He looked down at me and smirked.
Come on, change back.
I looked at him incredulously. He expected me to shift into a human, a naked human, out in the open like this? Had he lost his mind? He laughed and walked over so he could scratch my head. I did my best to keep my eyes on his face, but damn, he was something to look at.
Come on, baby. There's no one around for miles, and I've never seen anyone even close to this lake before. No one will see you but me.
His voice deepened with that last sentence, and a chill raced down my spine. I sighed and shook my head, but willed myself back into a woman. When the transformation was complete, I propped a hand on my hip and shot him a look. If someone even sneezes in a 10-mile radius, you're a dead man. He laughed again and slung an arm around my neck, pressing a kiss to my temple.
You'll be fine, baby. I promise.
I huffed but let him lead me to the rocks we'd climbed up before. The other times I'd still been a human and needed his help to scale the rock face. Now, I looked forward to the challenge. I stepped up to the boulders and searched for my first set of handholds. I gripped the rock and heaved myself up when Abraham wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me down. What the hell, Abraham? He turned me around and set me down behind him.
Elle, I consider myself a strong man, but I know I'm not strong enough to climb up that rock behind your pretty little ass. It's best if I go first so I don't knock us both off when I can't keep my hands to myself.
I rolled my eyes but had to bite my lips to keep the smile off them. He was so absurd sometimes. I watched Abraham climb up the rocks and did my best to emulate him. When we reached the top, I took a minute to admire the view again. No matter how many times I saw it, I knew it'd never stop taking my breath away. Even in the dark, I could see the mountain peaks reflected in the water beneath us. A small stream cut through the boulder we stood on, trickling over the side and into the lake. It was pretty quiet, but the faint rustling of forest creatures sounded from below, just soft enough to be background noise. I sighed and wrapped my arms around my middle. It's so beautiful here, I said. Abraham walked up next to me and put his hand around my hip, pulling me into him.
I know. I love it here.
Why don't we come more often? He shrugged.
We can if you want.
I think I do. You're right. This is the perfect place to clear my head. He tugged on my hip and sat down behind me.
Come sit down, baby. Let's relax.
I let him pull me down between his legs, my back against his chest. He wrapped his arms around my shoulders and took a deep breath. We sat like that for a long time, just letting the warm breeze blow past us, quiet in our own thoughts. Mine were centered on the perfect man behind me and his gaggle of sisters I'd come to love as my own. I wondered what he was like growing up. Was he silly with them like he was with me, or serious like he had to be the rest of the time? Knowing how quickly he had to grow up, I figured it was probably the latter, and it hurt my heart. Finally, I broke the silence. What were your parents like? He took a deep breath, his chest bumping into my bare back.
They were great.
I snuggled deeper into his embrace. Tell me about him. He took another big breath, and I wondered if this was painful for him to talk about. Maybe I shouldn't have brought it up. You don't have to if you don't want to, I added. He leaned down and kissed the top of my head.
No, it's okay. I want you to know more about them.
He squeezed me tighter.
They would have loved you.
My heart warmed and broke at the same time.
My dad, Kurt, was kind of strict, but also really fair. You always knew where you stood with him, you know? He always told you exactly what he expected of you, and it was never more than you could handle. He was the strong, silent type. He was never the loudest one cheering you on, but he was there no matter what.
He was quiet for a moment before adding,
but I think what I miss most are his Sunday breakfasts. No matter what we had going on, Dad would wake up early on Sundays and cook us all pancakes.
He laughed softly.
We called him the pancake sensei.
I laughed too and waited a moment as the words settled around us. He sounds like a great guy. Abraham sighed.
He was the best.
What about your mom? Her name was Lacey, right? He nodded against my head.
Ah, my mom. Where to begin?
I could hear the sadness in his voice, and it made my heart pinch in my chest. I wrapped my arms around his and held on as tight as I could.
I told you she loved to garden. She always had tons of fresh fruits and vegetables for us, and believe me, with 5 kids, she needed all the food she could get.
I could feel his smile against the side of my face.
And she was a great cook. She even gave Nana a run for her money.
He sighed and his arms tightened around me.
She was also the sweetest woman I'd ever met. Never had a bad word to say about anyone. She was kind and so loving, always helping whenever she could. She was the first one to show up at someone's door with soup when she heard they were sick, or load up a set of new parents with more casseroles than they knew what to do with, so they didn't have to worry about cooking.
He was quiet for so long I thought he was done, but then he spoke again.
But I think my favorite part about them was how much they loved each other. If you'd asked my mom, she would have told you my dad hung the moon all by himself. They were so in love, and, in turn, they loved us so much it felt bottomless. They were my best friends.
My nose burned with unshed tears, but I held them back. I had no right to cry in this instance. This was Abraham's family and his loss. But my heart still thumped painfully in my chest as I thought about everything he'd been through. He took a huge breath and let it out slowly.
What about you? You never talk about your parents.
Damn. I guess I set myself up for that. I could already feel the muscles in my neck tensing. What do you want to know? He paused a moment before craning his neck to look at me.
What's the matter?
I sighed and looked away. It's nothing. I just don't like talking about my parents. He nodded against my head.
I know you told me they sent you away when you were young. That had to be hard.
I blew out a deep breath. Yeah, that sucked. He chuckled softly behind me. What was it like living with them before that?
I shrugged. Lonely. He hugged me tighter.
Because you were an only child?
I guess that was part of it. If I'd had a brother or sister, it probably wouldn't have been so bad when my parents blatantly ignored me. He froze behind me.
Ignored you?
I shrugged again. Yeah. They were too busy with their own lives to worry about me.
Then who took care of you?
Nannies?
What about if you had a function at school? Parent-teacher conference or a play or something?
Nannies. His arms tensed around me.
Did you guys eat dinner together at least?
I laughed, but there was no humor in it. That would be a no. My parents mostly drank their dinners, and I ate mine in the kitchen with the staff.
You ate dinner with your parents' employees?
I nodded. It wasn't so bad. Those were the only real people in that house.
What do you mean by that?
I took a deep breath and tried to figure out a way to explain my shitty parents. My mom and dad are all about appearances. It's the only reason they even had me. They'd been married for years, and their friends and family were starting to ask questions about why they didn't have kids yet, so they had me. It was probably the biggest mistake of their lives. Abraham's arms tightened before he spun me around to face him.
You are not a mistake.
I shrugged and looked away. That's how it felt. He grasped my chin and turned my face to meet his.
Elle, you are the single greatest thing that has ever happened to me. I can't imagine a life without you, a world where your brilliance doesn't exist. If your parents weren't grateful for you, I'll make up for that tenfold.
The tears were back, and this time one fell. It streaked down my face, warm and wet, before Abraham caught it with a rough finger.
Why are you crying, baby?
I sniffed. Because you're so sweet. Because I'm so lucky to have you. Because I love you so much. His eyes softened, a small smile curling his lips. He pulled me into his hard chest and held me so tight, it felt like he alone could hold all my pieces together. I didn't realize how much my upbringing still affected me, how much I still cared about my parents and their opinion of me, how much I still wanted to matter to them. I needed to let that go, though. They were who they were, and nothing I said would change them. I'd given up on that a long time ago. Besides, with this beautiful man and his family, I didn't need the love or approval of my own. I'd found a better set than I'd been born into, and I knew they'd support me no matter what. They were the antithesis of my parents, and I loved them even more for it. Chapter 12. I sat in Abraham's lap for a long time while he held me. It felt almost therapeutic, like his arms could undo the years of neglect. I sniffed and pulled back so I could look in his eyes. It was dark, but there was enough light from the moon for me to see their brilliant blue color. The love shining in their depths made them even more beautiful.
Baby, I'm sorry about how your parents treated you. It wasn't fair that they let strangers raise you. It wasn't fair that they sent you away at the first sign of trouble. You didn't deserve any of that, but all of it combined is what's made you into the woman you are today. A woman I'm so in love with, I can't think straight. I promise you'll never feel unwanted ever again. I'll love you enough to erase everything they've done.
The tears welled up in my eyes again as I watched his perfect mouth say such perfect words on the most perfect night of my life. I thought that had been the night he proposed, but this was better, deeper, realer. It was in that instant that I decided to drop the fated mates thing for good. It didn't matter. I didn't care if we were fated to be together or not. There was no one I would rather be with. No other place I'd choose to be besides curled up on the lap of this man. He'd become everything to me without the magic.
Our bond was just as strong. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled his face to mine, pressing my forehead against his. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I love you. His lips tilted on one side.
I love you too, baby.
Hearing that word on his lips after everything else he'd said tonight was like throwing gasoline on a fire. A chill coursed down my spine and I squeezed my legs together. As if sensing the shift in my mood, I could feel his erections straining to life between us. I removed one arm from his neck and wrapped my hand around his growing length. He sucked in a sharp breath and his bright eyes met mine.
What are you doing, Elle?
I squeezed the base and slowly moved my hand up and down. What does it look like I'm doing? He took a deep breath and closed his eyes.
It looks like you're trying to get fucked.
Another chill swept down my spine and I rotated my hips on his lap. Maybe I am. He growled low and wrapped his arms around my hips, lifting me up, positioning himself and sliding me down onto him. He filled me while I tried to remember how to use my lungs. When he was fully inside, he leaned back on the rock beneath us and smirked.
Fuck me, Elle.
I clenched around him as another tremor racked my body, but I did as he asked and moved up and down, twirling my hips and grinding onto him. Sweat beaded on our skin as we touched and sighed and moaned and loved. Soon, I froze on top of him as my climax ripped through my body. Abraham squeezed my hips and thrusted upward as he came with me. I collapsed onto his hard chest, my body still twitching with my orgasm. His hands dug into the hair on the back of my head, one rubbing soft circles and one just holding me. We laid there quietly for a long time, my thoughts as lazy as his fingers across my scalp. Neither one of us were in a rush to go anywhere, but then I had an idea and I picked my head off his chest to catch his eye. "Want to go swimming?" He raised a brow.
Do I want to swim with my naked fiancé under the stars? Hell yes.
I giggled and pushed myself into a sitting position. "I think we should jump again." He climbed to his feet and offered me a hand up.
You gonna jump on your own this time?
I shook my head. "Nope. I want to do it your way again." His smile got brighter before he scooped me into his arms and I wrapped my legs around his waist. He walked over to the edge of the boulder where the small stream trickled into the lake. He squeezed my waist.
You ready?
My heart was pounding, a heady mixture of adrenaline and being so close to Abraham. I nodded, my cheeks hurting with how wide my smile was. Abraham took a few steps back, then darted forward, launching us off the edge. He spun us upside down once, and I screamed while he laughed the whole way down. Finally, we sliced through the water, and he let go of my waist to grab my hand. We kicked to the surface, our heads breaking through at the same time. We gulped down air as we smiled at each other. "What the hell was that?"
Thought I'd spice things up.
I splashed him. "Next time, warn me when you're planning on practicing Olympic diving." He chuckled and swam closer until he could wrap his arms around me.
Admit it was fun.
I rolled my eyes. It was fun.
You want to go again?
Hell yes. He smiled and slung me onto his back before swimming for the shore. I wrapped my arms around his neck and said, "You know, I can probably swim just as fast as you now." He turned his head and scoffed.
"No one's as fast as me."
I laughed and slapped him on the shoulder. He was so arrogant. Why did I find that so attractive? We finally made it to the pebbled beach where we scrambled up the boulders and stood at the edge. Abraham turned to me.
You want to jump together again?
I nodded. "Yeah, this time let's see if you can flip twice." He smiled wide and pulled me into his arms.
I bet I can do 3.
He did, in fact, do 3. After that, we must have jumped another dozen times, each one more fun than the last. When my skin had pruned, and I was pretty sure both ears were waterlogged, I finally threw in the towel. I crawled onto the beach and lay back on the smooth pebbles. "That's it for me," I panted. "You can go again if you want. I'll watch you from here." Abraham shook his head and sat down next to me, his large hand wrapping around my bare thigh.
You want to head back?
I looked up at the stars above us, so much brighter and plentiful than in Raleigh. In the city, it was easy to forget how magnificent the night sky could be, how calming and humbling it was. As I stretched my neck to see as many constellations as I could, I realized this trip to the lake had done its job. My head was clear, I was thinking straight, and I knew what I wanted. I looked over at Abraham, patiently waiting for me to answer him. It was then I knew I'd cleared up 2 things tonight. The first was he and I were in love. No magic could confirm or deny that. He was the only person for me, werewolf or not. I was incredibly lucky that I found him, and I'd never let him go. Ever. The second thing I realized was I wanted to give working with Callie a shot. It excited me and scared me so much that I knew it was the right choice, knew it was the path I was supposed to take at this point in my life. When I got up in the morning, I'd send emails to all the firms who'd offered me a job, thanking them but passing on their offers. After that, I'd find Callista and tell her she'd got herself a new lawyer. My heart pounded and a smile spread across my face as thoughts about my new job raced through my head. I'm gonna take the job with Callie. Abraham's brows rose. Really? Oh, that's great. I bit my lip. You think so? Abraham grabbed my arm and pulled me into a sitting position. His big hands cupped my face as he looked at me.
Yes, I know so. I think this is a great next step for you, and I think you're going to love working with Callie.
I am, aren't I? He pulled me into his arms.
I'm so proud of you, baby. You're going to be so amazing.
My heart clenched as he proclaimed his deep faith in me. I didn't know what I'd ever done to deserve it, or why he thought so highly of me, but I knew I'd work hard to prove him right, to never let him down. He climbed to his feet and pulled me along with him.
Come on, let's go home.
A warmth filled my chest at the word home. Had any place ever truly felt like home before the lodge? Had I ever really felt comfortable anywhere else? Without another word, we shifted back into our wolves and took off through the forest. We were in no rush, so the way back took even longer, and I used that time to fill my head with the serenity of the woods at night, of the feeling of running free through the trees, of spending the night with Abraham. When we made it to the lodge, we shifted back and shrugged on our minimal clothing. His arm wrapped around my waist, and we walked like that back up to our room. We reached our bed and disrobed again before crawling beneath the sheets. I slept better that night than I had in a long time. The next morning, I woke up with a list of things I needed to do. Abraham and I showered together quickly, or as quickly as you can when your shower buddy can't keep his hands to himself and brings you to orgasm twice before you have a chance to rinse the conditioner from your hair. I wasn't complaining, honestly. We walked down to breakfast hand in hand. You know, when I'm working with Callie, I won't be able to take lunch with you every day. Take lunch was code for afternoon quickie. I didn't care how many people already knew what we got up to. I would never admit it. Abraham squeezed my hand and pulled me close so he could whisper in my ear.
That just means I'll have to come to your office on my lunch breaks if I want to bury the weasel.
I laughed and pushed him away. You're disgusting. He chuckled and pulled me back into his side with an arm around my shoulders.
It also means I'll be making your office soundproof.
Now that was a good idea. You're renovating the office? He rolled his eyes. What, is Callie gonna hire someone else to do it? I nudged him in the ribs. I knew your company would be doing the work. I just didn't realize the big guy himself would be there. Smartass. He laughed again and kissed the side of my head.
This project is for my sister. There's no way I'd leave it to anyone else to do. I trust my men, but this is family. Of course I'm gonna be there throwing up sheetrock and laying down flooring with everyone else. I didn't think it was possible, but my respect for him grew in that moment. I'd always known family was important to him, but this was above and beyond.
I was sure Callie didn't expect him to pick up a hammer and build her an office, but that was exactly what he was going to do. And the fact that he'd be getting down and dirty with all that came with constructing a set of offices was actually kind of a turn-on. I'd have to make sure I spent some time down there while he worked. It was then I realized I didn't know what the office looked like, or even really where it was. Callie mentioned it was in downtown Asheville, but that didn't tell me much. A thrill coursed through my body as I thought about all the new beginnings I was about to have. Ms. Elsie was filling up the eggs when we walked up with our empty plates. "Mornin', you two." We both mumbled our greetings as we scooped breakfast onto our plates. I noticed Aubrey near the sink doing the dishes, but I ignored her. It wasn't ideal, but I refused to be treated like that. It didn't matter if she didn't like me or my position in the pack. The facts were what they were, and it wasn't going to change because she had a problem with it. A part of me wondered what I could do to fix it, though. I didn't want there to be animosity or discomfort whenever we were together. She worked where I lived, and we would wind up seeing each other around anyway. I needed to figure out how to convince her I wasn't the bad guy, that I was someone she could rely on as a pack member and, one day, respect as an alpha. I figured I'd have to start treating myself like that first if I expected anyone else to. It was hard for me, though, stepping into a leadership position. I'd never run or led anything in my life, never wanted to. Now, there was no denying that being a good alpha for the pack was important to me. No hiding from the fact that I wanted them to like me and I wanted to be a positive influence in their lives. I think having alpha appointments was a good step in the right direction. The more people I helped, the more people would feel comfortable coming to me. When they saw that I cared about their problems and wanted to help, hopefully that would make them respect me as their leader. We finished breakfast and I stacked my dish next to Aubrey without a word. Abraham slung an arm around my shoulders and led me toward the hallway.
"I've got a busy morning. What are you going to be doing?"
"Well, I've got those appointments this afternoon, but in the meantime, I'm going to talk to Callie about her offer, and when I get some time, I'm going to see if Craig's changed his mind about being a dick. If not, then I'll be having a conversation with Brad." Abraham raised a brow.
"Sounds like you'll be busy too."
I nodded once and he pulled me closer, his lips dipping down to my neck.
"You know what it does to me when you act all bossy?"
I shivered in his arms and tilted my head so he'd have better access. He hummed against my sensitive skin.
"I can't wait for lunch."
I laughed and pushed at his chest. He moved a fraction of an inch, but I didn't delude myself into thinking it was because of anything I did. Abraham was a mountain of a man, and only he decided if he moved or not. "Same time?" He nodded. "Same place?" He nodded again and pulled me back into his chest.
"And before you ask, it'll also be the same number of torturous hours before your hot little body is wrapped around me again."
I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, reminding myself that we weren't alone and I couldn't jump into his arms and start tearing off his clothes. He chuckled and kissed me on the lips before swatting me on the butt.
"See you later, baby."
Chapter 13. I watched Abraham's impressive form disappear down the hall and up the stairs. When he was out of sight, I sighed and shook my head. He really did scramble my senses. I turned around to find the kitchen emptying of werewolves, and soon it would just be Aubrey and me again. Not wanting to go another round with her, I figured now was as good a time as any to go talk to Craig. I glanced at the hallway behind me. Or I could go find Callie. We could start talking about specifics and work out a contract for me. Even paperwork sounded better than talking to the grumpy mechanic. I sighed and stalked through the kitchen towards the back door before I could change my mind. It was better to just get this Craig nonsense over with and move on with my day. My footsteps crunched down the gravel path as I headed toward House 4. I scanned the second house for movement, but Paul was nowhere to be seen. He was probably at work at the police station. I'd still keep an eye out for him while I was down here. When I got to Craig's house, I found him much the same as I had last time. He had on a dirty t-shirt that stretched over his belly, and he was leaning over the engine of an older car. I took a deep breath, straightened my spine, and marched up his driveway. "Craig," I called when I was close. I knew he'd heard my footsteps and that he was ignoring me. That didn't bode well for this conversation. He peeked his head out from under the hood and narrowed his eyes. Turning his head, he spit on the ground and nodded at me.
What do you want?
My hands wanted to fist at my sides, but I held them still. I didn't want him to see me react because that was exactly what he wanted. "I'm here to see if you've changed your mind about your prices." He spit again.
Nope. I'll charge what I want to charge.
I ground my teeth together before trying one more time. "This is your last chance, Craig. If you don't change them, you're done as the pack mechanic." One side of his lips twisted into an ugly grin.
Oh, yeah? And how do you think you're gonna do that?
"I have another mechanic lined up." His eyes widened for a moment before slitting again.
You wouldn't replace me. I've been the mechanic here almost as long as this pack's been around.
I shrugged a shoulder. "If you want to keep the position, you lower your prices. If you don't, you're out. The choice is yours." He threw his hands in the air.
And what kind of fucking choices are those? Either way, I get fucked.
I could smell the anger radiating off him, and I struggled to keep my cool. You'd think that after facing down a psychotic serial killer over a month ago, this wouldn't faze me, but it did. I didn't want to do it, and I fought against my reaction, but it was there anyway. Regardless of that, Craig could bluster all he wanted, but I was the one holding all the cards. "What's it gonna be, Craig?" He spat again, his face red with rage.
You replace me, and you're gonna regret it.
That's not an answer.
No, I'm not changing my goddamn prices, and you can go to hell.
I nodded once, my back still ramrod straight. "Have it your way." I spun around and walked calmly down his driveway. Abraham was right. This was the way to handle Craig. I hadn't ordered him to do anything but be fair. He was the one who chose to be stubborn and lose his position. He couldn't really blame anyone but himself. Not that I thought that would stop him from blaming me. At the end of his drive, instead of turning toward the lodge, I headed deeper into the pack houses. When I reached the 10th one, I walked up and knocked on the door. A few minutes later, a tall man with a dark brown goatee and disheveled hair answered the door.
Yeah?
"Hi, Brad. My name's Elizabeth." He opened his screen door and stepped out onto the small porch.
I know.
My smile got wider. "Great. Do you have a minute?" He shrugged, but his dark eyes were wary. "Actually, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" His brows furrowed, and he looked like he was trying to solve a complex math problem.
Bad?
The bad news is you need to quiet the hell down at night. We're implementing quiet hours from here on out. That means you're not allowed to blast music or mess around with your car from 10 at night until 8 in the morning. If we get complaints, they'll start turning into fines. Got it? His eyes were a little wider than they were before, and his lips had fallen open. Finally, he nodded, and his Adam's apple bobbed with a swallow.
Okay. And what's the good news?
We need a new pack mechanic, and I'm offering you the job. His frown was back.
Pack mechanic. Isn't that Craig's job?
Not anymore. Craig's out, and you're in. He took a little longer this time, but finally he nodded. I clapped my hands together. All right. Any questions? He took a step forward and ran a hand through his messy hair.
I don't understand. Why isn't Craig the pack mechanic anymore?
I shrugged. He started charging unfair prices and wouldn't change them back, so he got fired. Brad shook his head.
So I'm his replacement? I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Oh, geez. Now we were having a moral dilemma? I took a step toward him and pasted on a smile. Listen, Brad, none of that has anything to do with you. We have an open position, and I'd like you to fill it. If you don't want it, I'll ask someone else. I'll take it, he said, the words tumbling from his mouth one on top of the other. I smothered a grin. Great. Are we good here? Brad nodded. Yeah, thanks. When do I start? Today. I turned to leave when another thought struck me. You are qualified for this, aren't you? Crap. Maybe I should have checked his credentials before offering him the job. He laughed and nodded. Yeah, I've been a mechanic since I was a teenager. I know what I'm doing. Thank goodness. I gave him a sincere smile. Sounds great, Brad. Don't let me down. He nodded again, and I left him on his patio, still looking a little stunned. I'd just made it back to the road when someone called my name. Ellie? I turned to find Maddie coming out of the house next to Brad's. Her smile was wide as she crossed the distance between us and wrapped her arms around me. I gladly returned her hug. When she pulled away, there was a touch of hesitancy in her eyes. Was Brad mad about the quiet hours? She asked so softly I could barely hear her. I leaned in close. Not at all. I don't think you'll have any more problems with him. Maddie's smile spread across her face and she pulled me into another hug. Thanks so much, Ellie. She pulled away and took a step back. I was just about to have a cup of tea. Can you stay for a few? I still needed to talk to Callie, and I told Bea I'd spar with her, but it was probably a good idea to get to know my pack better, and this was a great opportunity. My roommate Sophie should be home soon. I don't know if you've even met yet. Was she at my first pack barbecue? Maddie nodded and threaded her arm through mine, leading me toward her house. Yep, you'll love her. I let her drag me inside and barely had time to look around her homey living room before she hauled me into the kitchen. She nodded for me to have a seat while she filled a kettle with water. What are you doing here today? You don't come down often. I bit my lip. I really didn't come down here very often. I needed to change that. I had to talk to a couple pack members about some issues. She shot me a look over her shoulder. Uh-oh. Who's in trouble? My lips twitched with a smile. No one's in trouble. She set the kettle on the lit stove and turned to me with her arms crossed over her chest. Uh-huh. The alpha's mate comes storming down to the pack houses just to chat? I don't buy it. I did not storm. She rolled her eyes. I could hear you coming from the lodge. My face heated, and I broke eye contact with her. Okay, yes. There was an issue I had to deal with, but I did, and it's done. Her eyes lit up. Ooh, who was it? It was my turn to roll my eyes. I opened my mouth to tell her to forget about it when her front door opened. Maddie, a woman called. We're in the kitchen. We? The woman asked as she walked around the corner and scanned the room. When her green eyes landed on me, they widened. We're hosting the alpha's mate today? My lips thinned, and I just barely stopped my hands from fisting. Was that all I was? Abraham's mate? That needed to change. The dark-haired woman eyed my hand for a moment before she stepped closer and shook it. Sophie, we've met before. Yeah, I remember. I think that was the first pack barbecue I went to, right? Sophie chuckled. Yeah, and with everyone and their mom there, I'm not surprised you don't remember me. I remember you, I just forgot your name. I'm terrible with them. Sophie shrugged. It's not a big deal. She turned to Maddie and her smile grew. Hey, Mads, what's going on? Maddie's smile was almost manic. Ellie here was about to tell me who she came down here to yell at today. Sophie clapped and grabbed the seat next to mine. Was it Jimmy? I swear, I've got half a dozen complaints about him alone. Jimmy? Did I know Jimmy? Maddie must have noticed my blank stare because she spoke up. He's in his 30s, long brown hair to his shoulders, scraggly beard. I nodded slowly. I think I remember him now. He always eats all the deviled eggs, right? Maddie nodded with a smile. That's him. Was he the one? I rolled my eyes. No, and I'm not going to tell you who is. Sophie scooted her chair closer. We'll find out eventually. There are no secrets in a pack. "So I've heard," I deadpanned. The kettle started whistling, and I was saved momentarily from any further scrutiny. They might have been right that they'd find out eventually, but it wasn't going to come from me. I knew Craig was mad enough as it was, and I didn't need to go gossiping about him, too. Maddie handed us all mugs of steaming hot tea and placed some milk, sugar, and lemon on the table between us. Thankfully, we were all pretty quiet while we doctored up our drinks. I knew that couldn't last long, though. "Well, I at least know you talked to Brad." "Ooh, about him being loud late at night?" Sophie asked, her hands wrapped around her mug and pressed to her chest. I rolled my eyes. "Yes, I talked to Brad. Told him we have quiet hours now and to respect them or he'll be fined." "Tell him, girl," Maddie cheered. I bit my lips, but they curled into a smile anyway. These ladies were fun. "So, what's going on with you and our alpha? How come you two haven't set a ceremony date yet?" "Sophie, you can't just ask her something like that," Maddie chided. Sophie shrugged. "What? Everyone's wondering the same thing I am." My belly flipped deep inside me. Everyone was wondering why we hadn't set a date? Why? We just got engaged. What was wrong with these people? I took a long sip of tea and cleared my throat. "We're not in any rush." Both ladies raised a brow at me, and I would have laughed if my insides weren't nodding. "Who wouldn't be in a rush to mate that man?" Sophie asked, her face making it clear how intelligent she thought I was. I shrugged a shoulder. "I want to marry him. I will marry him. But I don't see what the hurry is. Who cares if I marry him next month or next year?" They both gasped. "Next year?" Maddie whispered. I frowned. "Yeah? What's wrong with that?" They were both shaking their heads, varying degrees of pity on their faces. "That's almost worse than not mating him at all," Sophie said. My frown deepened. "What are you talking about? A year-long engagement is perfectly normal." They turned to look at each other before facing me again. "No, it really isn't," Maddie said. I took another long sip of my hot drink and set the mug down carefully. As you both know, I wasn't raised a werewolf. Where I come from, waiting a year or even 2 is perfectly reasonable. Both sets of eyes widened simultaneously as if they'd predicted this. 2 years? They both yelled at the same time. I shrugged, but my shoulders hunched a little too. "Yeah? I'm not saying I want to wait 2 years, but there's nothing wrong with that." They were both shaking their heads, and I had to wonder if the two were related. They were so similar. "Ellie, fated mates don't wait. It's almost an insult to your mate." There was so much I could say to that, but I swallowed the words. I didn't know if we were fated mates or not, but I wasn't about to tell them that. It wasn't something I'd even wanted to tell Callie, Evie, and Dell, but they dragged it out of me. I would have rather stewed in my suspicions than air them. And was I really insulting Abraham by not marrying him right away? That was the very last thing I wanted to do. I loved and respected that man so much, it hurt my heart to think I'd slighted him in some way. I cleared my throat again. I don't think he sees it that way. He understands that things are different for me. It has nothing to do with him and everything to do with how I was raised and what I believe. They looked at each other again, and I could see the skepticism without them having to voice it. Was this really what the rest of the pack was thinking? No wonder no one was taking me seriously as the alpha. No wonder I was repeatedly referred to as some bitch he's sleeping with. I guess that was exactly how I looked to them. But what was I supposed to do about that? Just go ahead and marry Abraham so everyone would stop gossiping about it? That didn't seem fair. Or was I being unfair to Abraham? I never wanted to hurt him in any way, and if I was, I needed to rectify that as soon as possible. Chapter 14. I was finally able to extricate myself from Maddie's house, but only after I agreed to stop by next week. The two of them had been fun, but being the center of their attention wasn't. Their keen eyes picked up on too much, and there was plenty I needed to hide. As I passed Brad's house, I gave him a wave that he returned enthusiastically. I let the positivity of a job well done fill me as I walked back up the path toward the lodge. I resolutely ignored Craig and his house as I walked by, but couldn't help taking another peek at Paul's. He still wasn't home, or at least he wasn't outside. When I made it to the lodge, the kitchen was mercifully empty, but I hurried out of there anyway. Who knew when Aubrey might be back? I hustled up the stairs and over to Callie's room where I knocked. When she called to come in, I opened the door to find her room in shambles. There were boxes stacked all over the place and papers and notebooks scattered around the floor. In the middle of the mayhem was a frazzled-looking Callie. "Hey, Ellie. Sorry about the mess." I carefully picked my way through the debris until I reached her. "What's going on?" Callie sighed and placed both hands on her narrow hips. "I thought I'd get some packing done, but it seems I've just made a bigger mess." She let out a deep breath. "I can't wait until we get in the new office space. AB said it should only be a few weeks, 2 if we're lucky." I looked around and nodded. "That's great. So you won't have to work out of your room much longer." "Exactly. Were you still looking to work with me?" She froze and turned her wide, pale blue eyes my way. Yes." "Then I'd love to take the position." Callie's smile lit up her face. "Seriously?" she shrieked. My grin was so wide I was sure it matched hers. "Seriously, I might not know what I'm doing yet, but I'm going to do a lot of research and make myself useful." Callie threw herself into my arms and squeezed me tight. "I know you will. You're going to be awesome." She pulled back and looked in my eyes. "I'm so glad you said yes. We're going to make such a great team." I couldn't help but let her excitement infect me. The more I thought about it, the better this decision felt. The more sure I was that I was doing the right thing. She finally released me and spun around to the mess she'd made in her room. "I know I have contracts somewhere in here. Give me a sec." "Sure," I said as I walked over and took a seat near her desk. I didn't mean to, but couldn't help noticing she had a thick book on top that looked like it was about werewolves. I reached over and picked it up. "Were you doing more research on fated mates?" Callie paused in her search for a moment to throw me a look over her shoulder. "Yeah, I was working on that before I started with the packing crap." I pulled the book onto my lap and flipped through a few pages. The words scrambled and bled together until I couldn't make out what they said. Frustrated, I put the book back where I got it. "Have you found anything?" She shot me another look, this one apologetic. Standing up, she turned to face me. "No, not really." She scratched the side of her head. "Honestly, bitten wolves are pretty rare. Them being fated to a werewolf is unheard of." I tried not to let it, but my stomach sank anyway. Taking a deep breath, I slapped the best smile I could manage on my face. "It's okay, Callie. I'm just gonna drop it, I think." Her eyes widened and she crossed the distance between us. "You're not going to mate AB?" I jerked back. "No, of course I am. I'm just dropping the fated mate stuff." Her shoulders relaxed a fraction of an inch. Thank goodness. Then she eyed me with one brow raised. "But wait, why are you dropping it?" I shrugged and looked away. "Because I don't think we'll find anything. I don't think it's possible that we're fated." "Ellie, but it's okay, Callie." I cut her off. "Really? We can just be two people who are in love and are supposed to be together. That's enough for me." She eyed me quietly for a moment. "Are you sure? This doesn't make you doubt your relationship with Abraham?" I shook my head. "Nope. I know he's who I'm supposed to be with. We're perfect together, and I couldn't imagine a single day without him. Nothing has changed that." Callie's lips tilted into a smile. "Great. So you two will have your ceremony soon then." My smile fell the tiniest bit. No." She frowned. "I don't understand." "Callie, We've only known each other a couple of months. If we're not fated and we're just two regular people who are in love and trying to make it work together, why would we rush into something like that?" She opened her mouth to argue but shut it instead and frowned. A moment later, she tried again. "But Avi still thinks you're fated. Are you going to tell him you don't believe that?" My stomach sank again as my eyes drifted away from her. No. Ellie. I sighed and hung my head. What's the point? It's just going to hurt him. But shouldn't you be honest? Doesn't he have a right to know you don't think you're fated? I threw my hands in the air and stalked away from her. I don't know. I took a deep breath and tried again, this time without raising my voice. It wasn't Callie I was mad at, and I didn't want to take it out on her. I stopped in my tracks and turned to her again. It doesn't matter to me if we're fated. I still love him, and I'm still going to marry him. None of that's changed. She sighed and shook her head. How long are you going to make him wait? I bit my lip and shrugged. I don't know. Until it feels right. She sighed and walked back over to pull my hands into hers. I think you should be honest with him. I shook my head. That will just hurt him, Callie. Trust me, it's better this way. We'll get married in a few months or a year, and we'll never have to talk about this fated mate stuff again. It won't matter when we're mated, right? She studied me as I tried to fix my features into a calm facade. Finally, she blew out a deep breath. It's your life and your relationship, Ellie. I can't tell you what to do with it, but I will say, I think you should tell him. I think you should always be 100% honest, even when it hurts the other person. That was where we differed. She thought honesty was the best policy when I knew sometimes it didn't work like that. Sometimes the truth hurt worse than the little white lies. Telling Abraham was the last thing I wanted to do. He could just stay happy and content in the knowledge that we were fated while I lived with the reality. There was no wolfy magic holding us together. We had to work just as hard as anyone else to make things last between us. It didn't matter to me, though. I was prepared to spend the rest of my life deserving that amazing man. He was more than I ever could have asked for, and every day I was reminded of how lucky I was. I was perfectly happy just being his mate. I didn't need to be his soulmate. I shook my head and took a step away from Callie. Anyway, let's see if we can find a contract in this mess so we can get started on making me an official employee. Callie squealed and clapped her hands, and I knew the topic had been dropped for now. Unfortunately, I'd gotten to know the McCoys really well in the past few months, and I knew they never let anything lie for long. To make matters worse, I'd also talked to Evie and Dell about this. It was only a matter of time before they brought it back up, and I had to have this conversation again. The only thing I hoped was that they kept it from Abraham. I didn't need any of this getting back to him. I spent the next couple hours with Callie while we sorted out the particulars of my employment. Excitement zipped through my veins the entire time, and by the end of it, I was ready to get started right away. Callie laughed when I told her that. Well, we don't have much going on at the moment with the move and everything, but I have a few books I thought could help you in the meantime. She turned around and began rummaging through some of the open boxes before pulling out a stack of textbooks. She handed them over to me and dusted off her hands. Those should be a good place for you to get started. If you have questions about any of it, feel free to come to me. I tucked the books under my arm and gave her a smile. Thanks, Callie. I'll start looking these over today. She grinned back. Great. Let me know how it goes. I left her room and headed back to our wing of the third floor. Not having anywhere to really work, I decided to head into my old bedroom and start on the books Callie gave me. I climbed onto the bed and rolled over onto my stomach to start flipping through the texts. That was where Abraham found me a couple hours later.
Hey, baby. What are you doing in there?
He asked softly as he walked across the hall. Oh, I needed a place to work in peace. I shrugged and flipped a page. I'd already gotten through half of the first book, and I was on a roll. He closed the door behind him, and the sound of the lock echoed through the quiet room.
You could have come to work in my office.
I raised my eyes from the textbook and shot him a look. I wouldn't have gotten anything done. He crossed the distance between us and stood next to the bed.
But it would have been a lot more fun than what I had to do the past few hours.
What was so bad about your morning?
Besides the fact that you weren't naked across my desk?
He asked as he sat beside me on the bed. I rolled my eyes. Yes, besides that.
I had a bunch of conference calls I had to be on.
Construction business or alpha business? He smiled.
Mostly alpha today.
I nodded and smiled, my eyes wandering back to the books I'd been reading.
Are you done for now?
A grin spread across his handsome face while the look in his eyes turned hungry. Yep, I was just about to take lunch. Are you done for now? A grin spread across his handsome face while the look in his eyes turned hungry.
Yep, I was just about to take lunch.
My stomach dropped at his words and I swallowed. Hungry? I asked, my voice squeaking at the end. Abraham inched closer to me, his hands finding my thighs and sliding up my legs.
Starving.
I closed my eyes and tried to breathe steadily. When his fingers reached the waistband of my jeans, all thoughts of reading environmental texts flew right out the window.
I've been thinking about what I wanted to eat for lunch all day,
he continued as he shimmied my pants down my legs. I could already feel the liquid heat pooling between my legs. Oh yeah? What are you in the mood for? He growled softly as he pulled my panties down my hips. He quietly watched me for so long, his eyes tracing over every inch of skin he'd revealed.
I'm hungry for my fiancé,
he finally said, and my heart lurched to my throat. We didn't do much talking after that as Abraham got his fill of me. I wound up underneath him again as he thrusted me into my second orgasm of the afternoon. His cries were loud in the quiet room as he found release deep inside me. When we were finally sated, he pulled me onto his bare chest and ran his fingers through my hair.
We got so lucky, Elle. You ever think about that?
I was half asleep by that point. Between the earth-shattering orgasms and the way he was rubbing my head, I was seconds from being unconscious. He squeezed me tighter and kissed the side of my head.
Luck, Elle. I'm so goddamn lucky I found you.
He dug his face into my neck and breathed deeply.
A fated mate is a gift, and you've given me the greatest one.
My eyes shot open at his words, but I stayed as still as I could. I didn't want to alert him to the change in me. Didn't need him to know the fated thing was a touchy subject. Callie's words spun through my mind as I lay there in his arms. Should I tell him? What would it change? What would it make better? The answer was nothing. Him knowing I didn't think we were fated wouldn't do him any good, so why bring it up? I did my best to relax back into his hold, but I was wide awake now. He continued to stroke my hair while thoughts raced around my head. Finally, he spoke up.
What's on your mind, Elle? I can almost feel it spinning.
Damn, this man saw too much. I sighed and snuggled deeper into his hold. Just thinking about a lot of stuff. You know, I talked to Craig and Brad already. I deployed that distraction as soon as I could. The sooner we got off the topic of what was really going through my head, the better.
Oh yeah? How'd that go?
I snorted into his chest. Craig took it about as well as you'd expect he would. He even tossed in a, "You'll regret this" parting line. Abraham still beneath me.
He threatened you?
His voice was lethal, and I immediately knew I needed to defuse the situation before Craig got another visit from an alpha. It wasn't really so much of a threat as it was a warning, I guess. I'm sure it wasn't meant to be personal and more like, "You'll regret hiring someone new." At least I hoped that was what he meant. Abraham's shoulders slowly relaxed, and soon his hand was back to stroking my hair. Crisis averted for now.
What about Brad? What did he have to say?
I shrugged. He was a little wary of the position, but I told him if he didn't take it, I'd just offer it to someone else, so he changed his tune. So Brad's our new mechanic?
Looks like it. He reached down to kiss my head.
I'll send out notice to the rest of the pack as soon as possible. You did good, baby.
My chest warmed at his compliment. I was really trying my hardest with the alpha stuff, so it was nice to hear I was doing a good job, that I wasn't messing everything up like I'd thought I would. I had a few more appointments coming up soon, and I just hoped I'd be as useful for those members as I'd been to the others. I hoped I'd have the answers they were looking for, or at the least I could find them if need be. This alpha business wasn't as scary as I first thought it would be. In fact, I was starting to get the hang of it.
Chapter 15. Was it possible for werewolves to get migraines? Because my head was throbbing. I don't understand why I can't see Abraham. He's the one I want to talk to. I pulled the corners of my lips into the best smile I could manage. Fran, I'd be happy to make you an appointment with Abraham, but he's booked for the next 2 weeks. I made that up. I had no clue what his schedule was like. If you'll just tell me what's going on, I'll make sure it's addressed either by me or Abraham. She eyed me speculatively from behind her pointy glasses. Why would I talk to you? You're not the alpha. I grit my teeth and tugged my smile up a notch. I realize I'm not the alpha yet, but I will be someday. Fran scoffed. So I get to be the new alpha's guinea pig? No thanks. I'll just wait and talk to Abraham. She gathered her purse and stood. The war between wanting to stop her and wanting to let her go was so violent it took me a moment to react. Fran, I finally said, pushing my chair back as I rose to my feet. Wait! She paused at the door and spun around to face me. Her dark brown eyes narrowed as she waited for me to speak. Problem was, I didn't know what to say. She was the second pack member in a row to refuse to work with me. The first, Eric, hadn't even let me finish introducing myself before he said he wouldn't speak with anyone but the alpha. If I let Fran go too, Abraham was going to think I couldn't do the job. I took a deep breath and clasped my hands in front of me. Listen, Fran, your best bet is to just talk to me. The worst that can happen is I bring your issue to Abraham myself. Don't you think you have a better chance of getting what you want if I'm the one to talk to him about it? Her lips twisted to the side while her eyes assessed me. Finally, she said, You'll talk to Abraham about this, no matter what? I gave her a firm nod. I will. Whether I'm able to help or not, he'll hear about it. She blew out a big breath and rolled her eyes. Fine. I can't imagine it would hurt. I wanted to say that's the spirit, but figured it might be too early in our relationship for me to start with a sarcasm. We took our seats again, and I picked up my pen. So, tell me what's going on. Fran sighed. It's that asshole Jimmy. Ah, Sophie mentioned him the other day. I wrote his name down. Okay, and what's happening with Jimmy? She slammed her hands down on the table, jolting my pen across the table and surprising the hell out of me. He's a goddamn slob. I find his beer cans and cigarette butts all over my garden. I've told him 12 times to keep his mess in his yard, but he never listens. I jotted down a couple more notes. And which houses are you two in? 14 and 16. I wrote that down too. Okay, we'll get your yard cleaned up and have a talk with him. She snorted, and I looked up from my notepad to her dark eyes. You're going to talk to him? I sat up straighter. Yes. Why? She rolled her eyes and chuckled. I'm just glad I got you to promise you'll talk to Abraham about this. I ground my teeth, my hands fisting at my sides. I'll handle the issue with Jimmy myself. If for whatever reason I'm ineffective, Abraham will resolve your situation. I promise you that. Fran laughed again and climbed to her feet. Whatever you say, honey. I cringed at her pet name. Everyone knew you only used honey like that when you really didn't mean it. It was probably code for something like dumbass. I shook out my hands and offered one to her. "Thanks for bringing me your issue." She shook my hand for the briefest of moments before she turned to leave. "And thank you for bringing this to Abraham as soon as you realize you're not cut out for this job." She tossed that last remark over her shoulder, almost as an afterthought. My hands started to shake, and I remembered my calming technique. In 1, out 2. In 3, out 4. When I finally had enough control over my wolf, I left the conference room and walked back into the kitchen. Fran was just leaving through the sliding glass door, and Aubrey was shooting daggers at me with her eyes from across the room. "Afternoon, Aubrey." She didn't answer, not that I expected her to. I sat down at one of the tables and pulled out my phone while I waited for the next appointment. Pulling up a mind-numbing game, I thought through Fran's issue. If she had repeatedly asked Jimmy to clean up after himself and he still hadn't, it was clear there was no miscommunication. Fran called him an asshole, and I had to agree. So, if talking to him wasn't going to get him to act right, what would? Then there was the problem of the mess in Fran's yard. I had a feeling, even without meeting him, that it would be a cold day in hell before Jimmy cleaned up after himself. And it wouldn't be fair to expect Fran to keep picking up after someone else, which meant I'd need to get someone else to do it. A tentative idea formed in my head, and I pulled up my messages. "Me. Who takes care of the gardening around here?" I only had to wait a minute for a reply. "Sexiest man alive."
Austin and George. Why?
"Me. I have a job for one of them. Do you know where I can find them?" "Sexiest man alive."
They only work on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so they won't be around the lodge. You can ask Aubrey. Austin is her brother."
My eyes flicked across the room to the grumpy brunette, and I cringed. I really didn't want to talk to her, but it looked like I needed to. Besides, we couldn't keep this animosity up forever. Sooner or later, something had to give. With a sigh, I stood and walked across the kitchen. When I was a few feet away, I cleared my throat. Aubrey froze in place, her shoulders almost touching her ears. "Hey, Aubrey, I have a question." She resumed what she was doing and shot over her shoulder. "What do you want?" I closed my eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. Leadership was about patience, and it looked like I'd need to extend a whole lot of mine in this situation if I was going to get the information I wanted. "I was wondering if you knew where I could find Austin today." She froze again, but this time she slowly rotated until she was facing me. Her eyes narrowed into thin slits. "What do you want with Austin?" "I have a job for him." "What kind of job?" "It's something I'd rather discuss with him." She folded her arms across her chest. "Then I'm not going to tell you where he is." I gritted my teeth and tried again. "I can just go ask Abraham where you live." Her eyes widened the smallest amount. "Then do it." I shook my head and spun around. "I will." I stormed through the kitchen and was just about to hit the hallway when her voice reached me. "It's nothing bad, right?" I stopped in my tracks and turned to look at her again. "Of course not. I just have a job I need done, and I figured I'd see if he wanted the extra money." "Extra money?" "Yeah. Obviously, I'd be paying him for his time." She unfolded her arms and took a couple steps forward. "He's probably at the house right now." "Which house?" She bit her lip for a moment before rolling her eyes. 5. "Thanks." She shrugged and turned around. Well, that could have gone worse. Problem was, I was stuck in the lodge. I had another appointment, and who knew how long it'd take. I cleared my throat again, and Aubrey paused what she was doing. "Do you think you could text him and ask if he'd come down here for a minute?" "What, you're too good to go down to the pack house?" I bristled at her comment. "No. In fact, I've been down there twice this week. I want him to come up here because I have another appointment, and I need this job taken care of immediately." She sighed loudly and pulled a phone out of her back pocket. "I'll text him, but I can't promise anything." A small smile crept across my face. Thanks, Aubrey. I really appreciate it. She ignored me, but I was still smiling. At least she wasn't insulting me, right? It might take baby steps, but we'd get there. The sliding glass door opened and Sophie walked in. Her green eyes immediately found mine. Hey, Ellie! I walked over to her and wrapped my arms around her shoulders. Hey, Sophie, what are you doing here? She pulled back and held up her wristwatch. I'm your 2:30 appointment. The first genuine smile in hours spread across my face. Great. Let's go in the conference room and talk. I led her down the hallway and closed the door behind her. We both took seats, and I slid my notepad in front of me. What's going on? She blew out a deep breath and sat forward in her seat. It's the farm manager. He's a total prick. What's his name? Tom. Okay, so what did Tom do? He's completely abusing his power as farm manager. He overworks us, makes us cut our breaks short all the time, and worst of all, he lets his stupid girlfriend get away with doing nothing. Who's his girlfriend? Daisy, she snarled. It was so unexpected of a sound, I looked up from my pad. I'm guessing you're not a fan? She sneered. Hell no. She's a whiny little bitch, always complaining about how hot she is, how bright the sun is, how dirty her hands are getting. Why she signed up to work on the farm is a goddamn mystery to me because the girl's never done a day of hard labor in her life. So she's not a great fit. What does Tom do regarding Daisy? She threw a hand in the air. She's allowed to flip from group to group, not really doing anything at all while we all bust our asses. We're supposed to have a certain number of employees working at a time, so the labor is divided equally. With Daisy doing a whole lot of nothing, we're all having to work harder. It's not fair, and I'm fed up with it. I took a few more notes and looked up at her. Okay, I'll talk to Tom. She hid it pretty well, but the look of disbelief was still there on her face. No offense, Ellie, but I'm not sure he's gonna listen to you. I straightened my spine and shot her a smile. He will if he wants to keep his job. She sat forward again, her eyes lighting up. Ooh, are you gonna fire him? I shrugged a shoulder. If he can't do his job right, then yes. Sophie clapped. Oh my God, this is so exciting! I knew it was a good idea coming to you. The words filled me with the warm glow of pride. I hadn't even done anything yet, and she was already singing my praises. Now if she could just convince the rest of the pack that I could handle this job, I'd be all set. Was that all you have going on? I asked. Sophie nodded and jumped up from her seat. Yep. You fix the Tom and bitch-ass Daisy problem, and I'll be a happy woman. I did my best to stifle my chuckle. I'll do my best. We walked back out to the kitchen where she threw her arms around me. Thanks again, Ellie. I'll see you next week, right? I hugged her back. I'll be there. I watched her leave with a small smile on my face. It felt good to feel appreciated, to not feel like I had to constantly prove myself to everyone. A throat cleared behind me, and I spun around to find Aubrey and a man standing on the other side of the kitchen. He looked so much like Aubrey it had to be her brother, Austin. I walked closer and held out my hand to him. Hi, Austin. I'm Ellie. Thanks so much for coming down. He shook my hand, but his shoulders were stiff. If his sister didn't like me, it was safe to assume he didn't either. Hopefully I could change that opinion of his. I have a job that I'd like you to do. Are you free this afternoon? He eyed me curiously for a moment before speaking. What's the job? I need someone's yard cleaned up. From what I hear, there's beer cans and cigarettes, but there could be more. His lips thinned. I don't work for free. Of course not, I jumped in. However long it takes, I'll double the hours and you'll see it in your next paycheck. I wasn't sure I could do something like that, but it sounded good, so I went with it. His eyes were still narrowed, but I could tell they were calculating now. Which house is it? I opened my mouth to answer, but closed it again when I realized I didn't know which house Fran's was and which was Jimmy's. Do you know where Jimmy lives? He scoffed. Everyone knows where Jimmy lives. Okay, so you're cleaning up the yard next to his.
You talking about Fran?
Yes, exactly. You're cleaning up Fran's yard. He watched me for another few minutes before he shrugged.
Yeah, sure. I make $20 an hour, though.
Doesn't matter. I want that yard cleaned today, and I'm willing to pay you double time to do it. Are you in? He shrugged again.
Yeah, I'm in. I'll go get started now.
My smile beamed across my face. Great. I'd like an update when you're done. I should be in the lodge the rest of the day. He nodded, gave his sister a look, and left out the back door. He probably would have done it for half that, Aubrey said from her spot across the room. I shrugged. Yeah, but no one should have to clean up after a grown man. Besides, it's not really me who'll be paying him. Aubrey frowned. Then who is? My smile spread across my face again. That would be Jimmy. Aubrey looked confused for a second before her face cleared. It might have been my imagination, but I thought one corner of her mouth might have turned up in a grin for the briefest of seconds. Before I knew it, her stony expression was back. I barely held back a sigh. Clearly, I had more work to do in the Aubrey department, but it felt like a step in the right direction. Now, I just had to follow through with all the promises I'd made.
Chapter 16. After Sophie left, I realized I'd have to wait for Austin to finish the task I gave him before I could implement the rest of my plan. Seeing an opportunity for some more studying, I ran upstairs for my textbooks and hauled them back into the kitchen. I was nose-deep in my second book when someone cleared their throat behind me. I spun around to find Austin, a little sweatier and dirtier than the last time I saw him, but still smiling.
Hey, Ellie. Yard's all done.
I looked at the clock hanging on the wall of the kitchen and frowned. Great, Austin.
What was that, about 2 hours?
He shrugged and wiped the back of his hand along his forehead.
Yeah, about that. Place was a wreck.
I shook my head. How long had poor Fran been putting up with that? I stood up and reached out a hand, which Austin immediately shook. Thanks for getting to that for me so quickly. You'll see that extra $80 in your next check, okay? Austin shrugged, the smile still on his face.
Sounds good. Let me know if you ever need anything else.
He took a step backward before stopping again.
Why don't you take down my number so you can contact me directly?
I smiled and pulled out my phone, programming his number into it and giving him my information. Thanks, Austin. I'll keep you in mind. He gave me a little wave and turned to leave the lodge. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Aubrey on the other side of the kitchen with an indescribable look on her face. Maybe she'd expected her brother to hate me like she did. Maybe she was surprised we'd managed to get along, and just maybe she'd realized she didn't need to dislike me as much as she did, that I wasn't the big bad monster in this story. I sighed and gathered my textbooks before walking back upstairs. When they were stowed in our room, I went back downstairs to Evie's office. "Come in," she called after I knocked. I opened the door and stepped inside. She was sitting across the room at her desk, clicking a ballpoint pen. Her navy dress fit her perfectly, and I would bet she had on at least 3-inch heels. She always dressed up for work, and it almost made me self-conscious in my jean shorts and t-shirt. Then again, I was unemployed, so I was just happy I wasn't still in my pajamas. When she looked up, she smiled. "Hey, Ellie." "Hey, Evie. You have a minute?" She tossed her pen onto the desk and leaned back in her chair. "Of course. What's up?" I took the seat in front of her and crossed my legs. "Well, I had a couple appointments today, and I made a promise I was hoping you could help me keep." She raised a brow. "What kind of promise?" I folded my hands in front of me to prevent them from fidgeting. Evie managed the whole lodge. She was human resources, accounts receivable, and payroll all rolled into one. If there was anyone who could make this happen, it was Evie. Well, I had one of the groundskeepers do a special job for me, and I promised him he'd be paid for it in his next check. Evie picked her pen back up and slid a pad in front of her. "Who was the groundskeeper?" "Austin." And how much extra is he getting paid?
$80. Evie froze in place and raised her head to spear me with a look.
$80? That's quite a bonus.
I shrugged a shoulder. It was extenuating circumstances. Evie straightened up further and let out a deep breath.
We don't have the budget to just be given $80 bonuses, Ellie. I wish you'd come to me before you offered it.
I cringed but rushed to explain, "Oh, the money is coming from somewhere else. That's something else I need your help with." She sat back, her blue eyes clouding.
Okay, now I'm confused. Why don't you start at the beginning?
I launched into the story about the mess Jimmy made of Fran's yard. When I explained that Austin's bonus would be coming from a fine I was going to issue to Jimmy, her look changed from confusion to disbelief.
You're fining Jimmy?
I shrugged a shoulder. Yeah? Why? She chuckled and shook her head as she fired up her computer.
You've got balls, Ellie. I'll say that about you.
I sat up straighter, a frown tugging at my brows. Why do you say that? She shot me a look before turning back to her computer screen.
Jimmy is an old cranky bastard. Abby's been trying to rein him in since he joined this pack.
I shrugged again. Well, I figured I'd hit him where it hurts the most. His bank account. Evie giggled.
He's not gonna like you messing with his money, Ellie.
Well, he shouldn't have acted like a messy child. She laughed again, and her printer wore to life.
Oh, I'm behind you. I just think it's not gonna go as smooth as you think it is.
My shoulders hunched the slightest bit. Any advice? Evie grabbed the paper that printed out and turned to me again. Don't back down. You go down there with a goal and don't stop till you get it. I nodded slowly, letting her words seep in. What do I do if he refuses? I asked, my voice small. I felt stupid asking things like that, but I had to. I was sure I could have taken this to Abraham, but I was trying to impress him, trying to show him I could do the job. If I ran to him with every little problem, I'd be doing the opposite of that. Evie tilted her head to the side.
Well, if he won't pay his fine, he'll be in breach of his contract.
Contract?
Every wolf that lives on pack lands had to sign a contract before getting to occupy one of the houses. A breach could result in eviction.
I nodded again. Okay, I think I can work with that. She slid a piece of paper across her desk.
Here's the official document for Jimmy's fine. I'm going to add the bonus to Austin's check right now. Was there anything else you needed help with?
I grabbed the document and shot her a smile. Nope, I'm good. Thanks, Evie. I stood up and turned to leave. I'd just grabbed the doorknob when her voice floated across the room.
Be careful, Ellie.
I looked over my shoulder at her, ready to give a sarcastic retort when I saw her face. She was actually worried about me. I turned around and gave her my most reassuring smile. I'll be fine, Evie. Don't worry about me. She nodded, but her eyes were still filled with worry.
He's not gonna be happy about that fine. You should be prepared for that.
I swallowed past the lump in my throat, hoping my unease didn't show on my face. I knew Jimmy wasn't going to be happy about receiving a fine. I knew he was probably going to throw a fit and try to threaten his way out of it. But I also knew I wasn't backing down. I needed to lay down the law, show the pack that I wasn't someone that could be messed with. I felt like I wasn't taken as seriously because I was bitten and not born a wolf. Like people expected me to not be as strong or as fast because I hadn't always been like this. That couldn't have been further from the truth, and my sparring partner could vouch for that. I still trained with B at least 5 times a week, and I was getting better every day. I might not have been ready to face off against one of the enforcers or anything, but I was sure I could handle some beer-drinking, cigarette-smoking blowhard. I'll be okay, Evie. I'll see you later. Thanks again. I knew if I stayed there any longer, she'd try to find a way to talk me out of it. Or worse, call Abraham and let him know what was happening. He'd no doubt insist on accompanying me to the pack houses, and I didn't want that. If I brought Abraham, no one would take me seriously. The more I thought about it, the more I realized Evie was probably going to tell on me anyway. She was notoriously mothering and overprotective. She was almost as bad as Abraham when it came to my safety. I hustled through the lodge and out the back door before anyone could stop me. With a couple looks tossed over my shoulder to make sure no one was following, I made my way down to the pack houses. When I reached the 14th one, I found the yard clean and well maintained. Austin did a good job, and I'd have to remember that. I walked past Fran's house and over to the 16th, which obviously belonged to Jimmy. His yard looked like it could be featured on an episode of one of those hoarder shows. There was junk lying all over the place, garbage littering every corner, and enough cigarette butts to build something with. His house was a disgusting mess, and if I was Fran, I'd have complained about having to live next to that. I stormed up the driveway and knocked on his door, getting more irritated as time passed. When a middle-aged man with pale skin and long, greasy hair answered, I had no trouble guessing who it was. "Jimmy?" He frowned.
Yeah? What do you want?
"My name's Ellie, and I'm here to address an issue with you. Could you come out and talk to me?" He pushed his screen door open and stepped outside, his dark eyes watching me warily. He crossed his arms over his flabby chest and stared me down.
What's the issue?
I took a deep breath and tipped up my chin. "We've received a complaint about you throwing your trash on your neighbor's lawn and had to take action." One of his busy brows rose.
What kind of action?
I handed him the fine and waited while he slowly read it. When his eyes widened, I knew he'd reached the part about the money. He looked up at me with enough rage to almost knock me back a step.
Is this a fucking joke?
He yelled, balling the piece of paper in his meaty hand. "Afraid not. You have a week to pay that fine before it doubles." He took a menacing step forward.
I'm not paying no bullshit fine.
"It's not bullshit. You couldn't contain your pigsty to your own property, and that's unacceptable."
I'm not paying shit.
"You will if you want to remain living here." He took another step closer, but I held my ground.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
"It means when you moved here, you signed a contract agreeing to pay any fines you received from the Alpha. If you don't, you're breaching the contract and can be removed." A vein was throbbing in his forehead, and I worried about his health for a moment.
You're gonna kick me out of my own goddamn house?
"Technically, this is a pack house. It doesn't belong to you." He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out, and he closed it. He did that another couple of times as his breathing picked up and his hands fisted.
Listen here, you little bitch.
In fact, I'm sure there was a clause in that contract about keeping the property in good shape while you're occupying it. This place is a dump. You need to clean it up, or you'll be subject to more fines. He took the final step separating us until he was hovering over me.
I'm not paying no motherfucking fines. I'm not cleaning anything, and you can get the hell off my property.
I straightened my spine and fisted my own hands. They were shaking with the need to shift. I understood that I was in a potentially dangerous situation, and my fight instincts were ready to take over at a moment's notice. "That fine is from the Alpha. Pay it or lose your house. I'll be back soon to check that you're cleaning this place up. If it's not respectable looking within the month, you can expect more fines." His nostrils flared, and his skin had turned a really unattractive shade of red.
I don't have to do a goddamn thing you say. You're nothing. Just some bitch that fell into the Alpha's bed. You'll never lead this pack, and you'll never be my Alpha.
His words crept around my brain, burrowing into the darkest places and making themselves at home. He just voiced all my deepest fears, announced every worry that I'd never measure up, that I'd never be taken seriously, that I'd never get them to follow me. I shook my head to clear the thoughts. I was sure Jimmy wasn't the only one who felt that way, but that was just too damn bad. You have a choice. Pay the fine and clean your house, or lose it. What happens now is up to you. I spun around and walked away while Jimmy continued to sputter behind me. There was nothing more for me to say to him, and staying would only escalate the situation. As I walked back up the road leading to the lodge, I waved to Maddie, who was climbing into her car, and Brad, who was working on a pickup truck in his driveway. I realized that, despite everything, I was starting to make a difference, changing things for the better. That was really all I could ask for. As I walked by the 4th house, I noticed Craig on his front porch, watching me while I passed.
Throwing your weight around some more? Think that'll make him take you seriously?
I stopped in my tracks and turned to see Craig with a hand on his wide waist. His face was contorted with anger, and all of it was directed right at me. Can I help you with something, Craig? He descended the steps off his porch.
Just wanted to know if you were messing with someone else's living, or if I'm just special.
I wanted to roll my eyes, but I somehow just barely held back. I gave you a choice, Craig, and you chose wrong. His hands fisted at his sides as his face got redder. I sure was bringing that reaction out of a lot of men today.
You didn't give me a fucking choice.
That time, I did roll my eyes. We've already discussed this, and I have other things to do. If you're still having a problem with my decision, feel free to talk to Abraham about it. He took a step closer, his knuckles white with how hard he was squeezing his hands closed.
You bet your ass I will.
I shrugged and left him in his driveway. He was looking for a fight, and he wouldn't find it with me. My business with Craig was over as far as I was concerned, and I knew Abraham backed my decision completely. I had nothing to worry about there, but my stomach still twisted into knots. Was I doing the right thing? Was I throwing my weight around like Craig said? It felt necessary, like if I didn't put my foot down, I'd never be respected. They'd continue to think I was just an accessory and not a leader. I knew I'd been putting off the actual mating ceremony, but I was treating the job like it was already mine. I knew things were rough, but I had to hope that, in the end, it would all help me gain their respect and not lose it. Chapter 17. I placed a soft kiss on Abraham's bare chest and slid out of his hold. It was difficult extracting myself from his arms, and when I'd finally gotten myself untangled, his wandering hands grabbed my hips and pulled me back down.
Where you going?
He said, his voice deep with sleep. I leaned over and kissed his lips. I told you, I'm observing a shift at the farm today. I need to get going. His arm tightened around me.
Stay with me and snuggle.
My lips twitched with a smile and my heart melted. He was so adorable, and that was such a good offer, I had to stop and consider it for a minute. I shook my head. I'm sorry, baby. I have to do this. He pulled me closer.
Then you better stop calling me baby, or you're not going anywhere.
I laughed and kissed him again before I slid out from between his arms. I'll see you for lunch. He cracked open an eye and watched me walk across the room.
I'm hungry already.
I laughed again and shut the bathroom door. I needed that barrier for myself as much as I did for him. Thankfully, by the time I was done in the shower, Abraham had fallen back asleep. I watched him for a few minutes as my long, wet hair dripped on the hardwood floor. When I was dressed in the closest thing I owned to work clothes, I wandered down to the kitchen to see if I could scrounge up some breakfast. To my surprise, Ms. Elsie was already there at the stove. "Ellie, what are you doing up this early?" I grabbed a warm biscuit off a sheet pan and took a bite. "I'm overseeing a shift at the farm today." She nodded. "I heard they've been having some issues." "You have?" She shot me a look. "There are no secrets in a pack." I chuckled and took another bite of my biscuit. "Yeah, I've heard. Can I make you some eggs before you go?" I lifted a lid off a pot on the stove. "Nah, I'll just have some of this oatmeal and be on my way. Thanks, though." She smiled and patted me on the arm. You just let me know if you change your mind, hun. I dished myself up some oatmeal and took a seat on a stool at the kitchen island. The lodge was still quiet this early in the morning, and I wasn't used to the lack of movement and noise. It's so quiet. Miss Elsie chuckled. I know. Almost too quiet, isn't it? I smiled. Yeah, kinda. Never thought I'd miss all the commotion. We were silent for a while after that as I finished my breakfast, and she continued to cook. When I was done, I rinsed my bowl and threw it in the dishwasher. I opened my mouth to say goodbye when she spoke. I hear you've been making a few waves around here lately, and I want you to promise me you're gonna be careful. I frowned. What have you heard? She wiped her hands on a dish towel. Well, I know you fired Craig and implemented quiet hours. I also know you fined Jimmy for making a mess and already hired a new pack mechanic. I nodded slowly. Oh, so you know everything. She laughed softly before she got serious. I just want to make sure you're being careful. Not everyone is going to take kindly to someone new telling them what to do. I've already run into my fair share of that in the past couple days. She nodded again. And I'm sure there's more where that came from. Just be careful, okay? I gave her my most reassuring smile. I will, Miss Elsie. Don't worry about me. I'll see you later. I turned to leave and thought I heard her mumble something about her worrying about me whether I liked it or not, but I let it go. She was as bad as the rest of them. I knew what I was doing and could take care of myself. I knew the problem was that hadn't always been the case. When I'd had to fight against Calvin, I'd been outmaneuvered and overpowered. I'd barely held on for the first few minutes of the fight before he'd gained the upper hand. After that, I was at his mercy. Hands bound behind my back, I was completely defenseless. I'd promised myself in those dark moments that I'd never be that helpless ever again, that I'd do whatever it took to be able to hold my own, to protect myself. That was why I still practiced with Bea. That was why I pushed myself every single session with her. I wasn't that powerless, witless new wolf I once was. I knew I still had a long way to go, but I'd also come really far. It would take time for everyone to realize that, but in the meantime, I was sick of being doubted. The sun was just barely peeking over the horizon as I walked down the path that led through the pack houses. When I'd asked, Abraham said the farm was past the last house and down a short path. I followed his instructions and, almost immediately, the woods opened up to a large open space full of crops. There was a group of people nearby, and I made my way towards them. Ellie! Sophie broke away from the pack and walked over to me, perky as ever, even at that ungodly hour. Mornin', Sophie. She gave me a quick hug and then led me to the group of people she'd been standing with. This is Jake, Hannah, Marco, and Elliot. I greeted each person with a handshake. When I got to Elliot, I gave him a warm smile. Nice to see you again, Elliot. He grinned back and pulled me closer. Thanks for taking care of that issue for me. My pleasure, I said, beaming back at him. It felt amazing to have someone tell me I'd actually helped, that I'd made a difference.
All right, quit fucking around and get to work.
I spun around at the hateful tone and found a tall man with dirty blonde hair and a scowl on his face. There was a younger, pretty girl hanging off his arm, and I was pretty sure I was looking at Tom and Daisy. The rest of the workers grumbled under their breath, but dispersed anyway, heading for a shed I assumed held equipment. I turned back toward Tom and made my way over to him. Hi, Tom? He spun around and wrinkled his nose when he saw me.
Can I help you?
I'm Ellie, Abraham's mate. I don't think we've met, I said, holding out a hand. He eyed me for a long minute before reaching out for a shake.
I've heard of you.
I slapped on a big smile. Great! I'm here to observe an average day here on the farm. His nose crinkled again.
Why would you be doing that?
Oh. Shit. I hadn't really thought up a good excuse yet. I didn't want to tell him there'd been a complaint in case it got back to Sophie. So I fibbed a little. Since I'm new here, I'm trying to get a feel for everything that happens on Pack lands. Today, it's the farm. Next, it's the gardeners. I had zero intention of shadowing the gardeners for a day, but he didn't need to know that. He turned his head to sneer, but I caught it anyway.
Sounds lovely,
he said before stalking off. Daisy was left standing there looking confused. She hadn't said a word the entire time, and I'd almost forgotten she was there. Her light eyes darted from me to Tom and back again. Finally, I sighed. Don't you think you should be getting to work? She jumped in place like she hadn't expected me to talk. With a nod in my direction, she scampered off after the other workers. I followed Tom and spoke up again once I was close. It's only 5:45. His shoulders tensed.
Yes, and?
Well, I was told the shift didn't start until 6. He turned slowly to face me.
They know to get started early, so they're well underway by the time 6 rolls around.
I nodded slowly. And do they get paid for that 15 minutes? His lips thinned briefly.
No, they do not.
I nodded again. Interesting. Without waiting for him to respond, I took off across the field to where the workers were gathered. They'd already picked up their equipment and looked like they were about to get started harvesting some eggplants. I wandered closer and watched from the sidelines. It was clear that Sophie was the leader amongst them as everyone looked to her for guidance. With a glance across the field, I saw Tom sitting underneath a tree looking at his phone. Obviously, they got no help from him and had learned to figure it out themselves. As time passed, it was clear that Daisy did little, if any, work. She spent more time checking in with Tom than actually working. She was a weak link, and I watched as other workers repeatedly had to pick up the slack for her. She needed to go, and to be frank, Tom needed to shape up or he'd be following his girlfriend through the door. It was hours before Tom raised his voice from across the clearing, announcing they were allowed to take a 5-minute water break. I was shocked to my core. I hustled to Sophie's side as she trudged over to her things and the water bottle she'd brought from home. You all aren't allowed to take a break unless Tom says. She shrugged as she chugged from the bottle. Yep, he doesn't even really allow bathroom breaks, but occasionally he'll say okay if we convince him we have to go badly enough. What the hell? They'd been working in the North Carolina summer heat for hours, and all that time, I thought they were just powering through without a break. Never once did it cross my mind that they weren't even allowed to have a drink of water in all that time. And water isn't provided for you? I asked. She smiled sadly and shrugged as Tom yelled for them to get back to work. I spent the rest of the morning hours seething. Tom was ineffective as a leader, and I'd need to replace him immediately. I'd seen at least 2 instances where a little more management could make production that much more efficient, and I'd only been there a few hours. It was clear there were tons of people more qualified for the job than Tom, and I was about to rectify that.
All right, you can all take lunch now, but I want you back in 20 minutes.
Tom called from beneath the shady tree I'd begun to call his office. Finally, I'd had enough. Actually, you can all take an hour. Have a good lunch, and we'll see you when you get back, I called over their voices. Every single worker's eyes worked double time as they flicked from Tom to me and back again. I could hear the man in question stomping toward me and didn't need the rest of the employees to witness our conversation. I waved my hands. Go on, everyone's dismissed for an hour. They just started to shuffle away when Tom made it to my side. He grabbed my arm and spun me around. His face was bright red, eyes practically shooting flames. What the hell do you think you're doing? I ripped my arm out of his hold and tipped up my chin. I'm treating those employees fairly. Something you're clearly not doing. He ground his teeth together so loudly I could hear it from where I was. And who the fuck do you think you are? This is my farm and my team, and I'll do with them what I want. Not if you want to keep working here. His eyes widened so fast, I worried they'd pop out.
Excuse me?
I straightened my already straight spine. This isn't your farm or your team. You work here, and if you can't do it right, you're fired." His head tipped back, and an ugly, forceful laugh shot out of him. When he looked back down at me, his eyes were even more crazed than before.
"You can't do that. You're nothing."
I pushed my shoulders back. "I'm the future alpha of this pack, and what I say goes. You either agree to treat these employees fairly, or you don't work here anymore." He took a menacing step closer, his hand shaking.
"I don't give a shit what you say. You're not my fucking alpha. You mean nothing to me. You need to get your little ass back up to that lodge before you regret it."
A bolt of shock ran down my spine, and I took a step closer. "Are you threatening me?" He closed the remaining distance between us, his body racked with tremors.
"I sure as shit am. Get the fuck out of my sight or I'll make you leave."
"You're the one that needs to leave. You don't work here anymore." His chest was rising and falling rapidly.
"I'm not gonna tell you again."
I crossed my arms. "My decision is final. You're done here." A loud crack split through the air, and seconds later, Tom was a large wolf before me. Without my permission, my body shifted too. It must have known the danger we were in and acted accordingly, which was lucky because I was still struggling to catch up. Had he really just shifted? Was he really looking to fight me?
"You little bitch. Who the fuck do you think you are?"
"I'm your alpha, and honestly, I'm getting a little sick of the bitch insult. I'd think you all could come up with something more creative." He yelled loudly in my head and lunged toward me. Anticipating his attack, I jumped out of the way easily. "Tom, I don't want to fight you. Stand down."
"I'm gonna teach you a lesson, bitch. Show you where you stand in this pack."
He leapt forward again, his teeth bared, but I danced out of his way once more. He missed by a lot, and I could tell that bothered him. I really didn't want to fight my own packmate. But hadn't I been warned over and over that not everyone would take kindly to me rising to power? Wasn't that why I trained with Beatrice? So I could defend myself? Tom charged again, and this time he got close enough that I struck back, sinking my teeth into his hamstring and eliciting a high-pitched bark from him. I almost laughed, but I just barely restrained myself.
"Fuck you,"
he yelled, running at me again. "I told you I don't want to fight you. Stop this now, and I'll forget it happened." He growled loudly, saliva dripping from his fangs.
"You're gonna learn your place today, bitch."
Again with this bitch stuff. He raced toward me, and this time I dodged him but also struck back, sinking my teeth into his back leg. He tried to kick me off, but I held on tightly. When he turned around to bite me back, I released him and darted away. Now he was bleeding and limping, and I knew he didn't have much left in him. He lunged again, this time slower than ever. I jumped to the side and swiped a paw at his face, hitting him so hard his head jerked back. He fell to the ground, and I watched as he struggled to catch his breath. When he pulled himself back to his feet, he surprised me by charging once more. It was almost too sad to watch. I leapt out of his way again and spun around, wrapping my teeth around the underside of his neck. He froze in place, and I made sure to keep the right amount of pressure on his artery to let him know I meant business. "Give this up, Tom."
"Fuck you."
I clenched my jaw around his neck and tasted blood. I shook my head with his neck still between my teeth. Seeing that he still wasn't giving in, I pressed harder, and finally, he caved.
Okay, I give up. Fuck, let me go."
I pulled my teeth out of his neck and backed up until I was out of reach. Just because he said he gave up didn't make me believe he'd stay down. "Have we settled this now?" I asked as he recovered in a heap on the ground. He lifted his head when the thundering footsteps of a large wolf sounded from nearby. Seconds later, Abraham in wolf form was flying through the clearing, his wild eyes trained on Tom. Before I could speak, he had Tom's neck in his jaws in a death grip I wasn't sure he'd survive. Chapter 18. "Abraham, stop!" The large alpha werewolf just growled and shook his head, Tom's neck still in his mouth. Abraham, I'm fine. I won. Let him go.
Yeah, man, your bitch mate already kicked my ass. Let me go,
Tom whined. Abraham's whole body froze before a sound almost like a roar rumbled out of him.
You touched my fucking mate. You dared to threaten what's mine. Abraham, man, listen, I can explain all of this.
Abraham shook his head again, this time faster and with more strength. I could smell Tom's blood flowing freely now as he whimpered. Hey, are you okay? I turned to see Sophie, a worried look in her green eyes. I gave her a smile and a nod, and she grinned back. I watched the whole thing. You were fucking awesome. My wolfie grin widened, and she chuckled. Her eyes darted back over to Abraham and Tom, and her smile fell. With a nod at the men, she said, I think you should go break that up before Abraham kills him. I sighed and walked over to them, bumping my head into Abraham's shoulder. Let him go, Abraham. It's over. He turned far enough that he could shoot me a look. His eyes were still wild with rage, and I knew this was far from over. Abraham turned back around, whipped Tom's body one way, and then tossed him the other. I watched as Tom went sailing at least 20 feet away. Abraham was still breathing hard next to me as he took a step toward the limp wolf. At first, I thought he was going to go after him again, but then he spoke. You're lucky to still be breathing, Baxter. If you so much as look at my mate in a way I don't like, I'll rip your fucking throat out. I want your shit packed and you off my lands before the sun sets. My jaw was on the floor as a shiver raced down my spine. Abraham was terrifying. He slowly turned around, his eyes not leaving Tom's prone body. Finally, he glanced in my direction. Let's go. Knowing exactly how unintelligent it would be to argue with him when he was like that, I shut my mouth and followed him. He stalked back through the pack houses, and people literally crossed the street to get out of his way. I'd never seen him so angry before. It was a little scary, but also kinda sexy, and I didn't know what that said about me. We got to the lodge just as Beatrice was coming through the back door. Hey, Abby. Hey, Ellie. What are you two up to? I heard Abraham curse in my head before there was a loud crack, and he was a human again. He put his hands on his hips, his shoulders tense. Your training sessions with Rocky here are over. I jerked back and opened my mouth to argue when I remembered I was a wolf and couldn't talk. So I did the next best thing and barked at him. He shot me a look. I'll deal with you in a minute. I barked at him again, really not appreciating his tone. He spun back around to B. I'm serious. You two are done. Why would you say that? She's actually becoming a pretty skilled fighter. What? You don't want that for her? He took a menacing step toward his sister, and I almost got in between them, but B just tipped up her chin and met his eyes. What I don't want is her picking fights with grown goddamn men. B's eyes flicked to me and she raised a brow. You got in a fight? I just tilted my head, but Abraham responded, yes, she got in a fucking fight, and that's because you trained her to fight. B rolled her eyes. I trained her to defend herself. I highly doubt she walked up and picked a fight with someone. I snorted, and B shot me a small smile. Abraham reached up and slid his fingers into his hair, pulling on the ends until it was sticking up in tufts. I don't give a damn how it happened. It's never happening again. No more training sessions from here on out. With that, he stormed past B and into the lodge. The oldest McCoy sister turned to me with a look of pity. You know I have to do what he says, right? I rolled my eyes and sauntered past her. I think she got the point when she chuckled behind me. I wasn't going to let Abraham dictate what I did and didn't do. It was a good friggin' thing Beatrice had taught me to defend myself because I'd needed to today. Abraham was just going to have to get over himself and quick. Elizabeth! He hollered from inside the house, and I huffed. I walked into the kitchen and found him on the other side, standing in the hallway, naked as the day he was born. My eyes darted around the room, and I found both Ms. Elsie and Aubrey working in there. I swore if Aubrey's eyes even flicked in his direction, I'd bite her. Let's go! Abraham yelled again. I turned wide eyes to him and wished there was a way for me to communicate how sick I was of him yelling at me. Instead, I padded through the kitchen, bumping him hard with my shoulder as I walked past. I heard him sigh, but I ignored him as I climbed the stairs to our floor. When we got to our room, Abraham stepped in front of me to open the door. When it shut behind us, I shifted back into a woman. "What the hell, Abraham?" His eyes widened and he stomped over to me. "You're asking me what the hell? What the hell were you thinking?" I propped my hands up on my hips. "I had it under control. It shouldn't have happened to begin with." "I know it shouldn't," I yelled, trying to match the volume of his voice. "But it did, and I handled it." "You handled it? You were fighting someone more than twice your size. What were you thinking?" he asked again. I threw my hands in the air. Who cares how big he was? I beat him. I won. What's the problem? He took a step closer, his jaw ticking with tension. "The problem is my mate will not fight. My mate will not ever leave the lodge again if she thinks, have you lost your friggin' mind? You're being completely unreasonable." "I'm telling you like it is." I closed the distance between us and stared him down as well as I could, considering I was a good 6 inches shorter than him. I didn't fight. I defended myself. Would you rather I just let Tom hurt me? His eye twitched as he watched me. Finally, he released a puff of air and turned around to pace the floor in front of me. "I don't give a shit what happened or how it happened. It's never going to happen again. Do you hear me?" "You can't just order nothing to ever happen to me again. It doesn't work like that." He stormed back over and grasped both my arms. "Then I'll lock you in this goddamn room if that's what it takes. Nothing is going to happen to you ever again. Do you hear me?" He shook me a little with that last question, but I was stunned speechless. This went a lot deeper than I'd imagined. He released me and spun around, his hand digging into his hair. His shoulders rose and fell a few more times before he took off for the hallway door. "Where the hell are you going?" "For a drive." He tossed over his shoulder. "Naked?" "I have my clothes in my truck." "So you're just leaving? You're running away in the middle of an argument?" "I guess I'm taking a page out of your book," he said just before he slammed the door behind him. I stood there in the middle of his sitting room, shocked, silent, and beneath it all, hurt. Abraham didn't talk to me like that. He didn't throw my past in my face, and he sure as hell didn't walk out on me. What was going on? There was so much that went wrong today, I didn't even know where to begin. Maybe it was a good thing Abraham left. We were both yelling, and that didn't solve anything. I looked at the door he walked through one last time and sighed. It was better that I let him go for now. He clearly needed some distance. It just stung that it seemed he needed it from me. I shuffled into the bedroom and immediately took a hot shower. I let the water wash off all the sweat and dirt from the farm, Tom's blood that had splashed on me at some point, and every bad thing that happened that morning. I honestly hadn't thought my day at the farm would turn out like this. I thought I'd observe, make a few suggestions to the manager, and be done with it. However, when I saw the working conditions for those poor farmers, I knew that wouldn't be enough. Then, when I heard the way Tom spoke to and treated them, I knew he wasn't the right fit for the job. With a personality like that, how did he get the position in the first place? I shook my head as the hot water ran over my face and down my body. The most shocking part of the day had to be when Tom shifted and confronted me. Never in a million years had I thought he would try to fight me. I was used to disagreeing with words, not fists. I guess I should be happy he'd chosen to fight me as a wolf and not a woman. That would have been a quick round with me, the obvious loser. I hadn't been in a fight since that night with Calvin, and despite what I told myself, it brought up memories. Dark thoughts that I did my best to stuff down and forget, but would pop up here and there anyway. The last time I fought a wolf, it had been for my life and I'd lost. I'd gotten distracted, and that was all it took for my opponent to gain the upper hand. I sometimes thought about how that night could have gone if I'd won the fight. Maybe if I'd trained harder with B, I would have beaten him. Maybe if our lessons were 2 hours instead of just 1, I'd have the skills. And if I'd won the fight against Calvin, it was likely Abraham wouldn't have had to kill him. They could have taken him into custody and sent him to werewolf prison or wherever they put their criminals. But I hadn't won. I'd lost, and it had almost cost me my life. In some ways, the fight with Tom was like redemption for me. Sure, he wasn't an enforcer like Calvin had been, and he probably was only trying to hurt me and not kill me, but I'd still beaten him. He hadn't even gotten 1 strike in before I had him in my jaws. Honestly, it felt amazing to know I could hold my own, even a little, that I wasn't completely helpless. That if the Calvin thing were to happen again, I'd be ready, I'd be deadly, and I'd come out on top. Despite what Abraham thought, I had a bad feeling this wasn't the last time I'd need to defend myself. My lessons with B were more important than ever now. And where had Abraham even come from? 1 second I was winning my fight against Tom, and the next my fiancé had his teeth around his neck. I knew it was logical for his first instinct to be to protect me. I was his mate, and he was the bigger, more dominant one in the relationship. I knew enough about werewolf dynamics to know that meant he'd always worry about my safety. Why he was so angry at me was the problem I couldn't figure out. Why he'd want me to quit my lessons with B when they might have saved my life didn't make sense either. He was acting irrationally, and I didn't even know how to talk to him. When I was done in the shower, I twisted my long blonde hair into a braid before I left the bathroom in search of clothes. That reminded me that I ruined a set out at the farm. I'd have to see if my sneakers made it or not. Once I was dressed in a t-shirt and jean shorts, I stood in the middle of the bedroom, unsure of what I should do. I knew Abraham wouldn't really lock me in that room, but I had a feeling he expected me to stay there. I had an even stronger feeling that if he came back and I was gone, any grip on his sanity he'd managed to restore would quickly dissolve. With a sigh, I checked on Charlie real quick before gathering up the environmental texts and lugging them out to the sitting room. Actually, I had to return a couple of them to Callie because I'd already finished them. The more I read, the more I was starting to understand how I could contribute to Callie's team, and the more excited I got. I couldn't wait to start my new job and kept begging Abraham to speed up the construction. Unfortunately, although I had the time to study, I didn't have the headspace. It was all devoted to my missing fiancé. I wondered where he was. He said he was going for a drive, but I had no idea where to. I knew he said our lake was a place he liked to go to think, but you couldn't get there by car, and I didn't think he'd want to go there right then anyway. It would remind him of me, and he was clearly trying to avoid me. So, where would he have gone? A bar? A restaurant? A movie? There were endless possibilities, and each one made less sense than the one before. I'd just decided to give up on the books when I heard footsteps walking down our wing. It could have been anyone, but I'd have recognized those strong, sure steps anywhere. The hall door opened, and Abraham stepped through. He was clothed, thankfully, in a pair of mesh shorts and a muscle tank. I was trying to not get distracted by his golden biceps, but it was hard.
"Hey,"
he said, his voice so quiet and sad my heart lurched. "Hey." He took a deep breath and stepped farther into the room.
"Are you still mad?"
I shrugged. Not really. More confused. He nodded slowly and blew out a big gust of air.
"Want to go for a ride with me?"
I could tell he was hesitant, that he wasn't sure of my answer. Given the fight we'd had, I didn't blame him. We'd never argued like that before, and it was kind of scary that we did, but I think that's what happens when you love someone so much. You fight hard, but you love harder. Despite the hurt feelings, the decision was easy. When I told him I was all in, I'd meant every word. I stood from my chair and reached for his hand. Of course. Chapter 19. We were quiet as we walked out to his truck. Once there, he opened the passenger door for me, and I climbed up and slid to the middle. When Abraham got in on the other side, I could tell he was surprised by my choice of seat, but he didn't comment. Instead, he started up his truck, threw it into gear, and wrapped his big, warm hand around my bare thigh. We drove in silence as he navigated the steep drive and then the country roads onto the highway. He exited in downtown Asheville, and I watched the eclectic city pass me by. Finally, he pulled into a spot on the street and turned his truck off. "Where are we?" He squeezed my leg once before pulling away and unbuckling his seatbelt.
"There's something I want to show you."
I followed him out of the truck and took a look around the city block. There was a cafe, a bicycle repair shop, a restaurant, a couple retail stores, and what looked like residences above them all. I still had no idea where we were or why he'd brought me there. He took my hand and led me across the street to a nondescript door with peeling paint and an old doorknob that looked like it'd seen too many winters. Abraham pulled out a key and unlocked it, ushering me inside. When my eyes adjusted, I took in the room. It was just one big space, but it was filled with building material and equipment. There was a little table pushed against one wall, and I wandered over to it. Across the surface was a blueprint of the space. I did my best to analyze it, but could only really understand that the big space we were in was going to be cut into smaller sections of varying size. "Is this our new office?" I could feel Abraham come closer.
"Yes."
I wandered further in, seeing they'd already blocked off where the rooms would be built. As I passed them by, I came upon one that was different from the rest. I walked into the space, trying to decide what made it stand out. I took a deep breath, and that was when it hit me. The scent. It smelled exactly like Abraham, like soap and spearmint. I knew he'd spent time in here before, but his scent was so strong, he had to have been in there recently. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces clicked into place, and I turned to Abraham. "This is where you came when you left?" His eyes darted away, and he ran a hand through his dark hair.
"Yeah."
I crossed my arms and leaned against a wall. "Why?"
"Why did I leave?"
"No. Why did you come here?" He looked away again before he took a few steps closer.
"I thought I could come here and get my mind off you, but it did the opposite."
"Why's that?" He looked around and shrugged.
"This is your new office."
My eyes searched the soon-to-be room with keen eyes. "So you came to this construction site to get away from me and wound up sitting in my new office?" He sighed and ran a rough hand down his face.
"I wasn't trying to get away from you."
Sure looked like it. The words were flippant, but they sliced into my throat on their way out. It hurt that he'd left, that he felt like he'd needed to get away from me. Now I knew how he must have felt all those times it was me doing the running, and I felt even worse. Abraham crossed the distance between us and wrapped his hands around my biceps. Last time we'd been in this situation, he'd been yelling at me. When his eyes tightened, I knew he was thinking the same thing.
"I didn't need to get away from you."
I tipped my chin up and met his blue gaze. "Then why'd you leave?" I could tell he wanted to look away again, but he held my stare.
"I needed to get away from myself."
"What do you mean?" He dropped his arms.
"You called me irrational, and you were right. I wasn't making any sense. I couldn't even think straight."
He paced away from me, his hands fisting at his sides.
"I saw you two from a distance, saw him leap at you that last time, and you catch his neck in your teeth. It didn't matter that you had the upper hand. It didn't matter that you won. All I could see was the threat against my mate, and I reacted."
I nodded slowly. "I understand why you attacked Tom, and I don't blame you for it. What I don't understand is what happened afterward. Why were you so mad at me? Why did you forbid me from the lessons that might have saved my life today?" Abraham paused his pacing and looked at me, the color draining from his face. The fact that your life could have possibly been on the line today is a reality I can't accept.
I took a step toward him. We knew not everyone would be okay with me becoming alpha. You said that yourself when you assigned B to teach me to fight. That was all your idea. He blew out a big breath and dropped his head into both his hands.
I know.
I took another few steps. Instead of being grateful that I knew how to defend myself and proud that I did so, you lost your damn mind and threatened to lock me in your room. I stopped when I was a few feet away from him and crossed my arms again. You're gonna have to help me out, Abraham, because that just doesn't make sense. He lifted his head from his hands and speared me with a look that almost stopped my heart.
Do you have any idea what it did to me the night Calvin took you?
I swallowed and shook my head. Of course, I could guess it had been difficult for him to find my apartment wrecked and not know where I'd been taken. We talked about that night a lot, but Abraham had never mentioned his feelings about it. I'd assumed he'd rather not revisit them and left it alone.
You were taken from me ill.
His Adam's apple bobbed.
I didn't know where you were. I didn't know if you were okay. I didn't know if I'd ever find you, if I'd ever see you again.
His voice got quieter the longer he talked, almost as if he was afraid to say the words too loud. I took a step closer. I couldn't help it. Abraham was my son, and I was a helpless planet stuck in his gravitational pull. Seeing him so upset hurt me in a way I couldn't describe.
Then, when I finally found you, when I saw you on the ground underneath Calvin, you weren't even moving, Elle.
I had no idea if you were conscious, if you had brain damage, if you were dead, for fuck's sake.
He grabbed the back of his neck roughly.
I can't do that again. You can't ask me to do that again.
I closed the distance between us and put a hand on his arm. I'm okay, Abraham. I wasn't kidnapped. I wasn't even hurt. He let out a deep breath and shook his head.
I lost you once, and that almost ruined me.
His dark eyes latched onto mine.
I know because we're fated that I can't live without you, but Elle, I couldn't live if someone hurt you. If you were injured and I wasn't there to protect you again, it would kill me.
I wasn't injured, Abraham. I'm okay. He watched me for a long time before he spoke again.
I know you're okay, and I'm grateful you had the skills to defend yourself.
Then why did you tell B she can't train me anymore? He took a deep breath and let it out, his shoulders deflating until he was almost hunched.
I was afraid, Elle. I was so afraid today.
His words broke something inside of me. I was still upset at him, and he had a lot more to explain, but I had to hold him. My arms physically needed to feel him between them. I stepped closer and wrapped myself around him. He paused for only a moment before pulling me into his embrace. We stood there for a long time, his chin propped on my head and my face against his steady heartbeat. Finally, he pulled away and looked down at me.
I'm sorry, Elle. I shouldn't have reacted that way, and I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. I'm just a man who's terrified of losing the one person in the world he can't live without.
He traced the back of his hand along my face before tucking some hair behind my ear.
Forgive me.
I searched his eyes, seeing the truth behind his words for myself. He was sorry, and he'd only acted out of fear. I could admit that I'd let fear rule my actions more often than I should have. I dragged him close again. It's okay, I said against his chest. Pulling away again to look at him, I added, as long as you let B keep training me. He tugged me back against his chest and sighed.
Okay, Rocky, I won't take you out of the ring.
I laughed against him, inhaling his scent and letting it soothe my frayed nerves. Fighting with Abraham was awful. He was the most important person in my life, and I hated when he was upset with me. What about Tom? Do you think it was the right decision to kick him out of the pack? I asked. Abraham took a deep breath, his chest rocking me backward.
I've let too much shit slide around here.
I was trying so hard to not be the terrible dictator my uncle was, but I can't allow Tom to remain in the pack after what he did. There's just no other option.
I nodded against his chest and settled back into his arms. I understood where he was coming from, and I wasn't going to fight him on this. To be honest, I didn't want Tom in the pack anymore either. I just didn't like feeling like it was my fault he got kicked out. But he was a grown man, and he made his own decisions. He'd have to live with the consequences. I pulled away one more time. We okay? He leaned down to brush his lips against mine.
As long as you forgive me.
I do, I whispered. His body trembled slightly beneath my hands, and I smiled against his mouth. His lips curled into a grin, too.
What are you smiling about?
I gave him a soft kiss. I like the way I affect you. He pulled me closer, his erection already pressing against my belly.
You affect me in a lot of ways, Elle.
His mouth trailed down my neck as I fought off a shiver. Like how? He kissed my shoulder, his lips hovering over my chest.
Like when you walk in a room and my fucking heart pounds.
He kissed along my collarbone.
Or when you smile at me and I feel 100 feet tall.
His lips skimmed up my throat until they reached mine.
Or how when I'm deep inside you and I know I've found my place in this world, that it's wherever you are.
My heart raced at his words, and I couldn't take the tension anymore. I fused my lips to his, eliciting a surprised grunt from him before he wrapped his big hands around my waist and pulled me closer. We kissed as our hands roamed and the clothes fell off, one article at a time. Finally, he pulled away, his chest heaving.
There's no place in here clean enough for me to lay you down, so I'm gonna fuck you against this wall.
I closed my eyes and let his words race through my system. They were wild and savage and tore at my insides. He reached down to grab my thighs before he lifted me into his arms. I wrapped my legs around his hips and held on as he walked me over to the wall he'd promised. When I hit the cold surface, my back arched, pressing me closer to him. Without warning, he slid deep into me, finding no resistance whatsoever. Our eyes were closed and our breaths were ragged as we adjusted to the position. Finally, he began to move, and I could do nothing but hold on. He made love to me like it was the last time. It was somehow rough and tender all at once. His hips slammed into mine repeatedly, but his rough hands cupped my face like I was his most precious possession. It was enough to drive me to the edge. "Abe," I panted.
Yes, baby. I love you so much.
"Oh my God, I love you too, so much, Abe." His thrusts got harder and deeper as I dug my fingernails into his shoulders, and suddenly it was too much for me and I came hard. Abraham was right behind me, groaning against my neck and squeezing my hips as he emptied himself. When we'd caught our breath, he slid me down his body to my feet before wrapping his arms around me. Abraham kissed the side of my head and whispered against my ear.
I'll do anything to keep you safe, Elle. There is no limit for me. I can't help how I react when your safety is threatened.
I pulled far enough away that I could look in his eyes. I'll never expect you to sit on the sidelines when I'm in danger. That's not in your nature, and I'd never ask you to change. But you can't hover, and you can't prevent me from living my life. I'll stay as safe as I can, and I'll train hard with B. Can that be enough for you? His eyes searched my face for a long time. I'd just accepted the fact that he couldn't handle what I'd proposed when he nodded once.
Okay. I can try.
I just barely held in a laugh, but my smile was unstoppable. At least he was honest, right? I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled his lips to mine. I can work with that, I whispered. When I finally wrenched my mouth away from his again, I realized we were standing in a construction zone in the middle of the day and there were no workers around. Then I remembered how naked we were and panicked. Holy shit, Abraham, what are we doing? I swerved around him, searching for my clothes and desperately tugging them on. He laughed. What's wrong? I glared at him as I hopped on one leg, trying to get them both in my jean shorts. Couldn't your men be here any minute?
He smiled and shrugged.
They have the day off.
I frowned. Why? He rolled his eyes.
It's Saturday, Elle.
Geez. I'm unemployed for a month and already can't keep track of the days. I shook my head to clear it. Oh, okay. He crossed the room, a big smile on his face.
You think I'd fuck you in here if there was a chance someone could walk in?
I tipped my chin up. I thought there was a chance you weren't thinking straight. I just barely suppressed a cringe at my own words. Abraham chuckled and wrapped his warm, naked body around me.
You do scramble my thoughts, Miss Montgomery.
That made me feel a little better, at least. If this is a top priority project, shouldn't you have men working weekends too? Abraham laughed again and wrapped an arm around my neck.
Look at you. Get a dose of power and now you think you're the boss of everything.
I slapped his chest. I do not think I'm the boss of everything.
Okay, boss.
I hit him again, but my hand just bounced off his hard chest. He probably hadn't even felt it. Whatever, Abraham. Just put some clothes on.
Yes, boss.
Chapter 20. We spent more time making up that night than we did sleeping, but I wouldn't have changed it for the world. Without meaning to, I'd scared Abraham yesterday, and I'd have done anything it took to ease his fears. I was lying on Abraham's warm chest when Charlie leapt onto the bed. He picked his way between us until he was curled up on Abraham, too. Apparently, my cat knew a good spot when he saw one. Abraham reached out a big hand and rubbed Charlie's head. It might have been a little rougher than I'd pet my cat, but he didn't seem to mind. He arched his back and pushed into Abraham's hand. "You're so good with him," I said softly, not wanting to break the peaceful quiet of the morning. He grunted.
He's a good cat.
I had to bite my lip to hide my smile. When Abraham first found out I even owned a cat, he'd been less than thrilled. When I started bringing him out to Asheville with me, he tolerated him, but I could tell he didn't think of him as a pet. Now, everything was different. I think it started around the time Abraham built the magnificent cat tree for Charlie. I wasn't sure if the cat was appreciative or if the man was just warming to him, but I'd barely been able to pry them apart since. Wherever Abraham was, Charlie was close behind, ready for a rough head rub and a snuggle. It was adorable, and it made me love them both even more. I've been thinking about letting Charlie roam the house. Abraham turned toward me.
Yeah? You think that's a good idea?
I sighed. Well, you and your sisters had no trouble getting along with him. He's really a good cat, and it's not like he'd bother anyone. I was quiet for a moment while I thought it through some more, my teeth digging into my bottom lip. Finally, I nodded. I don't want him to be trapped in this room all the time. It's not fair to him. Let's let him roam for a couple hours at a time and see how it goes. Abraham was still watching me with heavy-lidded eyes.
You know it just turns me on when you get all bossy.
I rolled my eyes. I'm not bossy. He rolled over and dragged me beneath his big body.
You're so bossy, and it's so sexy,
he grumbled against my neck. Thoughts of Charlie flew from my head as Abraham showed me just how sexy he found my bossiness. When we were finally sated again, I decided that if we didn't get out of bed soon, we weren't going to. It wasn't a work day, but we had a pack barbecue that afternoon, and we had to see if anyone needed help setting it all up. I reluctantly pried myself from Abraham's arms and hopped into the shower. My fiancé would never pass up a chance to see me naked, though, so he came along too. It took me a lot longer to wash up with his hands all over me, but I managed and even had another orgasm to add to my collection that morning. When we were dressed, I picked up Charlie, and Abraham and I walked hand in hand down the stairs. Breakfast was close to being over, so the room was mostly empty. We said hello to Miss Elsie and grabbed some plates. I set Charlie on the ground, but he stuck by my side as I got some breakfast and found a seat with Abraham. My poor cat didn't know what to do with himself, so he hopped up on the bench next to me and took a seat. I knew it would take some adjusting for everyone, but I really felt like this was the right thing to do. While we ate, I got Abraham to promise to build some kiddie ramps around the first floor of the lodge. That would give Charlie a place to escape if he got spooked by something. Werewolves weren't known for being quiet, and my cat was used to the silence of just one lonely owner. Speaking of rowdy werewolves, one of the enforcers, Huxley, walked into the kitchen trailed by Matthias. As soon as the first wolf made it to the middle of the room, he stopped dead in his tracks and lifted his nose into the air. "Why does it smell like a fucking animal in here?" he asked. For whatever reason, Huxley and I had an antagonistic relationship. Maybe it was because I'd never had siblings, or maybe it was because I thought he needed to be brought down a peg or two, but I never passed up an opportunity to call him out. "You're probably smelling yourself, Huxley." His brown eyes swung my way into the space next to me before narrowing. "Is that a cat?" I nodded slowly. "So, you can identify your animals. Good job, Hux." He scowled at me and pointed a finger at Charlie. "What is a fucking cat doing in the middle of a house of werewolves? Aren't you worried someone's gonna eat him?" He and Matthias laughed while I seethed. I rose to my feet, barely noticing Abraham running a warning hand down my arm. He thought I was about to lose my cool, but nothing could have been further from the truth. "Huxley, I don't know what backwoods town you crawled out of, but civilized people don't eat cats." He scoffed. "Never said I was civilized." I shook my head, but my lips twitched with a smile. "At least you're aware that you're a Neanderthal." He beat his fists on his chest like a gorilla, and I had to laugh. He was such an idiot sometimes. Huxley shot another look at Charlie. "I don't know how that's going to go over here." I straightened my spine and shot him a look. "We're giving it a try. If everyone makes an effort to get along, we all should do just fine." Huxley shook his head and nodded for Matthias to follow. The two giant men left the kitchen through the back door, and I let out a sigh of relief. "Well, that's 2 down and what? 10 to go?" Abraham wiped his mouth with a paper napkin. "Are you referring to lodge residents?" I nodded. "There are 9 enforcers living in the lodge. You have another 7 to convince." He said the words with a secret smile on his face, and I thought he approved of what I was doing. I shrugged. "No problem. I'm persuasive." He laughed and kissed the side of my head. "I know you are." Abraham left shortly after that, promising he'd be back down soon, but he had some business that couldn't wait. We walked back upstairs together, Charlie following us. He left for his office, while I grabbed the environmental texts and hauled them back downstairs, my cat trailing me. I was in the kitchen, reading through the last of the books Callie lent me, when Jimmy walked through the sliding glass door. I gave him a strained smile, but ignored him for the most part. I was sure I wasn't even on his long list of people he liked. So, when he cleared his throat and I turned to see he was looking at me, I was shocked. "Hey, Ellie." I tried to keep the frown off my face, but I could feel my eyebrows bunching in the middle. "Hey, Jimmy." He shoved his hands in his pockets and rocked on his heels. "You have a minute?" "Of course. Do we need privacy?" I asked as I stood up. He pulled a hand from his pocket and waved it. "Nah, it's not that serious. I'm here to pay my fine." I almost stumbled forward, I was so surprised. "Oh, okay. Thanks, Jimmy." He shrugged. "You were right, you know. I shouldn't have been messing up Franny's yard like that. I deserved the fine." "Well, hell. What do you say to that? You're right, you did deserve it?" Instead, I said, "I think Fran would probably appreciate hearing that too." He nodded. "I already apologized to her. She was my first stop." "That's great, Jimmy." He shrugged again. "Now, I'm here to apologize to you. What I said was stupid, and you didn't deserve it. I'm sorry." "You could have knocked me over with a feather. Thanks, Jimmy." I was having trouble forming the words and making complete sentences. I'd never expected Jimmy to come around like this, to apologize of all things. All I'd ever heard about him was how awful and intolerant he was. But the man in front of me was admitting where he'd gone wrong and apologizing. I may have judged him too quickly. He scratched his bearded chin.
Anyway, I'm here to drop off a check for the fine and see if you could help me with something.
Sure. What's up?
Could you hook me up with whoever cleaned Fran's yard? I'm hoping I can hire them to do mine too.
I pulled my phone out of my pocket. Yeah, that was Austin. Do you need his number?
That was the Anderson boy?
I shrugged. Yep. I can call him if you want. He waved me away again.
Nah, I'll just stop by his place on the way home.
He dug into his pocket and pulled out a crinkled check, handing it to me. Thanks, Jimmy. He shrugged and waved before walking away. When he reached the glass door, I called out to him, "Will I see you at the pack cookout tonight?" He turned back around, a small smile on his face.
I'll be there.
He left after that, and I stood there for a long time, thinking about the kind of impact I was making in the pack. Apparently, I was doing something right. I'd never expected Jimmy to turn it around like that. Thought for sure I'd be on his shit list for the rest of my life, but he'd surprised me. He'd owned up to his mistakes and was working toward rectifying them. I really couldn't have asked for more than that. I sat back down with my textbooks and a smile on my face. This alpha stuff wasn't so bad, and it looked like I might be getting the hang of it. I'd just gotten back into reading when I smelled sage and knew Bea was nearby. "Hey, Ellie," she called, and I held back a sigh. I was going to have to talk to Abraham about setting up an office for me in the lodge, or I'd never get anything done. I looked up and gave my future sister-in-law a smile. "Hey, Bea." She took a seat on the bench across from me, her smile wary.
"So, what happened with you and Abby last night?"
I rolled my eyes. He lost his mind and threatened to lock me in our room? I chuckled at that. I'm sure he could have tried to lock me in that room, but he'd have had a hell of a fight on his hands. That sounds like Abby. I shook my head. Doesn't sound like the Abraham I know. You weren't there with him the night you were taken. You didn't see what it did to him. I'm honestly not surprised about his reaction at all. I sat forward and clasped my hands. But I had it under control. Tom was lying in a panting heap on the ground with my teeth marks still in his neck. Bea's eyes flashed with pride. You got him by the neck? I tried to suppress a smile, but it spread across my face anyway. Yeah, I did. I bit my lip for a moment before adding, he didn't even get one hit in. Bea laughed and reached over with her hand outstretched. I slapped it and she sat back down. That's my friggin' girl! Damn, Ellie, I wish I'd been there to see you in action. I shrugged, but the smile wouldn't come off my face. It was kind of fun, actually. Hell yeah, fighting is fun. Wait till you take on one of the enforcers, she said with a laugh and a slap of her knee. What's so great about fighting enforcers? She leaned back against the table behind her and sighed. It's because they're so arrogant. They think they're the biggest, strongest, best in everything they do. Then a woman a third their size comes along, and they think it'll be an easy win. Her eyes flashed as her smile turned deadly. The most dangerous thing they can do is underestimate me. Beatrice was so terrifying in that moment that I actually shivered. Thank God I'd found my way to her good side. Yeah, but I'm not you. I didn't beat every guy in this pack already. She shrugged. You will. You've got great instincts and you're learning fast. My chest warmed with pride. I knew I'd been doing better, and to hear that Beatrice, the best fighter here, thought so too was amazing. Bea stood up and nodded toward the door. I was going to go for a run, but now I feel like fighting. You got time to spar? I shrugged. Technically, I had all the time in the world since I was unemployed. I was almost done with all the books Callie lent me and knew I could spare some time to train. Besides, it was clear that my lessons with Bea were essential now, and I needed to learn as much as I could as fast as I could. I closed the book I was reading and stood up. Yeah, let's go. Beatrice shot a look at Charlie, who was still lying next to where I'd been sitting. What are you going to do about your cat? I shrugged. I'm trying to integrate him into the house more. Let him run free every once in a while. It won't kill him to spend an hour in the kitchen without me. Bea didn't look convinced, but shrugged anyway. All right, if you're sure. Well, when she said it like that, I wasn't so positive anymore. I looked around the kitchen, finding it empty except for Aubrey. I wanted to mention Charlie to her and let her know he'd be there for a little while without me, but I didn't know how that would go over. After my interactions with her brother, it almost seemed like she was warming to me, but I'd received nothing but the cold shoulder since. I didn't know which way was up with that girl, but I figured there was no use worrying over it. I'd just ask and see what happened. I walked over to the other side of the kitchen and cleared my throat. Hey, Aubrey, can I ask you for a favor? She didn't bother to turn around. That depends. Is it a favor or an order? I grit my teeth and clenched my hands. Why did she always do that? Why did she always have to be antagonistic? Why did she always have to throw the alpha thing in my face? I took a deep breath and shook my head. It's a favor. I'm going to be right outside with Bea for about an hour, and I'm leaving Charlie in here. She turned to me slowly. What is a Charlie? I just barely stopped my eyes from rolling. Charlie is my cat. She laughed, the sound grating. You brought a cat to a house full of werewolves? And I'd had enough. Aubrey, you know damn well the cat lives here. You've known that for a while, so quit acting new. He won't bother you. I'm just asking if you'll keep half an eye on him. He probably won't even move from his spot. She rolled her eyes so viciously I worried they'd get stuck. Ugh, fine. Just hurry back. My hands fisted at my sides, but I took deep breaths until I had myself under control. Aubrey was trying to get a reaction out of me, and that was the last thing I'd give her. I'd keep letting her comments roll off me and keep being as civil as I could. I had to hope she couldn't keep it up forever, that eventually she'd get sick of being so rude and give me a chance. I just wouldn't hold my breath. Chapter 21. What'd you do to her? Piss in her cornflakes? I turned to Bea with wide eyes. That's disgusting. Of course not. She laughed and shrugged. It's something I've heard the guys say, and I was trying it out. It is pretty disgusting, though. I laughed, too, as we headed toward the grassy space we always used to spar. Honestly, I don't really know what her deal is. Ever since I moved out here, she's been nothing but nasty to me. Have you asked her why? I mean, not directly. It's hard to have a conversation with her at all. Does Abby know? I sighed. Yeah, and I barely stopped him from stepping in. Bea turned to me with a frown. Why wouldn't you let him talk to her? Because then it looks like I can't handle things myself. It'll look like I told on her. That's exactly what she's expecting. She's expecting you to tell Abraham on her? I shrugged. She said anyone who disagrees with the alpha's mate gets kicked out of the pack like Peyton. I cringed as her name fell from my lips. Beatrice and Peyton had been best friends for years. The two of them had made my life miserable on more than one occasion, but nothing compared to the first family dinner I'd attended. Through her brother who worked at the police station, Peyton got a hold of what was supposed to be sealed records of when I'd gotten in trouble as a teenager. Peyton wasted no time divulging all that information to everyone at dinner, including Abraham's grandma, who I'd just met and was hoping to make a good impression on. Beatrice was the one who'd invited Peyton to the dinner and encouraged her to dish the dirt she'd found on me. However, something happened to change Beatrice's mind that night. According to her, instead of feeling happy that Peyton was making me look bad in front of everyone, she felt protective of me. She realized she'd made a big mistake by inviting Peyton and apologized to me for the first time ever. That night was the start of my friendship with the prickliest of the McCoy siblings. Now, Bea and I had a great relationship. I might never be close to her in the way I was with Evie, but we talked frequently and sparred together 5 times a week. I was spending more time with Beatrice than I'd ever imagined, and having a better time than I could have hoped for.
So, she thinks you got Peyton kicked out, Beatrice said, her voice subdued.
I figured this couldn't be an easy topic for her and wished I'd kept my big mouth shut. Even though Beatrice hadn't agreed with the things Peyton did, that didn't negate years of friendship. And Beatrice might have agreed with why Peyton got excommunicated from the pack, but I was sure it still hurt to lose her friend like that. I guess that's what she said, at least. She and Peyton grew close while they worked in the lodge together. I guess that explains some of it. Didn't make it any better, but if Peyton was a friend of Aubrey's, I guess it made sense that she was upset about her having to leave the pack. We were quiet as we walked, but there was something bothering me. Do you blame me too? Bea paused to shoot me a look. For Peyton getting kicked out? I nodded. That girl was doing everything she could to get herself in trouble. I tried to tell her Abraham warned her, but nothing could penetrate. Bea sighed and looked away. I always knew she had a thing for Abraham, but I never thought she'd go as far as she did. That was unforgivable. She deserved to go. That made me feel a little better. My friendship with Beatrice was still really new and, in some ways, fragile. If she blamed me for her friend's departure from our pack, that wouldn't have boded well for our relationship. Listen, Ellie, I know I've said it before, but I'm sorry for everything I let Peyton do. For every time I let her get in the middle of you and Abby. For every time I let her talk to you like crap. For inviting her to that last family dinner. I'm sorry for it all. It wasn't fair to gang up on you like that. She paused for a minute before continuing. If I'd known what kind of person Peyton really was sooner, maybe I could have prevented what happened with you and Calvin. I just barely held back a sigh. There was someone else blaming themselves for Calvin and Peyton's actions. How many more people would lay the blame on their own shoulders for the decisions of another grown person? I reached out and grasped Bea's arm. There was nothing you could have done. If Calvin hadn't gotten to me that night, it would have been another one. He was on a mission to have me for himself, and nothing was going to stop him. Believe me, I just barely suppressed a shiver as Calvin's words from that night sped through my head. He'd deluded himself into thinking we were fated mates and that we were meant to be together, concocted a story that explained how we were fated and had a plan for our future together. It still creeped me out just thinking about it. I'm the beta, Ellie. I'm supposed to be on top of that stuff, and I wasn't. You're also a sister and a cousin and a friend, and no one expects you to be able to wear all those hats at once. Calvin fooled us all, and Peyton was more obsessed than she ever let on. Both of them were overlooked by everyone. All we can do is try to see clearer in the future, to trust our guts and do our best. Beatrice watched me, her icy blue eyes searching my face. Finally, she smiled softly, and I realized how stunning she was. With the ever-present scowl on her face, it was easy to forget how gorgeous she really was, but there was no denying it when all her walls were down. Thanks, Ellie. It's good to hear you don't blame me. I jerked back. Blame you? Why the hell would I blame you? She shrugged. It was my cousin and my best friend who orchestrated your kidnapping and almost murder. Well, anything sounds bad when you put it like that. Bea's head tipped back as her loud laughter floated around the large yard and echoed back to us. When she finally sobered up, she shot me a penetrating look. That's a relief. I rolled my eyes and pulled her into a big hug. I'd never blame you. She paused for only a moment before her arms wrapped around my shoulders, too. We stood there for a minute until it felt right to pull away. It was then I realized I'd never hugged Beatrice before. Hugging, and in fact all displays of affection, used to make me really uncomfortable. I blamed it on a mixture of growing up an only child of two emotionless parents and never having many friends.
It had taken me a while to get used to how touchy all the wolves were with me, but I'd changed a lot since then. Apparently, I'd changed so much that I willingly pulled Beatrice McCoy into a hug. If you told me that 2 months ago, I would have suggested you get your head checked out. But our relationship, like so many other things, had changed drastically. Bea smiled at me.
Thanks, Ellie. I'm glad you're not upset with me.
And I thought you might have blamed me for your friend getting kicked out of the pack. She shook her head, a smile still curling her lips.
Never. Peyton got what was coming to her, and it had nothing to do with you.
So we're good? She surprised the hell out of me by pulling me into another hug. We're good, she said as she squeezed me. This time when she pulled away, there was a different kind of smile on her face.
Now, I want you to tell me exactly how the fight went with Tom. No detail is too small. I want to know every maneuver, every bite, every scratch.
I laughed and pulled my shirt over my head. Leave it to Bea to want all the bloody details. The woman really was ferocious. A while later, we were both panting and bleeding, but the cuts would heal soon and we'd had a great practice. Bea and I had reenacted as much of my fight with Tom as I could remember, and she'd laughed so hard I didn't think she'd ever stop.
He really didn't even get close, did he? She'd chuckled, her big wolfy body rolling around the grass.
Honestly, this was a side to Beatrice I'd been seeing a lot more of lately. She wasn't always the strict, no-nonsense ice queen. She could also be warm and caring and sometimes really silly.
And then he called you a bitch in front of Abby?
She laughed harder.
What an idiot.
I'd stood there watching her laugh herself out as I tried to reconcile the Beatrice I'd first met with the one on the ground, laughing so hard she couldn't get up. What a difference a couple months make. When she'd gotten herself under control, we'd had a solid session where we both got in a lot of great hits and both had the aches and pains to prove it.
That felt amazing, Bea panted in my head. But maybe we shouldn't have gone for so long, because they're already setting up for the cookout.
I turned around to see pack members arranging the picnic tables and filling the fire pit with kindling. Yeah, we should probably get back inside and showered and stuff. However, now that there were so many people out there, I really didn't want to shift back. I thought I'd gotten better about the nudity thing, but that was only when no one was around to see me. With that many people so close, there was no way I was going to get naked. Bea laughed in my head. Don't want to shift back now, do you? There was a time when I'd have lied to her, told her I had no problem just so she wouldn't be able to get any kind of upper hand. But now I knew Beatrice better and knew she wouldn't use this against me. Not really, I admitted. She nodded her big wolf head.
Why don't you shift past the tree line, and I'll bring you your clothes.
What about you?
She snorted in my head. They've all seen me naked enough times to not care anymore. Hell, any of these pack members could probably draw you a picture of every one of my birthmarks.
I'll pass. Bea laughed in my head, which sounded like barking out loud.
I'll try not to be offended by that.
It's nothing personal, Bea. You just don't really do it for me. She laughed again.
Yeah, right, Montgomery. I know Abraham wasn't your first pick of the McCoy siblings.
I scoffed. And if my first pick had been you, you probably would have actually bitten my head off. She chuckled and nodded.
Yeah, probably.
I shook my head and trotted off for the woods and what little cover it would allow me. Once I shifted back, Bea brought over my clothes and I hurried back into them. When we were dressed again, we walked back up to the lodge.
Thank God you're back. What the hell took you so long?
Once my eyes adjusted to the dim interior of the kitchen, I found an angry Aubrey with her arms crossed over her chest and fire in her eyes.
Are you talking to me? I asked.
She rolled her eyes.
Of course I'm talking to you, you idiot. I don't know where the hell your stupid cat went, and I don't have time to hunt him down.
Before I could respond, Beatrice took a big step forward and narrowed her eyes.
You don't talk to your alpha like that.
I froze in shock. Beatrice had never called me the alpha before.
Not once had she ever mentioned the fact that I'd be her new boss someday. Yet, there she was, defending me as if I already was. It made me want to hug her again. Aubrey scoffed. You too? What is it with all you McCoys and this stupid human? Why are you all so wrapped around her little finger? Bea took another step forward and Aubrey's throat bobbed.
She isn't a stupid human. She's a werewolf, just like you, except she's your and everyone else's boss. I suggest you learn to respect her or find yourself a new pack.
Aubrey's eyes widened as she pointed a finger at Beatrice. See? You're just like Abraham, chucking out anyone who doesn't like friggin' Elizabeth. It's ridiculous. You can't choose some brand new wolf over your pack. She is pack, Aubrey, and whether you like it or not, she's going to be your new alpha. It would be in your best interest to keep your opinions to yourself. This is absurd.
And it would also be a good idea to not insult her in front of me again. I'm not as disciplined as Elizabeth or Abraham, and I might rip your fucking throat out for disrespecting your alpha.
Aubrey's eyes widened again, and I'm sure there was a similar look on my face. What the hell just happened? I knew Beatrice was fiercely protective, but that had never extended to me before. At some point I was unaware of, I'd become someone Beatrice respected enough to defend. It seemed like not only was I on her good side now, I was also under her protection. Not that I really needed it. I took a step toward the two angry werewolves and spoke up. It's not a big deal, Aubrey. I'm sure he's around here somewhere. Thanks for keeping an eye on him, but I'll take it from here. Her eyes flickered from Beatrice to me and she sneered, Whatever. Just don't ask me to watch this stupid thing again. With that, she spun around and stormed out of the kitchen. We watched her go in silence until we heard a door open and slam shut. Finally, I turned to Beatrice. You know you didn't have to do that. She shrugged. Yeah, but I wanted to. She was pissing me off. I shook my head. Yeah, she's really starting to piss me off, too. Don't take any shit from her. I turned to look at Bea. I don't, normally. She tilted her head to the side. So you weren't going to let her get away with calling you an idiot? I looked away when it became too hard to hold her stare. I was going to do something about it. Bea sighed and grabbed my arm.
Aubrey is a pusher. She's the kind of person who will keep pushing and pushing until she hits a wall. Shove that wall in her face sooner rather than later, and you won't have any more problems with her. I reached up to run a hand through my wild hair. I guess I was going for the nice cop routine. I hoped that if she saw I wasn't someone she had to hate, that she'd eventually come around. Bea shook her head. You could hand her $1 million in cash, and she'd find a way to bash you. Trust me, you need to push back with her, or you'll get nowhere. I let Beatrice's words flow through me and solidify my resolve. I needed to stop letting Aubrey get away with talking to me like she had been. I guess my problem was I wasn't technically the alpha yet. Sure, I was taking on some of the duties, but it wasn't official. Until it was, I had a feeling I'd feel more like an imposter than anything else. If I didn't respect my position in the pack, how could I expect anyone else to? That meant I either needed to go ahead with the mating ceremony sooner than I'd planned and become the official alpha, or just forge ahead with my pseudo-title and hope I could earn the pack's respect. Honestly, neither option sounded appealing, and that left me back at square one. Chapter 22. Charlie? I called as I wandered the halls of the lodge. Come on, Bubba, where are you? I'd been searching for my cat for the past 20 minutes, and I was starting to get worried. What if something happened? What if one of the other werewolves did something to him? Huxley had asked if I'd been worried someone would eat him, and I'd thought he'd been joking, but what did I know? I'd only been a werewolf a couple months. Maybe eating cats was a legitimate thing they did. No, Abraham would have warned me before I brought Charlie out here. I was letting my imagination run wild, and it wasn't helping anything. I stopped in the middle of the hall and took a deep breath.
That reminded me of Nana's story about the quintuplets' mom and the day she thought she lost them all. She'd finally calmed down enough to use her nose, and it led her straight to them. I needed to do the same. I inhaled again and knew Charlie hadn't been down this way. Retracing my steps, I made it back to the kitchen where his scent was the strongest. I followed it around the large room and out into the hallway. His scent was strong there, but had that been from earlier when he'd come down or more recently? I ran up the stairs, Charlie's scent getting stronger the higher I climbed. Finally, I turned down our hall and found my little black and brown tabbies sitting outside our bedroom door. "Charlie," I said, exasperation lining my words. "You scared me, buddy." I scooped him into my arms and carried him into the bedroom. As soon as he saw his cat castle, he squirmed until I let him down. When he was free, he bolted for his hidey hole and ducked inside. Apparently, being out of this room had been a little too much for him. Or maybe it was because I left him alone. Either way, I should have brought him a place to hide down there. That had been stupid of me, and I'd upset my poor cat in the meantime. I shook my head and headed for the shower. Next time, I'd prepare better for when Charlie spent time out of the room. I wasn't giving up on integrating him into the house yet. I just needed to modify my approach. When I was done in the shower and dressed for the cookout, I wandered over to Abraham's office and knocked. He called for me to come in, and I entered to find him hunched over the desk, frowning at his computer. His eyes darted to me and a smile stretched across his handsome face. It made my heart thump extra hard for a few moments.
"Hey, baby."
Heat rose in my cheeks. I didn't know how he still had the power to make me blush, but he did. "Hey, you almost done?" He sighed heavily and leaned back in his chair. I walked around the desk and took a seat on the edge next to his open laptop. His big hands instantly found my bare legs, and he squeezed.
"Yeah, I'm just about done."
I reached out to smooth the frown lines between his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" He sighed again and turned his head to kiss my hand.
"I'm worried about Conrad."
"Your uncle?" He nodded. "Why would you be worried about him?" He studied me for a moment before speaking.
"I'm afraid he might retaliate for what happened with Calvin."
"But that wasn't your fault." He shrugged.
"But that's still his son."
I shook my head but kept my mouth shut. Sure, Calvin was his son, but only when it was convenient. From what Abraham told me, Conrad was an awful father who was never happy with anything his sons did. When Abraham and his sisters took off to form a new pack, Conrad's sons, Calvin and Clyde, joined them. Predictably, that sent Conrad into a fit and he disowned his own children. Somewhere along the line, Calvin had reconciled with his father. We didn't know when that happened, only that Conrad had to have known something about what Calvin had been doing. It was on Conrad's pack lands that Calvin kept those women before killing them. There was no way Conrad didn't know what his son had been up to. "Do you really think he'd do something?" I asked. Abraham's deep blue eyes were wary.
"I don't know, Elle, but I have a bad feeling about it."
His hands slid up my legs to my hips where he pulled me closer.
"I need to do whatever it takes to protect you."
I wrapped my hands around his. "You will protect me. You always do." He let out a deep breath and his shoulders hunched.
"I think I need to call in a few favors with some other packs, get some alliances going, so if Conrad moves against us, we won't be completely outnumbered."
"What about the packs that came to the solstice party?" He nodded.
"That's who I'll start with, but I'll have to get in touch with other packs too. Who knows if Conrad is making alliances of his own, building his enforcers to even larger numbers. I need to have as many North Carolina packs on our side when something happens." I swallowed. "You said when, not if." His hand squeezed me as his eyes searched mine. "I told you, I've got a bad feeling about this."
He was quiet for a moment before he spoke again.
"Besides, I'd rather fortify our numbers here and have nothing happen than to be caught undermanned."
"That makes sense." I chewed on my bottom lip. "How are you going to get other packs on our side?" He sighed and leaned back again, dragging his hands down my legs and making me lose track of our conversation. I'm not sure yet. I'll start with our friends first, though, and maybe talk to some of their friends. Go wherever I can get an introduction. Go? He winced and looked away. I think it would be best if I met with all these packs in person. I swallowed again and willed my heart to stop clenching in my chest. How long do you think you'll have to be gone? He met my eyes again. It probably won't be for long, and it probably won't be for a while. Let's not worry about it. I didn't want Abraham to leave. We used to have to spend tons of time apart, but now I couldn't imagine it. I'd been practically glued to his hip since I moved in with him, and I didn't know what I'd do with myself if he had to leave for a few days. I shook my head and slid off his desk. I'd worry about that problem when it arose. In the meantime, we had a packed barbecue to host, and people were probably already arriving. You're right. Let's not worry about it. Let's just go down to the cookout and spend some time with our pack. He stood up and wrapped his arms around my waist before pressing his lips against mine. He kissed me for a long time as I slowly lost my senses and drowned in him. When he pulled away, my vision was hazy, but I could see he was smiling at me. I love you, he said, his words so quiet and sincere my heart squeezed almost painfully. He'd said the words hundreds of times, but they never failed to rock me to my core. I had the love of one of the most amazing people I'd ever known. How many others got that lucky? I reached up to cup his perfect face. I love you too. His eyes got really soft as he smiled. He grabbed the hand from his face and kissed it before twining his fingers with mine. Let's go get some deviled eggs before Jimmy gets here. I laughed and let him lead me down to the first floor. I asked, and he's definitely coming, so that's a legitimate concern. He stopped walking and pulled me up next to him. You talked to Jimmy? When? Where? When I told Abraham about my interaction with Jimmy when I'd given him his fine, I'd purposefully kept the details sparse. I knew the more Abraham knew, the more he'd want to go down there and wring Jimmy's neck. I also knew I needed to handle the situation on my own and not let Abraham butt in. But I didn't like being dishonest, so I'd given Abraham a general summary of what happened and left it at that. He didn't need to know the specific names Jimmy called me. All he needed to know was that he wasn't happy and he was a jerk about it. Something that seemed to be pretty common with the men in this pack lately. This afternoon, he came in to pay his fine. His eyes widened. He came to pay his fine already? I shrugged. Yeah. He dropped off a check that I gave to Evie. He reached up to scratch his stubbled chin. Well, shit. I never expected him to come around so easily. He turned to look at me, the corners of his lips twitching with a smile. I knew it would only be a matter of time before you had this whole pack eating out of the palm of your hand. I scoffed. They're hardly eating out of my hand, Abraham. In fact, one tried to fight me yesterday. His whole face fell, anger twisting his features. I remember. Damn. There I went with my big mouth again. But, yeah, Jimmy came by to pay his fine and apologized to me. He said he talked to Fran too and said sorry to her as well. He also asked about hiring someone to clean his yard for him. Abraham nodded slowly. His property is a goddamn wreck. Well, that was something else I said to him while I was down there. I told him he had a month to clean his yard or there'd be more fines. His eyes widened again. You did? I shrugged. Was that wrong? He laughed and pulled me into his arms. No, it's not wrong. I'm just surprised. It seems like you're always one step ahead of me, he murmured in my ear. I shivered in his hold. That's because your mate is a smart, capable woman. He nodded against my face, his stubble jaw tickling my sensitive skin. Smart and capable and strong and so fucking sexy I can't think straight. I laughed, but it was breathy and needy. Abraham had this way of turning the mundane into something extraordinary.
We were just talking about finding pack members, and now I was in his arms, ready for him to pull me into an unused room and make us even later for the barbecue. The barbecue! Right. I gave him a swift kiss and then reluctantly pulled myself from his arms. He gave some resistance, but eventually caved, and I took a few steps back to separate us further. We have a packed dinner to get to, I said, still a little out of breath. His eyes were heated with promises of what I had to look forward to later. I shivered again.
That's the only reason you're still dressed,
he said, his voice deep and rumbling across the space between us. Clearly, a few feet wasn't enough of a separation because I was about to launch myself back into his arms. I cleared my throat and shook my head. Let's go, McCoy. Save your bedroom eyes for the bedroom. I turned away from him to head toward the back of the lodge, while he laughed loudly behind me. He caught up as I made it to the kitchen. As expected, it was in chaos, but also seemed to be under control. I checked in with Ms. Elsie to see if she needed anything before heading out back. To my surprise, it looked like almost every pack member was already there. There hadn't been this many people at any of these cookouts since my first one. And that one was only popular because rumors spread that I'd survived an attack by the serial killer that had been haunting their woods for months. I turned to Abraham, who slung his arm over my shoulders. It looks like everyone's here. He grunted.
They'd better be.
I turned in his arms. What do you mean? He looked away from me to study the lake in the distance, and my stomach turned.
What did you do?
He sighed and pulled me closer.
I just called a mandatory meeting before the pack barbecue.
I glared up at him. And what kind of mandatory meeting are we having, and why wasn't I told about it before now? He took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
Elle, something has to be said. I know you want to handle this all on your own, but what happened with Tom was unacceptable.
I opened my mouth to argue, but he continued.
And before you try to fight me on this, know that if he'd attacked any other member of this pack, I'd be doing the same thing.
I raised the most incredulous brow I could, and he had the decency to look away. Okay, so maybe I wouldn't have called a mandatory meeting about just any pack member, but I would have addressed it. I sighed and turned away. Clearly, I wouldn't get through to him, and he'd have this meeting no matter what I said. I just hoped he'd be able to rein it in enough to not completely discredit me. I felt like I'd been doing a pretty good job of finding a solid foothold in the pack. If Abraham came along and negated all that, I was going to be really irritated. The kitchen staff began bringing out tray after tray of food as Abraham grasped my arm.
I promise I won't do anything to jeopardize the respect you've gained with this pack so far. But Elle, you can't expect me to not address this. It would make me look weak if I didn't.
I did my best to see it from his perspective, and unfortunately, he had a point. If he just let this slide, it would make him look bad, like he didn't care that I'd been attacked by another pack member. So, I'd go along with this pack meeting and let Abraham say what he needed to say, but when he was done, it'd be my turn. Chapter 23.
Can I have everyone's attention?
I tried to slink away from Abraham's side, but he held on tight. The last of the kitchen staff had just made their way outside, and apparently, it was time to start the pack meeting. We were still on the raised back patio with the entire pack on the grass below us.
It seems like we've had a miscommunication between us somewhere, and I want to rectify that today.
He paused while he looked at every wolf and tightened his arm around me.
Elizabeth is my mate. It doesn't matter that we haven't had an official ceremony yet. She is my mate, and that means she is your alpha. I've heard of far too many instances of her being disrespected and defied, and that all stops here. She has as much authority in this pack as I do, and what she says goes. If you can't respect her, you can't stay here. The same goes for me. You respect me, or you get out of my pack. That's the way it is because that's the way it's always been.
His words rang through the clearing, and I watched the different pack members take in his proclamation. It seemed like most of them agreed, but there were a few that didn't look happy at all. As for yesterday, he continued, and I turned to look at him again. Violence against your alpha is an excommunicable offense. However, violence against my mate is a death sentence. If I'd thought the clearing was quiet before, it was nothing compared to now. Elizabeth has my full protection, and I will not hesitate to defend her in any way. You've all been warned. No one spoke. No one moved. I wasn't even sure if they were still breathing. Everyone looked shocked, silent, and still as his words settled around us. I looked up at Abraham and saw him staring down his pack as if daring them to make a move against me right now so he could prove he meant business. I needed to speak up. Stepping out of Abraham's hold, I cleared my throat. I'd like to say something too. Elle, Abraham whispered, but I ignored him. I took a step closer to the railing and wrapped my fingers around the wood. I know change is difficult. I chuckled softly. I've had more of it in the past few months than I've had my entire life. Turns out I'm a pretty stubborn person, and so I fought against all those changes. Abraham chuckled behind me, but I ignored him again. The things I fought against the hardest wound up being the greatest changes of all. My eyes drifted to Abraham, and I gave him a soft smile. But I'm not a change you need to fight against. I know I'm new here, but I'm learning. Every day, I'm trying my hardest to be the very best alpha I can be for you. If you give me a chance, I promise you won't regret it. I looked around the clearing again, trying to decide if there were more happy faces than angry. Realizing it didn't matter, I pressed on. All that I ask is for some time for me to become an alpha worthy of a great pack like this. I finished my speech and did my best to meet the eye of every pack member standing there. Their facial expressions varied so much from person to person, I couldn't get a good feel for how my words were being received. That was until Jimmy started clapping. It started out slow and as just one person, but it grew and swelled, and soon it sounded like 100 people were applauding. My smile stretched my cheeks while my heart thumped extra fast. Abraham slid an arm around my waist and kissed the side of my head. You're a great alpha already. His words settled deep within me. I turned to say something, I'm not even sure what, but when I saw the loving look on his face, I had to kiss him. Not caring that the whole pack was watching, I grabbed Abraham's face and pressed my lips against his. Soon the clapping was rhythmic and the catcalls were too loud to ignore. I finally pulled away from him and stared into his eyes. His lips curled into a smile. What was that for? I shrugged. For loving me. He pulled me close again. I really do. So much. He held me while the noise died down and the pack members dispersed. To my surprise, almost everyone stayed past the end of the meeting. I finally pulled out of Abraham's arms only to entwine my fingers with his. Let's get some food while we still can. When we'd filled our plates, we wandered down to the picnic tables and found an empty one. I knew it wouldn't be long until his sisters found us and took the remaining seats. Oh my God, Ellie, I loved your speech. Evie's voice preceded her. When she finally made it to the table, she plopped her plate next to mine and slid onto the bench. I mean, really, you sounded amazing. So alpha-like. I rolled my eyes. It's not a big deal, Evie. Callie, Dell, and Beatrice filed in the other side of the table. Actually, I think it was a really big deal, Callie spoke up. I always thought of her as the least dramatic of the sisters. The one I could count on to not exaggerate or exacerbate a situation. So, if she thought it was a big deal, maybe it was. What's so special about my speech? I asked as I popped a deviled egg in my mouth. Ellie, you were a total boss up there. Hell, I was about to drop to an E, B said before stuffing half a dinner roll in her mouth. I rolled my eyes again. You are not. She nodded, her icy blue eyes wide. Honestly, I can't imagine that speech not affecting the whole pack. You did good. I tried not to let it show, but Beatrice's compliment meant a lot to me. It was a bumpy road that led us to this place in our friendship. There'd been times I never thought we'd get there, and never in a million years did I imagine Beatrice giving me compliments or defending me to others like she'd done with Aubrey today. Things had really changed between us, and I loved it.
You really did good, baby. Trust us,
Abraham said softly in my ear. Maybe they were right. Maybe I actually had done a good job.
Honestly, it was the most half-assed speech I'd ever given. Usually, I'd prepare for months for something like an opening or closing statement. Today, I'd only decided to speak once Abraham insisted on addressing the issues I'd been having. That gave me no time to prepare, so I winged it. I dug deep and spoke from my heart. I didn't want to lead the pack out of fear. I wanted it to be out of mutual respect. I just hoped that was attainable. I'd just eaten the last possible bite of food I could hold when Sophie walked up to our table. Hey, Ellie. You got a minute? I barely suppressed a groan. It wasn't her fault I'd stuffed myself too full on Ms. Elsie's pecan pie and could barely move. Instead, I gave her a grim smile and heaved myself off the bench. I heard Abraham snickering from beside me and jabbed an elbow into his ribs. Honestly, my elbow lost that fight hands down. I followed Sophie away from the crowd until we had a bit of privacy. Is everything all right? I asked. She had a look on her face I couldn't place, and it was starting to bother me. She sighed and shoved her hands in the pockets of her jeans. Well, yes and no. Tell me what's going on. Her shoulders fell with a deep exhale. Well, we're all glad Tom and Daisy are gone, but we're having trouble replacing them. My stomach fell as the problem swam to the surface. I was an idiot. I fired the farm manager and didn't bother to replace him. I'd gotten so caught up with my fight with Tom and my subsequent fight with Abraham that it completely slipped my mind. I took a deep breath. Okay, so you need a new employee, but Daisy wasn't doing much to begin with, so it's probably not that different from before, right? She nodded. Yeah, we were getting by without her. It's really Tom's job that we were having trouble with. The team needs direction, or we're pretty useless. I racked my brain for a solution to this problem. I needed a farm worker and I needed a farm manager. Part of me wanted to run back and ask Abraham for his opinion, but I knew I needed to work this out for myself. And then it came to me. What about you? Sophie raised a dark brow. What about me? Why don't you take the farm manager position? Her eyes widened. Why would I do that? I shrugged. You clearly care about the team if you're coming to me with this, and it was obvious you know what you're doing out there. Plus, I could tell the other workers already look up to you. It would be easy for you to slide into his role. She didn't look convinced. Are you sure about that, Ellie? The more I thought about it, the more sure I was. Absolutely. As of now, you're the new farm manager. Her eyes got wide again as she slowly shook her head. That is not what I was expecting. I shrugged again. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do about you being down an employee. Well, 2 if you count yourself. She waved a hand. We'll figure it out. My smile was wide as I looked at her. I could see she was already thinking like a manager, already planning what her next move would be and how she'd make things better. My belief in this solution was only growing. So we're good here? I asked. Sophie smiled. Yeah, we're good. I'll tell all the workers about the change in my title. If you need any help with anything, come to me, okay? I'm here to help. Sophie's smile grew before she tugged me into her arms. Thanks so much, Ellie. You have no idea what you've done for us. I hugged her back as I let her words sink into my head. I really was making a difference. I really was making the right choices. I really was an alpha. Sophie bounded off to go talk to her coworkers while I made my way back to the McCoys. My eyes wandered around the space, and I was greeted by more friendly smiles than ever. But when my eyes landed on a pair of men, my instincts automatically twitched to life. On the outskirts of the party stood Craig and Paul, his mate Annalise, close by. I didn't know if the two men knew each other well or not, but I had a bad feeling about this. I tried to remind myself that they'd lived in the same pack together for years, and there was nothing strange about them talking, but something told me it was more than that. Something told me to watch out for the both of them because, if they were working together, there could be trouble. I kept those thoughts to myself as I reclaimed my seat next to Abraham. The siblings were talking and laughing, and I was enjoying watching them, not necessarily a part of the conversation. "Ellie, did Abby really threaten to lock you in your room?" That question was from Dell, of course, the biggest pot stirrer of them all. If there was something uncomfortable that you'd rather not talk about, leave it to Delilah to bring it up. He might have said something like that. I shot a glare at Bea, knowing she must have been the one who told Dell, and now everyone knew. "Abby, you can't lock her in a room," Evie said, her little hands fisted on the table in front of her. Abraham sighed.
"I wasn't really going to lock her in a room."
"You sure as shit were," Dell piped up. "You saw what she did to old Tom the other day? This one's a hellcat. I'd love to see you try to lock her in a room." I bit my lip and looked down at my lap to keep from laughing. Abraham nudged me and leaned close.
"You think this is funny?"
I shook my head quickly. Nope. He dipped his head closer and whispered, "Liar." That was all it took. My head fell backward as I laughed so hard. The sound echoed around the clearing. When I'd finally regained some control, I turned my teary eyes toward Abraham. He had this look on his face that he sometimes got. It made my insides twist and my heart pound.
"I don't think you're a hellcat,"
he said. I had to bite my lip to hold back another round of laughter. "You haven't tried to lock me in a room yet." His lips curved into a lopsided smile.
"I'll have to remember that."
A while later, we were all around the fire listening to Dell perform. Abraham's arm was wrapped tight around me as he rocked us to the beat. Between the heat of the fire and the warmth from the man behind me, I almost fell asleep. Finally, Dell set aside her guitar and several pack members rose to their feet. Abraham leaned down to speak in my ear.
"We should probably say goodbye to everyone."
He pulled me from my seat and led me over to a small group of departing wolves. We gave everyone hugs and promised to see them soon. As the crowd thinned, I noticed Jimmy and Fran making their way toward us. I hadn't seen them much during the barbecue, but it was clear they'd been seeing a lot of each other. Jimmy was leaning close to Fran, his head dipped to speak in her ear while she giggled. Huh. I hadn't seen that coming. When they reached us, Fran stepped up to me and wrapped her arms around my shoulders. I was shocked frozen for a moment before I returned her hug. "Ellie, I wanted to thank you for everything you've done. My yard looks great, and I've never been happier." I didn't miss the way her eyes drifted to Jimmy when she said that last line.
"Yeah, and thanks for talking to the Anderson kid for me," Jimmy added. "He's coming by to clean up my place sometime next week."
I'd gone ahead and sent Austin a text about Jimmy's yard after we talked. I guess he'd already gotten in touch with him. "That's great, Jimmy." He shrugged.
"Yeah, well, I wouldn't have gotten my act together if it wasn't for you."
His eyes slid to Fran, and I knew he'd meant that in more ways than one. "It was nothing," I said. He reached out and pulled me into a hug next, and I just barely got my arms around his big frame. When he pulled away, he grabbed Fran's hand, and they took off for the pack houses. Abraham wrapped an arm around my neck and pulled me close.
"I see you're not just an amazing alpha, but also a matchmaker."
I turned to look at him. Wouldn't that be amazing? If I just went around hooking up the pack with their future mates?
He laughed and kissed the side of my head.
One thing at a time, Elle.
Chapter 24.
Quit fidgeting, Elle.
I tugged at the sleeve of my blouse once more. I couldn't help myself. Today was the first day at my new job, and I was nervous as hell. The 2 weeks it had taken for construction had initially seemed to trudge by, but the last few days had blown past me. One minute I was leisurely preparing for my new role, and the next I was racing to do more research and order more books online. I was a mess. "I'm sorry. I'm just nervous." Abraham walked up behind me and wrapped his arms around my waist. I leaned back against his broad chest and stared at our reflections in the bathroom mirror.
You look beautiful, and you're gonna kill it today. There's no reason to be nervous.
My worried eyes met his. What if I can't do this job? What if I suck at it? What if I make Callie regret hiring me? He squeezed me and shook his head.
None of that is gonna happen. You're smart and capable and resourceful, and nothing is too difficult for you. You're gonna nail this like you do everything else.
I sighed and felt more tension leave my body. I wish I had that kind of faith in myself.
If you could see yourself through my eyes, you'd already know how amazing you are, how you can literally do anything. I've seen you handle change after change without breaking a sweat. Think about how much you've accomplished in the last few months, and you'll know you can do this too.
I watched his blue eyes and read the sincerity in them. He really believed I could do anything. Maybe I could believe him too. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I needed to reach deep for the woman that rose to the top of her last firm. The woman who did what it took to do the job no matter what it was. I knew she was still in there, and I knew she'd never let me down in the past. I needed to trust her. When I opened my eyes again, Abraham's deep blue gaze was still focused on me. He leaned down and pressed a soft kiss on my cheek.
Better?
I sighed. You always make everything better. He smiled and squeezed me again.
Come on, let's get some breakfast and get on the road.
Abraham was driving me to work. He'd said he wanted to show me the renovations himself. I hadn't seen the office since the day he'd taken me there, and it was just a shell then. He'd insisted on keeping it from me until it was done, and now he wanted to be there when I saw it. The kitchen was a hive of activity as we dodged other pack members on our way to the food. Knowing I was too nervous to keep much down, I only grabbed a bowl of oatmeal and a banana. Abraham gave me a disapproving look, but thankfully didn't comment. We ate in relative silence when I mentally went over everything I'd learned in the past few weeks to prepare for my first day. I'd been working with Callie, and she'd been showing me the more personal side to environmental law. I'd learned about the people it affected, and not just the law and legal jargon. It made me even more anxious to get started and make a difference. When Abraham finished his breakfast and my oatmeal was cold, we handed our dishes off to Aubrey and made our way outside. I only had my briefcase with my laptop inside, but Callie had assured me that was all I'd need. Even so, I felt underprepared. Abraham grabbed my hand and entwined his fingers with mine.
I can hear you worrying from over here.
I sighed. I'm just hoping I'm prepared for today. Callie said I didn't need much, but how could that be the case? It's a brand new office. Won't I need, pens and staplers and stuff? He squeezed my hand as he led me to his big black pickup truck.
The office is fully stocked with all of that stuff. All you need to bring is your computer and your fine self.
I rolled my eyes, but my lips stretched into a grin. We climbed into his truck and he fired up the engine. I couldn't see Callie's silver Prius, so I assumed she'd already left for the office. Nervous butterflies raced in my stomach as we drove down the driveway and headed toward the highway.
Elle, you need to take it easy. You sound like you're having a heart attack.
You know I've only ever had one job before. He turned to me with a frown.
Yeah? Not even as a kid or anything?
I shook my head. My parents supported me. I didn't need to work. After I got sent to boarding school, all I focused on were my grades.
College was the same thing, and by the time I got to grad school, I didn't have time for another job. Hildebrandt and Moore was the firm I interned with, and then they eventually hired me. I've never worked anywhere else. He nodded slowly as he navigated the light morning traffic. Huh. So this is kind of a big deal for you then. I blew out a deep breath. A huge deal. He reached out and picked up my hand. My palm was probably a little sweaty from nerves, but he didn't seem to mind.
It's okay to be excited and nervous, but I want you to go in there knowing you're gonna be amazing. Know that they're lucky to have you. Know that you could go anywhere with your skill set and work ethic, but you chose to work for Callie. She and everyone else should be grateful they got you.
My lips twitched with another smile. If you asked Abraham, he'd probably tell you I invented the wheel, too. His unwavering belief in me was quickly becoming my very foundation. It was so easy to build on the compliments and praise he heaped on me. Thanks, baby, I said. His hand squeezed mine.
Don't forget, I did make your office soundproof.
I laughed. Then I guess I'll be seeing you for lunch?
He grunted. You bet your sweet ass you will.
My smile was bright as the butterflies died down inside me. I knew then that everything would be okay. Even if I wasn't great at this job at first, I would learn and adapt and become the best I could be. It was what I'd done with the alpha position, and it was what I'd do with this one. Like Abraham said, I was great at my last job. There was no reason I couldn't be great at this one, too. He wound his way through the city streets until he reached the office and found a parking spot on the street. When the truck was off, he squeezed my hand again.
You ready to go in?
I took a deep breath and nodded. Yeah, I'm ready. He kissed the back of my hand and released me as we both climbed from his truck. He rounded the front and picked up my hand again before leading me across the street into the office. The door had been repainted a really pretty mint green, and they'd installed a new, modern door handle. I gripped my briefcase in one hand as Abraham opened the door and ushered me inside. My jaw fell open as I tried to take in all the changes. The floor was a beautiful, shiny hardwood that looked like it had just been waxed. There was a small sitting area off to the side with tons of potted plants and a long hallway down the middle of the space. The walls were painted a crisp white, and there was art hanging intermittently. I headed down the hall, taking in the other closed door and wondering what was behind them. That could wait, though, because I needed to see my office first. Abraham had been hinting that he did something special in there, but he wouldn't say what. No amount of cajoling on my part could get a single word out of the man. He'd insisted I had to wait until my first day to see it. When I reached the office, I remembered being mine. I grabbed the doorknob as Abraham spoke up behind me.
Listen, Elle, if you don't like what we did with your office, it'll be no trouble to change it. I thought you might like this, but if you don't, that's totally okay.
I turned to look at him. What did you do? He shrugged, his cheeks darkening.
I just gave the designers some information about you, and together, this is what we came up with. But, like I said, we can change it to whatever you want.
Now I was even more curious. Why was Abraham so nervous? What was behind this door? I turned my back to my office and twisted the knob. When the door opened, I stood frozen in the hallway, my eyes widening as they tried to take in everything all at once. The walls were still a plain white and the floors hardwood, but that was where the ordinary ended. There were colorful tapestries hanging from every wall and bright, textured chairs sitting in front of my large desk. A desk that was painted in gold glitter and shining from across the room. I stepped inside as my eyes zipped around the room, finding more things to look at. There was a large shelving system that was shaped like a great oak with each branch holding a set of books. Beside it was a floor lamp that looked like a golden palm tree. The rug beneath the desk was a white shag, and even the filing cabinets had been painted a shiny brass color. I stood there, trying to absorb the room when Abraham stepped up beside me.
So,
he said, rocking on his heels.
What do you think?
I turned wide eyes toward him, unable to find the right words, or any words, really. The office had completely robbed me of my faculties. Abraham sighed. "It's too much, isn't it?" He sighed and ran a hand down his face. "I thought I could make this office remind you of your place back in Raleigh. You had so much individuality and personality in that apartment, and I wanted to bring a little piece of that here for you." He sighed again. "Maybe I should have asked you first." I shook my head and reached out a shaky hand to grab his arm. "Abraham, I love it." He whipped his head toward me, a smile tugging at his lips. "Really? Are you sure? Because we can change anything you want." I shook my head, tears gathering in my eyes. He'd done all this for me. He'd remembered the kind of wild colors and designs I'd had in my old apartment and tried to replicate it for me here. I'd never been more grateful to have him in my life. I turned and launched myself into his arms, and he caught me with a laugh. Reaching up, I pressed kiss after kiss all over his handsome face. He laughed harder while he tried to catch my lips with his own. Finally, I relented, and I stopped long enough to kiss him with all the gratitude I felt so deeply inside me. When I was out of breath, I pulled away and smiled up at him. Honestly, it's perfect. It's everything I'd want in an office. I grabbed his hand and clutched it to my chest. Thank you so much, Abraham. You didn't have to do all this for me. His eyes got soft. Of course I did. I love you. My stupid eyes filled with tears again, but I blinked them back. I love you too. A knock on my open door broke the moment between us. I turned to find a tall man with black hair and bright green eyes standing in the doorway. Are you Ellie? I stepped away from Abraham and toward the man. Yes, you must be Matt. Callie told me they'd taken on a new scientist to help with some of their field research, and this had to be him. He was good-looking in a sort of generic way, with his crisp suit and his perfectly styled hair. He nodded and stepped into my office with his hand outstretched. That's me, Matt Miller. So nice to finally meet you, Ellie. I shook his hand for what felt like just a second or two longer than necessary. When I had my hand back, I turned to Abraham. This is my fiancé, Abraham. Matt's green eyes slid from me to the large man beside me. He smiled wide and held out his hand again. Nice to meet you, man. Abraham shook Matt's hand, but I could see his shoulders were tight with tension. What was that about? Did he know Matt already? My new coworker clapped his hands and looked around my office. You've got a colorful office here. I smiled and turned to Abraham. He designed it for me. Matt's smile widened. Maybe not the direction I would have gone in, but if you're happy. She is. Abraham cut in. I whipped my head in his direction. What was his problem? Anyway, my office is right next to yours. Feel free to stop by any time. Abraham stiffened beside me, but I ignored him. Thanks, Matt. It was great meeting you. He smiled and waved as he backed out of my office. Maybe we can get lunch together later. Abraham growled this time, and I turned wide eyes his way. She's busy for lunch. With that, he slammed my office door, effectively ending any conversation with poor Matt. I poked him in the shoulder and propped my hands on my hips. What the hell was that? His jaw was ticking with how hard he was clenching it. I don't like him. You just met him. So did you, and you're already defending him. I'm not defending him. I'm trying to figure out what crawled up your ass and how we can get it out. I'm not in the mood for jokes, Elle. Well, neither am I. I just met my first coworker, and you were rude to him. How do you think that looks for me? He shrugged. Don't care. I don't like him. I threw my head back and groaned. What is there not to like? He said like 2 words. Abraham took a step closer until he was hovering over me. He said a lot more with his eyes than he said with his mouth. He reached out and grabbed my waist, squeezing almost painfully. He couldn't stop staring at you, and I don't like other men staring at my mate. I rolled my eyes as my stomach flipped deep inside me. Despite how unreasonable he was being,
There was something so sexy about a possessive man. Or at least a possessive Abraham. Yeah, that was probably it. I put my hands on his biceps and tried not to notice how strong and warm he was. He was just being friendly, Abraham. There's nothing to worry about.
He wanted to have lunch with you.
I slid my hands up to circle the back of his neck. That's what co-workers do, baby. They have lunch together. He growled softly and pulled me closer.
You're only allowed to have lunch with me.
My breath caught in my chest and I fought to speak calmly. He wasn't talking about the kind of lunches you and I have. He grumbled again and dipped his head to my neck.
That's not what it looked like.
I sighed and shook my head, running my fingers through Abraham's dark hair. There's no one else I want to have lunch with. He grunted.
Good.
I rolled my eyes again but couldn't help the grin on my face. Abraham was acting a little jealous, and although I'd never feed it, it was nice for him to have a little taste of what I went through with Peyton when she was still around. She'd always been flirting with Abraham and hanging off him any chance she got. It drove me nuts, and Abraham hadn't even been able to see it at first. He'd finally caught on to her double-layered motives and did his best to keep her at a distance, but she was still a member of his pack. Or at least she used to be. I hoped working with Matt wouldn't be a problem for Abraham. There was no competition for him, and it wasn't even like Matt had made an advance. It seemed to me like he was making a big deal out of nothing, but I'd have to make sure not to stoke the fires of that particular flame. I'd hate to see what an angry, jealous Abraham was capable of. Chapter 25.
I don't want to go.
I laughed and kissed his lips again. But you have a sight you need to be at this morning. He pouted, and it was so adorable I had to kiss him again. His big hands were wrapped around my waist, and he pulled me closer to his hard body.
I'm used to you being home with me. I'm gonna have to miss you all day now.
My heart clenched in my chest. I'm gonna miss you too. I really hadn't spent more than a few hours away from Abraham since I'd moved into the lodge, and thinking about a whole 8 of them without him seemed daunting. But you'll be back for lunch, right? I asked, my hands sliding up and down his thick arms. He sighed and dropped his head to mine.
I'm going to try my hardest, but this site is far away, and I might not be able to get here in time.
Now it was my turn to pout. So we won't get to christen my new office today? His heartbeat picked up its pace, and I tried to hide my smile.
If we don't, I'll make sure we christen it twice tomorrow.
My belly flipped at his promise, and 8 hours seemed longer than ever. Finally, I sighed and gave him one last kiss before stepping back. If you don't go soon, you'll never go. He shrugged.
Okay, I'll just hang out with you all day.
I shook my head, but a smile was tugging at my lips. No, sir. We both have work to do, and if you were in here all day, none of it would get done. I cupped his scruffy face in my hands and looked into his eyes. You can text and call me whenever you want, and I'll see you when you pick me up later. He sighed and turned to press a kiss to each of my palms.
Okay, baby. I'll let you get to work.
He sounded so sad, and my heart twisted in my chest. I love you, I reminded him. His blue eyes lightened as he smiled at me. He was so beautiful in that instant, it was hard to look directly at him.
I love you too, baby. I hope you have the best first day ever.
I kissed him again. I just couldn't help myself. Come on, I'll walk you out. I wrapped my hand around his and dragged him from my office. The hallway was empty as we walked down it, and I wondered where everyone else was. When we got to the front door, I reached up and gave him another kiss. This one was so sweet and lingering, it took all my willpower to end it. When I pulled back, there were probably stars in my eyes, but when I looked up at Abraham, his expression was still intense. I wondered what was wrong until a voice spoke up.
We're getting ready to start, Ellie, if you're done here.
I turned to find Matt watching us closely from the other side of the waiting room. My cheeks burned with embarrassment, but I tried to shake it off. I turned back to Abraham, who was glaring at Matt. I cleared my throat, and he looked back down at me. "I'll see you soon, okay? Love you." His eyes softened the slightest bit.
Love you too, Elle.
With that, he leaned down and captured my lips with his. He quickly deepened the kiss, and soon my heart was thundering in my chest and my hands were shaking where they held his shoulders. Everything flew from my mind as I lost myself in Abraham. When he finally pulled away, I swayed toward him before I caught myself and straightened back up. With a satisfied smile on his face, he shot one more look over my shoulder before pinning me with his gorgeous smile.
Have a good day, baby.
He was almost through the door when my senses returned to me. "You have a good day too," I said, my voice still breathy from that kiss. He shot me a wink and closed the door behind him. I took a deep breath to steady my racing heart and pasted on the best smile I could before I turned back toward Matt. "Sorry about that. I'm ready now." Matt smiled, but it didn't seem to reach his eyes. He jerked his head toward the hall behind him.
Come on, they're in the conference room.
We walked silently down the hall while I tried to get my racing libido under control. I knew none of the humans would be able to tell, but unfortunately, not much escaped a werewolf, and Callie would totally pick up on it.
So, how long have you two been together?
I shot him a curious look out of the corner of my eye. We'd met less than an hour ago, and his first question for me was about my relationship. I would think things like my prior job experience would be more pertinent, but I guess he didn't. And honestly, that was a question I'd been dreading answering. Sure, while I was on Packlands, the length of our relationship didn't raise any eyebrows, but we were in the real world now. Things were completely different, and my skin itched as I tried to think up a suitable answer. Finally, I just decided to tell him the truth. So what if he judged me? I barely knew him, and his opinion shouldn't have mattered. That was what I told myself, at least. Only a few months, actually. I could see Matt turn to me with an incredulous look out of the corner of an eye.
You've been engaged a few months?
I cleared my throat and shook my head. No, we've only been together a few months. He was quiet for a while, and I regretted telling him the truth. What would a white lie have really cost me in that instance? I should have just told him it'd been years instead and avoided this altogether. But I really didn't like lying, and keeping up with a fake story seemed like more trouble than it was worth. Finally, he spoke up.
Wow, you two moved fast, huh?
I shot him a strained smile. When you know, I guess. Matt hummed in the back of his throat.
So you two met and got engaged in just a few months. Wow, I wish I met someone that I knew I wanted to be with for the rest of my life so quickly.
My smile felt more forced than ever as I shrugged. His family is known for moving fast. That was the closest I could get to explaining werewolf relationships.
What about you? You're okay with moving this quickly?
A million questions flew through my brain in that instant. Why was he so curious? Why did it matter to him? Why did he care? I cleared my throat. Well, we're not getting married right away or anything. We'll probably wait at least a year for that. Why was I explaining myself to someone I just met I didn't know, but I felt like I had to?
That's good, I suppose.
Finally, I'd had enough of being on the other end of his microscope. But they're our lives, and we'll live them how we want. We might get married next year, or we might get married next month. It doesn't really matter to me because I love him, and I know I want to be with him.
Even though it's only been a couple months, huh? Man, he's a lucky guy.
I opened my mouth to respond, but we'd made it to the conference room, and I didn't need anyone else knowing what we'd been talking about. I wouldn't forget this conversation, though, and swore I wouldn't let Matt make me doubt my decision again. I just met him, and I didn't owe him anything, least of all an explanation about my relationship with Abraham. "Ellie, Matt, come on in and we'll get started," Callie called from the other end of the room. I took a seat as far away from Matt as I could at the table in the middle of the room. The only other people present were Callie and another woman I assumed was Katie.
She had light blonde hair that was almost white and big blue eyes. She looked almost like an angel, but the look on her face made me think she was anything but. When we were all seated, Callie clapped her hands together and looked around the room at all of us. First, I'd like to welcome you all to the Asheville Initiative. I'm so glad to have you here today in our new office. I hope you're satisfied with your spaces, and if there are any issues, feel free to come to me with them. In the meantime, I wanted to dive right in now that we have a proper place to work. Since we've got a couple new faces, let's go around the room and introduce ourselves. We can start with you, Matt. The dark-haired man sat up straighter and shot Callie a wide smile.
I'm Matt Miller, and I'm an environmental scientist. I've worked for a number of large companies, but wanted a change and decided to seek out a private organization. I found this place, and the rest is history.
He looked around the room, his smile wide, almost as if he was expecting a round of applause. I just barely held back an eye roll as I turned to the woman on his left and waited for her to speak. I'm Katie Fallon, and I'm an environmental scientist as well, but I do most of my work outside of the lab. I met Callie a couple years ago, and we've been working hard to do our part to change what we can ever since. I'm excited that we got some new office space, and I'm looking forward to working with you all. Everyone in the room turned to me, and I guessed it was my turn to speak. I cleared my throat and pasted on a smile. I'm Ellie Montgomery, and I'm a lawyer. I've only worked in criminal law until recently, but I've been studying environmental policies and hope to make myself as useful as possible. There might be a slight learning curve, but I'm here to work with you all and make the greatest contribution I can. Callie's smile was wide as she watched me from across the room, and I couldn't help returning her grin. As you all know, I'm Callie McCoy, and I've assembled you all as my team. I'm looking forward to helping to make a lot of great changes in our state and preserving our environment while making sure it's safe for the current inhabitants and future generations. I know we're all pretty new here, but I think we'll work just fine together. She flipped open the folder in front of her and passed around some sheets of paper to everyone. This is a list of everything we'll be working on in the coming weeks. As you all know, we've just submitted our case to a judge regarding the Blue Ridge Parkway conservation efforts. While that's pending, I thought we could get started on the plastic bag issue in the city. We're putting together a proposal for Asheville to ban single-use bags from all stores in the city by this time next year. After that, I thought we could all focus our attention on the No Bees, No Food movement. There were soft groans from both Katie and Matt. Callie's lips thinned. I know we are all tired from that uphill battle, but we can't stop now. I'm working on a program that will offer free bee-friendly flower seeds to locals. I know it's only a small step, but hopefully that, paired with some education, can make a difference and inspire other cities to do the same. She looked around the room at our nodding heads, and her smile turned satisfactory. Does anyone have any questions? Oh, I had about 1 million, but I wasn't about to bring them up in front of everybody. They didn't all need to know how unprepared I was for this job. I took a deep breath and shook my head. I could do this. It would take some time to get my feet under me, but I knew I could do it. Hell, if I could survive the shift and a serial-killing psychopath, a career change should have been easy. Callie clapped again. If no one has anything to add, let's all get to work. There was another round of head nods as chairs screeched across the hardwood floor, and everyone got to their feet. Hey, Ellie, do you have a minute? Callie called. I made my way to the front of the room, noticing that Katie was already leaving, but Matt had hung back for whatever reason. I thought I could give you a quick tour, and then we can talk about what you need to work on first.
I can give her the tour.
Matt spoke up from behind me. Callie's brows furrowed slightly, but she shrugged. Okay, that works. Matt can show you around, and when you're done, come find me and I'll get you caught up. I nodded and gave her a smile. Sounds good, Callie. I'm happy to be here and excited to get started. Her smile widened. It's going to be great. You'll see. I wished I had the kind of confidence in myself that she seemed to have in me, but I figured that would come with time. Every chance I got to do something good would be another thing I could feel proud of. Every time I helped them make a small difference in the courtroom would be another reason to work even harder next time. I still had some doubts, but I was determined to be the best lawyer she'd ever worked with. I turned to find Matt standing a little closer than I'd expected and gave him a smile too, although it was a bit less genuine than the one I'd given Callie. "You ready?" he asked. I shrugged. "Lead the way." He placed his hand on the small of my back and led me out into the hall. "I'm sure you've already seen the waiting room, so we can skip that." He continued to talk, pointing out where his and Katie and Callie's offices were, as well as the break room and the bathrooms. It was all pretty standard, although much smaller than my last office. When we got to the end of the hallway, he pushed open a glass door and led me into a fully stocked lab. My wide eyes tried to take in all the different machinery and equipment while Matt droned on behind me. "This is where I'll spend most of my time, so if you're looking for me, this is probably a safe bet." I shot him a small smile while he continued to explain what each instrument did. I wasn't sure why he felt the need to explain it all since I wouldn't be spending any time in there, but I let him talk anyway. It seemed he enjoyed the sound of his own voice, and who was I to get in the way of that? Finally, he spun back toward me and asked, "Do you have any questions about anything?" I shrugged. "I don't think so. Thanks for the tour, Matt." He smiled, his green eyes bright. "Anytime, Ellie. My door is always open for you." I shot him a smile and left the lab to find Callie, Matt's words still ringing in my head. Maybe Abraham was right, and Matt was looking to be more than just a coworker. Too bad he was barking up the wrong tree. Chapter 26. I made my way to the office Matt pointed out as Callie's and knocked on her door. "Come in, Ellie." I opened the door and walked in with a frown on my face. "How'd you know it was me?" She smiled as I closed the door behind me. "I could smell you." My face heated, and Callie laughed. "No, don't take that the wrong way. I'm just so used to your scent, it's easy for me to pick it up. It's not a bad thing." I felt the tension seep from my shoulders as I took a seat in front of her desk. When was I going to get the hang of this werewolf stuff? "How'd your tour go?" I shrugged. "Good, I guess." She raised a brow and eyed me. "Is everything okay?" I pasted a smile on my face and gave her a nod. "Everything's great. What did you want to talk to me about?" She didn't look completely convinced, but let it go. "First, I want to know what you thought about your new office." Her eyes were bright and her smile wide as she waited for me to respond. "I love it." She sat back with a satisfied smirk on her face. "I told A.B. you would. That man worries too much." "Yeah, he was nervous about showing it to me, which is ridiculous. He knows me better than anyone else has in my entire life. Of course he knew exactly what I'd want in an office." That thought brought me up short. Callie was talking, but my own words were ringing through my head. Abraham really did know me better than anyone else ever had. He knew my faults and my good qualities as well as everything in between. There was no doubt in my mind that I'd never be able to find someone else like him. So why was I pushing the wedding back? If I knew he was the one, why wait? "Ellie?" I shook my head and looked up at Callie. "Yeah? Sorry. What were you saying?" She frowned and folded her hands in front of her. "Are you okay?" I sighed and relaxed into the chair. "Sorry. I just have a lot on my mind. What were you talking about?" She eyed me like she wanted to ask more questions, but thankfully dropped it. "I was just saying I have some literature for you about plastic bag waste and the repercussions it has on our environment. I thought you could spend some time reading up on the issue before we ask you to write something for the court." She handed me a thick manila folder that I took from her. "Yeah, of course. That sounds great." Callie smiled. "How do you like the rest of the team?" My smile faltered just the tiniest bit. "Well, Katie seems nice enough, but I haven't really talked to her yet, and Matt is exuberant." Callie laughed softly. "I think he thinks he's got something to prove here." "Yeah, I could see that." She sighed and shuffled a pile of papers on her desk. He's still new, so I don't know how he's going to work out, but everyone deserves a fair chance, right? How could I disagree with that when Callie was taking a huge chance on me? Yeah, I think they do. She smiled again and glanced at her watch. Do you have any questions? I have a conference call in a few minutes. I shook my head and stood. No, I'm good. I'll go get started on this right now. Sounds good. Feel free to reach out to me with any questions you have. I promised I would and left her office. When I got back to my own, I took a minute to admire everything Abraham had done again. There were still more details that I was just now noticing, and it all filled my heart with so much love for him. My stomach rumbled uncomfortably, and I placed my hand over it. I was probably a little hungry since I'd had such a small breakfast. Luckily, I'd stuffed a few granola bars in my purse to bring to work. I munched on a cereal bar while I went over what Callie gave me. The more I read, the more strongly I felt about the cause. It made me feel bad that I'd never even thought of any of this before. I finished the granola bar and threw the wrapper in the glittery trash can beneath my desk. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to have done the trick. My stomach was still bothering me, and I wondered if it was the distance from Abraham that was the culprit. It had been so long since I'd spent any real time away from him, it was easy to forget how sick it made me. I'd promised myself I didn't care if we were fated or not, but wasn't this more proof that we really were? Normal couples didn't feel that kind of discomfort when separated. That was pure wolfy magic, and it was clearly at work today. I did my best to ignore my rolling stomach while I perused the rest of the documents in the folder. When I was done, I hooked up my laptop and did some research of my own. I was so wrapped up in my work that I hadn't even realized it was lunchtime until my phone rang from inside my bag. When I pulled it out, I saw the sexiest man alive was calling, and a smile spread across my face. "Hey, baby," he grunted.
Don't do that right now.
I frowned and sat up straighter. "What's the matter?" He sighed.
I won't be able to make it for lunch today, and I'm irritated.
I laughed softly. "Well, I'm not too happy about that either, but I'll see you as soon as I get home."
Not soon enough.
I laughed again. "You're silly."
And you're mine, and I want you now.
I squeezed my legs together as the nerve endings in my whole body lit up. How did he do that? Make me feel such strong emotions from so far away? Let's look on the bright side.
There is no bright side.
My smile widened. He was so impossible sometimes. Imagine how good the sex will be after we have to wait all day for it. He grunted again.
That's a small consolation.
What if I promise to make it worth it? He paused for a long moment.
I'm listening.
I bit my lip to hold back my laugh. Well, I'm not giving away any details, but just know I'll be taking care of you tonight. He groaned softly into the phone.
You're killing me.
I couldn't hold back my laugh this time. I love you. I'll see you as soon as we get home.
I'm counting down the minutes.
My heart squeezed in my chest and I closed my eyes for a moment. I'd never had anyone make me feel so much before. Someone who cut me to the core with just a few words. I am too. After a few more I love yous, we finally hung up and I checked the time on my laptop. It was afternoon, and I figured I'd better get some real food in me before my stomach revolted even more than it already was. There was a knock on my door, and I decided to try out the werewolf identification trick. I lifted my nose in the air and took a deep breath. I smelled roses, and a smile spread across my face. "Come on in, Callie." She walked in with a smile on her face. "I see you sniffed me out." My grin was wide as she made her way toward my desk. "Sure did. What's up?" She took a seat in one of the colorful chairs in front of my desk. "Abe just texted me saying he couldn't stop by for lunch and asked me to take you somewhere." I rolled my eyes. It's like he thinks I can't feed myself. I did just fine without him for 28 years. She shrugged. "He just loves you, Ellie. He's a werewolf, and an alpha werewolf at that. He's always going to worry about you." I sighed. I knew she was right, and truthfully, it didn't bother me like it used to. I knew his actions came from a place of love, and he wasn't trying to be overbearing. He just sucked at the delivery sometimes. I shut my laptop and grabbed my purse. Did you have somewhere in mind? She opened her mouth to speak when there was another knock on my door. I took a deep breath and got a big whiff of strong cologne and knew it was Matt. "Come in," I called. He opened the door and stuck his head through, a grin already on his face. He opened his mouth to speak, but when his eyes found Callie, his smile slipped. "Hey, Ellie. I was just stopping by to see if you were interested in getting lunch with me." Suddenly, Abraham's message to Callie made more sense. He wasn't so much worried about me eating alone as he was worried about me having lunch with Matt. My blood simmered slowly in my veins as the thoughts swirled through my head. I didn't need Abraham orchestrating a lunch date for me because I wouldn't have gone out with Matt anyway. I was in a relationship with a man I loved like crazy, one who I knew was possessive and already had an intense dislike for my coworker. I wouldn't have disrespected him by having lunch with another man behind his back, but now I was irritated. Instead of talking to me, he'd gone behind my back to fix the situation to his liking. Well, tough nuggets. I was actually going to get lunch with Callie, but you're welcome to come along. There. Abraham could suck on that. Matt's smile fell slightly again, but he nodded. Sure, sounds good. I was thinking about heading over to this little deli about a block away. That sound good? I looked at Callie, who shrugged. A sandwich actually sounded pretty amazing, and hopefully it would be enough to calm my stomach. I shouldered my purse and gave him a smile. Sounds great. Let's go. We found Katie on our way out and invited her along too, and the four of us headed out for lunch. This wasn't something I'd done before. I'd never gone out to lunch with coworkers or really spent any time with a colleague outside of the office. I got invited a few times when I first started at my last firm, but after I turned them down so often, they finally stopped asking. I realized then that I'd been isolating myself my whole life. I didn't know if it was out of fear or what, but I'd pushed people away for as long as I could remember. Abraham was the first person who'd pushed back, who hadn't let me get away with the crap I was used to pulling. He saw right through my defenses and found a way around them. It made me miss him even more. We'd just sat down with our sandwiches at a little table when I pulled out my phone. Me. Next time, don't send Callie to babysit me. I wouldn't have gone to lunch with Matt anyway. Seconds later, there was a response from him. Sexiest man alive.
I just didn't want you to have to eat lunch alone.
Me. Don't lie. The little dots bounced on my phone's screen while everyone around me talked and ate. Sexiest man alive.
Okay, maybe I was intervening a little. I don't like him.
I sighed and glanced at the man in question. He might have been a little interested in me, but that didn't make him a bad guy. I think Abraham was judging him too harshly too soon. Me. I know you don't, but he's my colleague and I need to work with him, so you need to cool it. Sexiest man alive.
I'll do my best.
I shook my head, but a smile was tugging at my lips. You couldn't blame the guy for being honest. Sexiest man alive.
Where did you and Callie go for lunch?
Me. Actually, we all went out to this deli down the street. The lines danced for a long time again, and I set my phone aside to pick up my sandwich. I took a big bite of the turkey and cheese, but it didn't taste right. Not wanting to embarrass myself, I chewed and swallowed before pushing my plate away. It seemed that the symptoms from being separated from Abraham were as strong as ever. Whenever we'd been apart in the past, it had always been hard for me to eat. Even my favorite foods tasted wrong. Every day I had to spend without him was harder than the last, but it had never come on this fast before. Usually, it was at least a day or two before I felt that bad, not a few hours. Maybe it was worse because we'd been spending so much time together. Maybe before I'd built up some immunity to the side effects that I didn't have anymore. Whatever the case was, my sandwich tasted awful and there was no way I'd be able to choke it down. I figured I'd wrap it and save it for later. My phone buzzed and I picked it up. Sexiest man alive.
As long as you're not alone with him.
I rolled my eyes again as my fingers furiously tapped out my response. Me. I know how you feel about him, and I wouldn't have done that to you. Give me a little more credit, please. I set my phone down with a huff which attracted Callie's attention. Everything okay, Ellie? I sighed. Yeah. Your brother is just being a little overbearing. She smiled and shrugged. He has a tendency to do that. I shrugged at her as we shared a look of mutual commiseration. Somehow, I kept forgetting that she's had to put up with a lifetime of an overprotective Abraham. Wait, that man you were with this morning is Callie's brother? I turned to Matt. Yep. We're practically related. I shot Callie a wink and her smile widened. Well, that changes things, Matt muttered. I knew he hadn't meant for me to hear that, but he didn't know that I was a werewolf with excellent hearing. I shot a look at Callie, who was frowning at Matt. She'd clearly heard him too and was as confused as I was. I didn't know what Matt's deal was, but the more time I spent with him, the less I wanted to. He seemed nice enough, but there was something just a little off about him. Something that rubbed me the wrong way. I couldn't put my finger on it, and I wondered if it was Abraham's opinion that was helping to form my own. He'd instantly disliked him without even giving the guy a chance. Was I doing the same? Or was Abraham right not to trust him? I figured it wouldn't hurt to keep an eye on him and keep my distance until I figured out if Abraham was right or just being overprotective. Chapter 27. Abraham, I really need to go, I said between kisses. He groaned and dropped his forehead to mine.
I don't like you working out of the house.
I sighed and closed my eyes. We'd had this conversation a few times already, and it seemed like we couldn't stop circling back to it. I reached up and cupped his face, waiting until he was looking at me. You know I didn't like just sitting around the lodge all day. I like to work, I like to feel useful, and I like to make my own money. Please don't try to take that away from me. He sighed heavily and covered my hands with his big, rough ones.
I would never take that away from you, baby. I just miss you when you're gone.
I knew what he meant because I'd missed him like crazy too. How we'd gone months living hours apart was a mystery, but being independent and having a career were things that were really important to me. I'll miss you too, Abraham, but I'll see you for lunch today, right? He growled softly and dipped his head until his lips were hovering over mine.
Yes, and I believe I promised you we'd christen your office twice today.
I shivered against him and his lips curled into a smile. I reached up and kissed his perfect mouth. Yes, you did, and I know you're a man who keeps his word. He pulled me closer.
You're damn right I do.
I chuckled and kissed him once more before taking a step back. I opened my mouth to speak when there was a loud knock on the door. You two need to stop threading the needle in there before we're late. My face heated and I ducked into Abraham's chest. No, I whined. Not Callie too. Abraham's chest was rumbling with laughter beneath my face, and I couldn't help but smile too. It seemed his whole family was out of their minds. He pulled away and met my eyes.
You don't want to keep Callie waiting. She might seem like the most mild-mannered of my sisters, but that just means her crazy is hidden deeper than the others.
I heard that, she yelled from the hallway. A loud laugh shot out of my mouth and I shook my head. Honestly, every last McCoy was nuts, and I loved all of them. I reached up and kissed Abraham one more time. I love you. I'll see you this afternoon. He sighed and nodded.
I'll be there.
With more difficulty than I expected, I pulled myself out of Abraham's arms and left our room. Callie was waiting in the hallway for me, a look of mild exasperation on her face. Finally, she said before grabbing my arm and dragging me down the hallway. Sorry, Callie. She sighed and shook her head, her mess of curly hair flying everywhere. Don't be. It's not your fault. Fated mates are like this. I swallowed down the words that were on the tip of my tongue.
Despite not being able to find any information about bitten and born wolves being fated, it seemed like she still believed we were. I wasn't about to correct her, especially after how bad my separation from Abraham had felt yesterday. We made it down to the first floor and out to Callie's Prius. When we were loaded into the car, she took off right away. To be honest, I didn't think her car had that kind of pickup, but Callie was speeding down the road toward the highway in no time. "Are we really late?" I asked, feeling bad for keeping her. Technically, I could have taken my own car, but it seemed pointless. We were going to the same place from the same place at the same time. Why would we take two separate vehicles? Callie sighed and shook her head. "No, we're not late. I just like getting there before everyone else." Sometimes it was easy to forget that soft-spoken Callie was the boss of this organization, that she had responsibilities and duties that I knew nothing about. It made me feel even guiltier for making her wait. "I'm sorry," I said again. She shot me a look and a wry smile. "It's okay. Honestly, it's great seeing the two of you so in love. It gives me hope for my own future." Speaking of her future, since I'd moved out to Asheville, I'd noticed quite a few awkward encounters between her and Wyatt. Evie hadn't had any information regarding them, and I figured it was time to go to the source. "Maybe it'll be your turn next." She snorted as she changed lanes and exited the highway. Doubtful. I watched her profile as she navigated the city streets. "Oh, I don't know about that. There are plenty of eligible bachelors that live right in the lodge." She shook her head. Not interested. I could tell she didn't want to have this conversation, but I wasn't ready to drop it. "What about Wyatt? He's a really great guy, and he's single. Ever thought about going out on a date with him?" Her knuckles were turning white with how hard she was gripping the steering wheel, and I was thankful we weren't barreling down the highway at high speeds anymore. That would be a solid no. I twisted in my seat so I could see her better. "Well, why not? You're both available, and there seems to be some tension between you two. Why not give it a chance?" It might have been my imagination, but I thought I heard the steering wheel groan beneath her tight grip. "Not interested," she said again. "I think he might be." I didn't actually know if that was true or not, but I caught him looking at her a few times in a way that made me think there might be more to their awkwardness. She shot me a look out of the corner of her eye. "Believe me, he isn't." "How do you know?" She shrugged a shoulder. "I just do. But Allie, I love you, but I really don't want to talk about this right now. Can we please drop it?" I studied her for a while as we sat at a red light. I knew she knew I was looking at her, but she refused to meet my eye. My gut told me there was more to this Callie and Wyatt thing, but it didn't look like I'd be getting anything out of her today. I sighed and reached out to pat her arm. "Sure, Callie. I'm sorry I brought it up." She let out a deep breath and shrugged. "It's okay. I've just got a lot more on my mind than some meathead enforcer." I frowned at the side of her face, but she wouldn't meet my gaze again. Sure, Wyatt was built like all the enforcers were, but I wouldn't have called him a meathead. In fact, he was one of the most decent men I'd ever met. Why she had such a low opinion of him, I wasn't sure, but I figured I had plenty of time to figure it out. Callie found a parking spot on the street and had the car off and was out the door before I'd even unbuckled my seatbelt. Clearly, I'd struck a nerve, and I was feeling pretty awful about it. I got out of the car to apologize again when I first smelled it. I covered my nose with my hand. "What the hell is that?" Callie shrugged, but her eyes were sharp as they darted around the street. "It smells like something is dead." That was exactly what it was. I hadn't been able to place it before because I'd never smelled anything like it. Now that she mentioned it, the scent was distinctly rotten, and it made my stomach roll. "Where is it coming from?" Callie shrugged again before taking off down the sidewalk. I jogged to keep up with her fast pace as she sped toward the office. The scent kept getting stronger, and it felt like I'd lose my measly breakfast. Finally, we got to the front door of the Asheville Initiative and found where the smell was coming from. Pinned to the front door was what used to be a tabby cat.
A very familiar-looking tabby cat with black and brown markings and a distinctly broken neck. Instantly, my rolling stomach heaved, and I knew I'd be sick. I ran to the alleyway between our building and the next and threw up everything I'd eaten that morning. Callie followed me to the alley and stood next to me while I tried to get myself under control. Her soothing hand on my back helped, but nothing could erase that image from my head. "Callie, please tell me that wasn't Charlie," I said as soon as I could form words past my retching. She was quiet for so long, I turned to her. There was a tight look on her face and her shoulders were stiff. "I'm not sure, Ellie. I don't think it smells like him, but it looks just like your cat." I leaned over and gagged again. Unfortunately, there was nothing left in my system, so I dry heaved until I could get myself back under control. I heard a couple soft beeps and then Callie was speaking. "Abby, I think you need to come down here." I straightened up and held my hand out for her phone. She gave it over willingly, and the first thing I heard was Abraham's frantic voice.
"Callie, what the hell is going on? Is Elle okay?"
I took a deep breath and swallowed the bile that wanted to make its way back up my throat. "I'm fine, Abraham, but I think something happened to Charlie."
"Charlie?" he yelled. "I just saw him a little while ago."
I closed my eyes and willed my heart to keep beating in my chest for just a little longer. "Can you please go check on him right now?" I heard his heavy footsteps pounding through the phone line and crossed every finger and toe I had. It couldn't have been Charlie out there. I'd just seen him that morning. How could something have happened to him so soon, and why? He was just a harmless cat. Who would have hurt him like that? I heard a door slam before Abraham called out, "Charlie, where are you, buddy?" I held my breath while I waited for him to confirm that Charlie was there, that he was all right, that he was in one piece and not nailed to the front door of our office. My stomach heaved again, and I swallowed the saliva in my mouth, hoping I could keep it together for another couple of seconds. Finally, Abraham let out a deep breath that gusted through the phone line.
"He's here. He's okay."
I slumped against the dirty brick wall behind me as tears welled in my eyes. It wasn't Charlie. My cat was okay. My cat was safe. It wasn't him. I let out a shaky breath and turned to Callie. Relief was painted across her face, and I knew she'd been worried about Charlie too.
"Elle, what the hell is going on down there?"
Abraham yelled into the phone, and I remembered we hadn't explained anything to him. I took a deep breath. When we got to the office, there was a dead cat that looked just like Charlie nailed to the front door.
"What?"
he bellowed. I pulled the device away from my face as my ear rang.
"Put Kelly on the phone."
I handed the phone to his sister and slumped against the wall again. My stomach was still churning, but I thought I was past the worst of it. Now that I had myself back under control, I needed to get a better look at what had been left for us. When Callie saw me making my way back toward the street, she followed as she filled Abraham in on everything that happened, which didn't take very long, because we knew next to nothing about what was going on. The smell grew stronger the closer I got to the door, and I had to pull the collar of my shirt up over my nose to tolerate it. My stomach was still queasy, and I knew it wouldn't take much for me to start throwing up again. The poor cat's head was at an awkward angle, its little limbs dangling lifelessly from where it was nailed to the door. Whoever did this had taken what looked more like a railroad spike than a nail and hammered it right through the cat's chest. There was blood streaked down the newly painted mint green door and pooled on the ground. Above the dead cat was a message written in blood that I hadn't noticed before. "Go back where you came from." What kind of message was that? And who was it directed at? I scanned the words over and over, but they still made little sense. Who would kill a cat to send a message like this? Who could be this cruel? My nose burned with tears as I thought about what that poor cat must have gone through before it died. My only hope was it wasn't aware of much, and it had been over quickly. I swallowed again as I tried to control my reaction to what I was seeing. "Okay, we'll wait right here for you," Callie said behind me. I turned to see the worried expression still on her face. What's going on, Callie? Who did this? Her eyes darted between both of mine as she bit her lip. She glanced over at the door and winced before looking at me again. I don't know, Ellie, but I don't think it's anything good. We both turned back to look at the door as the strong smell of cologne met my nose and fought against the stink of death. We both turned at the same time to see Matt walking down the street toward us. Damn it, Callie muttered under her breath. All we need is for a human to get involved with this. I turned to her. You think a werewolf did this? She shrugged. I'm not sure, but I don't think we can rule that out. My mind struggled to come up with an explanation for what happened. Something to explain what was going on. Maybe this message isn't for any of us. Maybe this was for whoever rented this space before us. Callie shook her head softly. The last tenant here was a florist. I highly doubt they made an enemy like this selling flowers. I bit my lip and looked back at the door. So it's definitely for us. Callie sighed from behind me. If I had to make a guess, I'd say the message isn't for us. It's for you. Chapter 28.
Hey, ladies! Are we working outside today? Matt asked as he joined us on the sidewalk. Our faces must have expressed how unimpressed we were with his lame attempt at a joke, because his expression slowly changed to one of confusion. What's going on? He asked. We were standing in front of the door, blocking the sight of the dead cat. I hoped Callie had a plan because I was coming up blank. Sorry, Matt. We're not working in the office this morning, Callie said. Matt frowned. How come? What's going on? He asked again. Callie looked at me with wide, pale blue eyes, but I just shrugged. My mind was reeling from the sight of the dead animal, worry over my own cat, and my stomach was still churning, threatening to cause more problems. A pipe burst. Matt's frown deepened. I thought this whole place just got renovated. You're telling me something went wrong already? Callie shrugged, her smile tense. Yeah, they'll be hearing from me today, that's for sure. Matt sighed and shook his head. So, what's the plan? Callie glanced at me again, but I was even less help than I'd been last time. You know what? Why don't we all meet at the coffee shop down the street? Hopefully, we'll have this issue sorted soon, and we can get back in the office by this afternoon. Matt didn't look convinced, but nodded anyway. Okay, yeah, sure. His eyes darted to mine. You coming with? I opened my mouth to speak, but really didn't have anything to say. Thankfully, Callie jumped in. I need her to wait with me. Matt glanced back at Callie. For what? Oh, Callie said, and I could almost hear the gears in her head turning from where I stood next to her. My dad was a plumber. She wants me to talk to them when they get here, I finally spat out. It wasn't one of my finer lines, but with the shock I'd had, I was just lucky I was making complete sentences. Matt's eyes were shrewd as he assessed the both of us, but finally he shrugged and took a step back. Okay, I guess I'll go get us a table. That would be great, Callie said a bit too loud. She cleared her throat. Could you get in touch with Katie and have her meet you there? No sense in her coming down here just to get sent away. I liked the way Callie thought. Holding Matt off had been hard enough. We didn't need Katie asking her own set of questions. We'd barely survived Matt's. He shrugged and pulled out his phone. Yeah, no problem. I'll give her a call now. Thanks, Matt. The plumber should be here soon, and then we'll be right over, Callie said. He put his phone to his ear and shot us a thumbs up before turning around and heading down the street. As soon as he was out of earshot, I released a big breath and turned to Callie. That was close. Her lips twisted into a grim smile. Yeah, but at least he's out of the way now. We don't need to have any of the humans getting involved with this. Something she said before Matt showed up was still reverberating through my head, and I knew I needed to bring it up, although I had a feeling I didn't really want her answer. Callie, why do you think this message was for me? She turned to me with a raised brow. You think it's a coincidence that cat looks just like yours?
I opened my mouth to answer her when there was a loud screech of tires against asphalt and the slam of a door. "Elle!" Abraham boomed. We both turned to find my fiancé barreling toward us. He didn't stop until he had his arms wrapped around my shoulders and his nose in my hair.
I was so worried, baby.
He pulled me back and looked me up and down.
Are you okay?
"I'm fine, Abraham. Nothing happened to us." He turned to Callie and assessed her for damages too. When it seemed he was satisfied, he pulled me back into his hard chest and let out a deep breath. We stood there like that for a long moment while the frantic beat of his heart slowly decreased. Finally, he sighed and stepped away from me.
Okay, tell me everything.
Callie launched into the story of how our morning began. It didn't take her long because not much had happened, but Abraham's brows furrowed more with every word she spoke. When his eyes darted behind us, his lips thinned and his shoulders tensed. He walked up to the desecrated front door and took his time examining it. His shoulders dropped with another heavy sigh as he pulled his phone from his pocket.
I need you down here as soon as possible with a new door for the Asheville initiative.
He paused for a moment while the man on the other end questioned him.
Yes, I know it was brand new, but it needs to be replaced and I need it done now.
He nodded a few times and then pocketed his phone. He turned to Callie.
I should have a new door up here within an hour.
What about this mess? Callie asked. I can't have my employees walk past a pool of blood on their way into the office. Abraham nodded and pulled out his phone again.
Wes, grab Aubrey and a bunch of cleaning supplies and bring them downtown to Callie's new office. Tell her she'll get paid double time for this.
He answered a few more questions with single syllables until he ended the call and shoved his phone in his pocket again.
Neither one of you have gone inside, have you?
We both shook our heads and he nodded.
Stay here.
He went to stalk past me, but I grabbed his arm. Wait, where are you going? He looked down at me, his expression still hard.
I'm going to check the office to make sure there's nothing else inside.
He tried to walk away again, but I held on. Don't you think you should wait for Wes? He shook his head.
No, I want to take care of this now.
But Abraham, what if there's someone in there? His expression hardened.
Then that would just make my morning.
What did I say? The McCoys were insane. I dug my heels in and gripped his arm tighter. Abraham, I don't like this. Please, just wait for Wes so I know you'll have backup in case anything happens in there. He looked down at me, his expression softening the slightest bit. He leaned down and kissed my forehead.
I'll be fine, baby. Just give me a minute and I'll be right back out.
I tried to hold on to him, but I was no match for his strength. He gently disentangled himself from my grip and unlocked the front door before slipping through it. I waited outside, my hands fisted at my sides and my heart clenching in my chest. I couldn't shake the fear that someone might be in there waiting to strike. Or several someones. I knew Abraham could fend off one or two men, but a whole group? I held my breath until I heard his footsteps heading back toward the door. Seconds later, he slipped outside and I rushed to wrap my arms around him. He held me close and chuckled.
Were you really worried about me, baby?
I pulled back to glare up at him. Of course I was. What if there'd been a gang in there waiting for you? He shrugged.
I could take 'em.
I rolled my eyes and let out a big breath. My heart was still thumping hard in my chest, and I had to remind it that Abraham was fine. He was whole and right in front of me. Abraham looked at the both of us and then back at the door before his eyes turned hard.
Why don't you two wait inside while I take care of this?
What are you going to do? I asked.
I'm going to grab a bag and get rid of the cat before Aubrey and Wes get here. She already has a mess to clean up. She shouldn't have to deal with a dead animal, too.
I looked at Callie, who shrugged. We walked to the door, making sure to keep our distance from the poor dead animal. When we were inside, Callie told me to wait in the front lobby while she did an inspection of her own. She came back with a look of relief on her face. It doesn't seem like anything was tampered with, and it doesn't smell like anyone else was in here. I think whoever did this only made it to the front door. I raised my nose in the air and gave a sniff of my own. She was right. I could only smell the scents of the other employees and Abraham. I constantly forgot about my enhanced senses and how much information I could get from them. It was so easy to forget when I'd spent the first 28 years of my life as a human with normal senses. We waited in silence while we listened to Abraham on the other side of the front door. Thankfully, the smell was a lot weaker inside because I wasn't sure how much more my stomach could take. And now I had time to think about it. I was ashamed I'd reacted that way. What was wrong with me? Callie hadn't had a problem with the stench, so why did I? Why had it affected me so strongly? Those thoughts were put on the back burner when Abraham opened the front door and stuck his head through.
They're here.
We both hopped up from our seats and walked back out front to greet Russ and Aubrey. The former had the same tense expression Abraham was wearing, and the latter just looked irritated. To my surprise, Beatrice had also come along too, and she looked just as angry as the two men. "I should have known you'd have something to do with this," Aubrey muttered under her breath as she sorted through the cleaning supplies they'd brought. This wasn't the day to piss me off, apparently. While the other four were busy talking, I stomped up to Aubrey and got close enough so only she could hear me. "Now is not the time for your bitchiness, Aubrey. You were brought here to do a job, so just do it and shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you." I wasn't used to making threats. My whole life, I'd fought with my words and my intellect and not my fists. However, all that changed when Beatrice started training me. Now I knew I could hold my own, and I'd have had no problem proving that to Aubrey. Living in a werewolf pack, I'd come to realize they were much more physical than the average human. It wasn't uncommon for an argument to end in a scuffle out back with claws and fangs. When I'd first moved in, I'd found the violence unsavory, but I guess I'd gotten used to it. So used to it, I was making threats of my own. Aubrey's eyes widened slightly, and I caught a small whiff of fear before she rolled her eyes and scoffed. "Whatever, Elizabeth. Just let me do my job. That's all I'm asking." She rolled her eyes again but refrained from commenting, which was smart considering the morning I'd had. My stomach was still queasy, but I felt sure I could go at least a few rounds with her if I had to. Abraham broke away from the group and headed toward me.
"We need to talk."
My stomach dropped, and I knew whatever he had to say wasn't going to be something I wanted to hear. Instead of arguing, I quietly followed him into the building and down to my office. When the door was closed behind us, he turned to me with his hands on his hips.
"You're done working here."
It felt like my eyes were going to fall out of my head, they were so wide. "What?" I screeched. His lips thinned and he shook his head. "Clearly this was an attack against you. I'm not putting you at risk. You're staying on Pack lands from now on." I took a step closer to him, my hands fisted at my sides. "The hell I am!" He sighed. "Elle, be reasonable." "No, you be reasonable, Abraham. I'm not letting you hole me up in your lodge. I'm keeping this job and I don't care what you say." His eyes assessed me for a quiet, tense moment.
"I could have Callie fire you."
I folded my arms across my chest. "She wouldn't do that." He watched me again as his chest rose and fell faster and faster. Finally, he threw his hands in the air.
"Elle, what the hell do you want me to do here? You're clearly in danger, and instead of cooperating, you're being difficult as usual."
I narrowed my eyes at him. "Difficult as usual?" He sighed and shook his head.
"I didn't mean it that way."
"Well, you're being overbearing and unreasonable as usual." He took a deep breath and crossed the space between us, but I backed up before he could reach me. His eyes flashed with hurt, but I hardly cared. He was trying to clip my wings, and I wouldn't let him.
"Elle, please, be reasonable. You know what happened the last time there was someone after you."
"How do we even know they're after me? Maybe that message was for Callie. Did you even consider that?" He swung an arm around and pointed at the closed door.
"That cat looks just like yours. How could you think that's anything other than a message for you?"
I gripped my sides and ground my teeth. "I don't care. I'm not quitting." He let out a deep breath and ran a hand through his hair. With a look in my direction, he began pacing the floor.
"I'm not willing to let you be in any kind of dangerous situation, Elle. You need to understand that."
"How is this a dangerous situation? I'm not a cat." They didn't kill a person and leave them on our front door. He stopped his pacing and turned to face me.
You're not even making any sense.
I took a deep breath and looked down at the floor. Neither of us was making much sense, and it seemed the higher the tensions rose, the more we were saying things we didn't mean. I let my arms fall to my sides and looked back up at him. This job means a lot to me, and I'm not willing to quit. He sighed and looked at something over my shoulder.
Fine. Then I'm assigning you a bodyguard.
I don't need a bodyguard. His eyes met mine again.
Damn it, Elle. I will not compromise on your safety. You either accept a guard or you keep your ass in the lodge. Pick one.
I ground my teeth so hard my jaw ached. I didn't like his high-handed attitude. I didn't like being told what to do. I didn't like being treated like a child. All of this was true, but as I looked at my fiancé, I could see what this morning had done to him. There were deep lines creased in his forehead and around his eyes, and I knew they came from worry for me. I also knew that all he wanted to do was protect me, and this was the only way he knew how. It seemed like I needed to work with him. He'd compromised by offering the option of a guard instead of making me leave my position, and now it was my turn to do the same. Fine. You can send Wyatt to work with me until we figure out what's going on. Abraham sighed deeply and crossed the room to pull me into his arms. There, I could hear the frantic beat of his heart and my own clenched in my chest. He was worried about me, and I really couldn't blame him. It was becoming more obvious by the minute that the dead cat and the bloody message had been meant for me. Now the question was, who'd sent it? Chapter 29. You really don't need to wait with me. Abraham shook his head and crossed his legs so his ankle was resting on his other knee. He'd squished his big frame into one of the colorful chairs in front of my desk, and I'd have laughed if the morning hadn't been such a disaster.
Nope, I'm staying until Wyatt gets here.
I sighed and took a seat behind my desk. Then suit yourself, because I'm going to get some work done.
Go right ahead.
I shot him a look, but all he did was smile at me. I shook my head and turned on my computer, ready to do some more research on the plastic bag issue we were working on. I'd only been at it a few minutes when Abraham spoke up.
You know, you're pretty sexy when you're concentrating.
I shook my head again, but my lips twitched with a smile. Figuring it was better to not instigate him, I dipped my head and continued reading the article I just pulled up. I'd only gotten through a few paragraphs when he spoke again.
You didn't dress like this at your last job, right?
I took a look at the khaki pants and collared shirt I had on and frowned. Well, no, not really. I dressed a little fancier at my last job.
Why?
I sighed and looked up from my computer. It's what was expected. He nodded.
So why not dress like that here?
I shrugged and looked back at my screen. Kelly said it would be a more laid-back atmosphere.
I think you look sexy.
I shook my head again, but this time couldn't fight the smile. You always think I look sexy.
Because you are.
I rolled my eyes and shot him a look. Are you going to let me get any work done? He smiled wide and my heart thumped extra hard for a couple beats.
I can think of something better to do than work.
Instantly, heat pooled between my legs, but I tried to fight it. We'd already gotten a late start because of the dead cat debacle. I really needed to get some research done so I could work with Callie on this later. But Abraham was so damn hard to resist. He was so sexy and sweet and funny and silly that I couldn't help myself. I crossed my legs under the desk and shot him a look. Wyatt is going to be here any minute. His smile widened as he held up his phone.
He's helping his mom with something and won't be here for another 30 minutes at least.
I leaned back in my chair and raised a brow at him. And you think 30 minutes is enough time? His smile turned feral as he rose from the little chair.
I bet I can make you come twice in that time.
Heat rushed to my face as my heart thundered in my chest. You sound pretty sure of yourself.
He stalked across the room, and I suddenly knew what it felt like to be the prey of a large animal.
Oh, I am.
He reached my desk and walked around it until he was standing next to me. Taking my hand, he gently pulled me from my chair and took a seat in it. His hands wrapped around my hips as he maneuvered me onto my desktop. My laptop and notes were shoved aside unceremoniously as he made room for me. "What makes you so sure?" I asked, my voice breathy. He smiled up at me as he raised my shirt over my head and tossed it aside.
I've been studying you, Elle. Every time I get my hands on this sexy little body, I learn more. I know what gets you hot. I know what drives you crazy. And I know how to make you come so hard you scream.
I shivered under his hands as he unfastened my bra and tossed it toward my shirt. His big hands reached up to cup my breasts and my head fell backward. "Abe, someone could walk in here," I breathed as he pinched and pulled my nipples. He shook his head and leaned forward to suck one into his mouth. When he pulled back again, he shot me a smile.
I locked the door when I came through.
Damn, he had all the answers, didn't he? While his mouth worked on my nipples, his hands unfastened my pants and shimmied them down my legs. When he pulled away again, his eyes were so clear and sincere I couldn't look away.
I need you, Elle. I need to feel you. To have you wrapped around me and know you're okay.
I wasn't going to deny him anything, but hearing that made the decision even easier. I reached out and ran my fingers through his thick, dark hair. "I'm fine. I'm right here." His eyes closed while my fingers massaged his scalp. When they opened again, there was a glint in them that made my belly clench. He grasped my shoulders and pushed me backward until I was lying across my desk. Soon my panties were gone and I was naked before him. I should have felt self-conscious, but that was impossible when a man like Abraham McCoy was looking at me the way he was right then.
The first time you come today is gonna be on my tongue.
I shivered again and squeezed my legs together. He wasn't having that, though, and gently pried my knees apart. This was another position you'd think I'd have felt vulnerable in, but I didn't. I felt sexy and powerful and so needy, it felt like I'd explode if he didn't touch me soon. He slid his hands from my ankles to my thighs, where he gently spread them farther apart. My chest was rising and falling so quickly as I lay there, waiting to see what he'd do next. A long groan left his mouth and his hands tightened on my thighs.
You're so fucking sexy. I could come just looking at you.
I gasped softly as he ran a single finger down my slit. "Abe, please." He slid that thick finger inside me and my back arched off the desk.
You know you only call me Abe when I'm fucking you.
I was panting and having trouble concentrating. "Huh?" He chuckled and blew a soft stream of air at my heated center.
No one's ever called me Abe before.
His finger was pumping in and out of me so slow it was torture, but the most beautiful kind.
I've always been Abe or Abraham. You're the only one who calls me Abe, and it's only when I've got you naked. What do you think that is?
My head was rolling around on my neck as I struggled to keep up with the conversation. I could already feel my climax building and knew it wouldn't be long before he tore from me the first of the 2 orgasms he's promised. I don't know. It just slips out," I breathed. He pulled his finger from me and I felt so empty. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait long for his touch again. His warm, wet tongue traced a line up my thigh to my core and back down the other side. He did this a few times before finally licking where I needed him the most. My back arched again, and I dug my fingers into his hair.
I like it a lot,
he said between licks. What were we even talking about? His tongue plunged into me quickly, and I gasped. He pulled out just as fast, and I was left shaking and needing as ever.
I like hearing you scream it when I make you come.
"Oh my God, Abe," I panted, yanking on his hair to bring him back to my heated flesh. He chuckled and another shiver ran up my spine.
Okay, baby, I'll give you what you want.
A second later, his whole mouth was on me and everything else faded away. All I could do was hold on to his thick hair as he licked and sucked me to an orgasm I knew would rock me to my core. Faster than I thought possible, my belly clenched and my toes curled as my climax raced forward. I could barely catch my breath as intense waves of pleasure washed over me. Finally, he sucked my clit into his mouth and I lost all control. My back arched while my legs stiffened and my hands gripped his hair tighter than ever. I screamed as my orgasm ripped through my body, bringing with it the kind of sensations only Abraham had ever been able to pull from me. He lapped at me softly as I came back down, reality slowly returning to me. For a quick second, I was intensely grateful he'd made my office soundproof, but with how loud he'd just made me scream, it might not have even mattered. Abraham pulled away and my hand slipped from his hair. He stood up, a smug smile on his face as he unbuttoned his jeans.
Was that good, baby?
I sighed as another aftershock ran through my limbs. You made me scream, I panted. He laughed softly and dragged my hips toward the edge of the desk.
I'm about to make you scream again.
Without warning, he plunged inside me, filling me so completely all I could do was moan. When I regained some of my senses, I wrapped my legs around his waist and did my best to meet his thrusts with my own. His hands came down on either side of my body on the desk as he plowed into me. You feel so good, he grunted as his hips met mine over and over. I gasped again as he somehow reached even deeper inside of me. So do you, Abe. You feel so good. His hands grasped my hips, his grip almost too tight.
I love you so fucking much.
I love you too. He growled low and deep.
I'm never gonna let anything happen to you.
His hands squeezed me tighter.
You're mine, and I'm gonna protect you from anyone who thinks they can take you from me.
Another orgasm was on my horizon, and it was so powerful it was already making me shake. The ability to talk was so far beyond me at this point. All I could do was grip the edge of the desk above my head and revel in the feel of him driving me higher. Without warning, my orgasm hit and I screamed his name as I lost myself to the pleasure. His hands squeezed me tighter as he roared with his own release. When he'd emptied himself, he slid me off the desk and into his arms before lowering us to the floor. Our bodies were slick with sweat as we fought to catch our breath and come back down to earth. He reached up and ran his thick fingers through my hair. I closed my eyes. His heartbeat thumped against mine, syncing up and beating as one. I loved this time, these stolen moments after we made love. I felt so close to him, like we were just two halves of the same whole and we were finally reunited. There was absolutely no place I'd rather be than on the floor of my new office in my fiancé's arms. He leaned down and pressed a kiss against my forehead.
I was so scared today,
he said so softly I almost missed it. I pulled far enough away that I could see his face. His eyes were clouded with worry and the lines around them were deep. I reached up and cupped his face. I'm okay, baby. Nothing's gonna happen to me. He sighed and kissed my hand.
I'm afraid that's not true. I have a really bad feeling about this, Elle.
I sighed and pulled him closer, hoping I could infuse some of my calm into him. I can defend myself, Abraham. I'm not the defenseless human I was before. I'm a strong, capable werewolf just like you. He sighed heavily, his breath blowing strands of my hair.
I'll never stop worrying about you, Elle, because I'll never stop loving you. Those two things go hand in hand.
My lips curled into a smile while my heart skipped a beat. I love you too, baby. I promise I'll be safe. He kissed my head again for a long time.
Please take care of yourself, and please don't fight against having Wyatt with you. When your on-pack lands, you don't need to keep him around, but as soon as you leave, I need him to be with you.
I can't let anything happen to you.
I pursed my lips but nodded. I didn't love the idea of having a babysitter again, but if it would put his mind at ease, if it could erase even just a few lines from his forehead, then I'd do it. Okay. I won't fight it, at least until we figure out who's behind this and what they want. He let out a deep breath and squeezed me tighter.
I think I know who this was.
I pulled away so I could look into his eyes again. Who? He looked away, his jaw ticking with how hard he was clenching it.
Conrad.
My heart dropped to the base of my stomach while the ramifications sped through my mind. Abraham's uncle was behind this? Why would he come after me? I didn't do anything to him. Abraham shook his head, his eyes so sad it made my heart ache.
He's trying to use you to get to me. I'm who he's really after.
I frowned while I thought through all that. But what about the message? What could that mean? Abraham shrugged beneath me.
I guess he's trying to get you to leave me.
I snorted and shook my head. He'll have to try a lot harder than that. Abraham's arms tightened around me.
Don't even joke about that.
I rolled my eyes, but a smile was tugging at my lips. Pulling away, I made sure to catch his eyes before speaking again. Abraham, nothing could make me leave you. Absolutely nothing. He watched me for a long time, his eyes darting between both of mine. I expected the worry lines in his forehead to lessen, but they didn't.
Even if it was safer for you, even if it meant you could live your life without all this bullshit.
I shook my head. How could he be so blind? How could he not know how crazy in love with him I was? How could he think anything could tear me away from him? I cupped his face between both my hands. Nothing could ever make me want to spend even a single day without you. It doesn't matter what Conrad throws at us because I'll be by your side through it all. I love you, and I need to be with you. Nothing can change that. Understand? I needed to make sure he did. Needed to get that look off his face permanently. He was in it for me in every way possible, and I wouldn't let him believe otherwise. He watched me for a long time, and I simply stared back at him. I hoped my eyes showed him all the love I've felt. I hoped he'd see in my face my determination to stick with him through anything. Elizabeth Montgomery didn't hide when things got hard. She just got harder. Finally, he sighed and pressed a long kiss to my forehead.
Okay, baby. We'll do this together.
Chapter 30. We were still naked and lying on the floor when there was a knock on my office door. I jolted upright and turned wide eyes toward Abraham. Shit, that's probably Wyatt. I scrambled to my feet and located my clothes, yanking them on as quickly as I could. I turned back to see Abraham was still lying on the floor, naked, and just watching me. Get dressed, McCoy, I hissed as I hopped on one foot while putting my shoes back on. He laughed but finally rose to his feet. If I wasn't so worried about Wyatt being on the other side of my door, I'd have taken the time to admire his masculine beauty. But that would have to wait until later because my bodyguard was probably wondering what the hell was taking me so long to answer the door. I watched Abraham slowly shrug on his clothes and cursed him for taking his sweet time. When he was finally dressed, I swung the door open and found Wyatt there with his arm raised to knock again. Hi, Wyatt. Sorry about that. We were, busy. I finished lamely. He raised his nose in the air and gave a sniff before shooting Abraham with a look. Yeah, I can smell how busy you two were, he said, a smile curling his lips. My face heated to atomic levels while I looked anywhere but directly at my packmate. Despite the room smelling like sex, I invited him in and he strolled inside. Alpha, he greeted Abraham. What's going on? Abraham walked over and shook his hand before rehashing everything that happened this morning. Wyatt's face hardened the longer Abraham talked, and I was thankful I wasn't on the other end of that look. Were there any scents left behind? Wyatt asked. Scents? Why hadn't I thought of that? Abraham nodded.
It smelled like a werewolf, but none that I'm familiar with.
So, there was just one of them. Abraham shrugged.
Only one of them touched the cat or the door.
Wyatt nodded and shot a glance at me before looking at Abraham again.
What are your theories?
Now Abraham's face turned to stone.
Conrad.
Wyatt sighed and shook his head.
I was afraid of that. So was I. What are we going to do about it? You know his pack far outnumbers ours, but with some help, I think we could take him. I have plans to meet with some other packs soon.
My stomach fell to the bottom of my feet. Soon? I cut in. I thought you said you wouldn't be leaving for a while. Abraham turned to me with a sigh.
In light of what happened today, I think it would be best if I got this over with sooner rather than later.
I studied his face, reading the determination there clearly. I knew there was nothing I could say that would change his mind, and what would my argument be? Don't go finding the pack allies for this fight you foresee because I'll miss you? When? I asked softly. Abraham crossed the room and grasped my arms. Ducking his head, he met my eyes.
I'll probably leave Monday.
I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. That's only a few days away. He nodded, his mouth a thin, grim line.
I know, baby. I don't want to go, but I need to.
I looked away and nodded. I know. I took a deep breath and met his eyes again. How long will you be gone? His eyes searched mine before he answered.
I'll try to be back by Friday.
That was a blow I hadn't expected. How was I going to go that long without him? I nodded slowly. Okay. He squeezed my arms and turned back to Wyatt. The two men talked out some more details, but my mind was spinning with thoughts of my own. I know I used to spend that much time away from Abraham before I moved here, but now it was inconceivable. I needed him like I needed the air in my lungs. He'd become essential to me on every level. I missed him already.
Elle?
I looked up to find both men staring at me. I shook my head and pasted a smile on my face, but even I could tell how frail it was. Sorry. What's up?
I'm heading out now.
My stomach twisted and my heart fell. I knew I'd see him later, but any distance from him hurt right then. I wanted to spend every available minute with him until he left. I hurried over and wrapped my arms around his waist. Abraham sighed and pulled me closer.
Wyatt, could you give us a minute?
The other man agreed, and his heavy footsteps crossed the office, heading toward the door. I kept my face buried in Abraham's chest and my arms tightly wrapped around him. I heard the office door swing open and instantly smelled the overpowering scent of men's cologne. Hi. I'm here to see Ellie. I ripped myself out of Abraham's arms and turned to face the door. Matt was standing there, eyeing Wyatt suspiciously and holding 2 paper cups. Hey, Matt, what's up? His eyes darted from Wyatt to Abraham and back again. Am I interrupting something?
Yes,
Abraham said. No, I countered at the same time. I shot a look at my fiancé, who only had eyes for Matt, but they were hard, unflinching, irritated eyes. I rushed over to the door and shoved Wyatt out of the way. What's up, Matt? I asked again. His eyes were still weary when they finally met mine. Well, since you never showed up at the coffee shop, I thought I'd bring you something back. Oh, yeah, the burst pipe didn't affect my office, so I figured I'd get some work done. Matt frowned. Where did the pipe burst? The bathroom.
The break room.
One of those answers was from me and one was from Abraham, and it did nothing to clear up this situation. I laughed, but it was a little on the shrill side. It was a pipe that led from the bathroom to the break room, and they said they needed to replace the whole thing. I winced at my lame excuse and could tell Matt was still suspicious. And they've fixed it already? I shrugged. It helps to have friends in high places. I didn't know if that made sense, and I hoped Matt didn't push me on it. I didn't actually know a single plumber, and if he dug deep enough, he'd figure that out.
Matt's shrewd eyes continued to watch me, and I did my best to look confident in the lies I'd just told. Finally, he shrugged. Well, good thing it didn't affect the lab. I could feel that my smile was too wide, but there was nothing I could do about it. Yeah, your lab is all good, thankfully. He shot a look down the hall. Was there a lot of damage to the other rooms? Oh, not really. Just some water we had to clean up, but it's all good now. I needed to get rid of him before I ran out of lies. What did you come here for again? Matt shook his head and held out one of the paper cups in his hands. I don't know how you take your coffee yet, but I figured no one could turn down cream and sugar. I took his offering and gave him a weak smile. Thanks for thinking of me, Matt. His smile was wide and genuine. Of course, Ellie. Abraham cleared his throat behind me, and I knew I needed to wrap this up. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. I'll see you at lunch. His eyes widened. You're going to lunch with me? No. Abraham growled from behind me, but I ignored him. I figured we'd all get lunch together again, I said, hand on the edge of my door, waiting to close it as soon as possible. The light in Matt's eyes dimmed the slightest bit. Oh, yeah, that sounds good, he said and shot a look at the other two men once more before meeting my gaze again. Well, I'll see you then. Great. Bye, Matt, I said and shut the door behind him. I stood there facing away, knowing the second I turned around, I'd be staring down an angry werewolf. I want you to keep an eye on him, Abraham growled. I spun to find him looking at Wyatt, who also wore a grim expression. No one needs to keep an eye on anyone, I said. They both ignored me. Is he always that friendly? Wyatt asked. Abraham grunted. Yes. Wyatt nodded. He smelled desperate. How did they know this stuff? Was there a handbook I could get that would explain what different emotions smelled like or something? I stomped toward them and got right in the middle. I don't need Wyatt watching over Matt. We're worried about Conrad's pack, not some human who decided to bring me a coffee. Abraham's jaw ticked. That's the second time he's invited you out to lunch. He didn't invite me, and even if he did, so what? We're co-workers. That's what you're supposed to do. He shook his head and looked over me to Wyatt. Keep an eye on him. I huffed. You're being ridiculous. Abraham's eyes met mine again, and their blue depths were electric. He wants what's mine. I rolled my eyes. You don't know that. He shook his head. Elle, I love you, but you're oblivious to the effect you have on men. That one? He pointed at my closed door. Is after more than being your friend. Trust me. I sighed. What does it matter, Abraham? Don't you trust me? His eyes widened and he rocked backward on his heels. Of course I do. Then why don't you trust me to take care of him? I'm not leading him on. I'm not giving him the wrong idea. Eventually, he'll just drop it. Abraham's eyes searched mine for a long time. Finally, he let out a deep breath and nodded. Okay, Elle, I'll let you handle this. But I want you to tell me if he tries anything. I rolled my eyes again. If he tries anything, I'll break his hand. Happy? His lips twitched and his eyes lightened with humor. Moderately. I shook my head. That man was impossible. He reached out to pull me into his arms, and I went willingly. No matter how irritated I was at his high-handed alpha nonsense, there was still nowhere I'd rather have been. Wyatt cleared his throat. I'll just go wait in the hallway. We both ignored him as Abraham gently rocked me side to side. When the door closed, he sighed and pulled away to catch my eye. I'm sorry. I know you are. I just wish you trusted me more. It's not you I don't trust. But you're not trusting me to handle the situation. He sighed and looked away. There's just something about seeing another man look at you like that. It makes me crazy, Elle. Like I could snap his neck with my bare hands for just laying his eyes on you. I shook my head and reached up to cup his face.
There's no reason to feel like that. I'm yours." His eyes softened.
That's the only reason he's still alive.
I chuckled and reached up to give him a kiss when I heard loud voices coming from the hallway. I shot Abraham a questioning look before disentangling myself and hurrying over to the door. When I opened it, I found a red-faced Callie staring down an unconcerned-looking Wyatt. "What's going on?" I asked. Callie turned her fiery eyes toward me before they glanced toward Abraham. "What the hell is he doing here?" I frowned at my friend, but she still had her eyes pinned to her brother.
"He's here to watch over Elle," Abraham explained.
Her lips curled into a sneer. "Why wasn't I informed of this?" I shot a look at Abraham, who seemed just as confused as I was.
"I didn't know I needed to run it by you."
"This is my office, and everything needs to be run by me." Abraham held up both hands.
"Okay, Callie. I assigned Wyatt to guard Elle until we figure out what's going on."
Her eyes glanced in Wyatt's direction, then mine, and finally back to Abraham's. "Assign someone else." "What the hell?" I looked back at Abraham, who looked even more confused than last time.
"Excuse me?"
She took a menacing step forward. "I said assign someone else. I don't want him here."
"Callie, you're being ridiculous."
"I am not," she said, and I almost expected her to stomp her foot. "This is my company, and I get to say who comes in here, and I say he can't. I want him out of here right now." Where was all the animosity coming from? I couldn't imagine what Wyatt could have done to make the normally mild-mannered and soft-spoken Callie react that way.
"Callie, Elle needs a guard."
"Then assign someone else."
"There is no one else."
She crossed her arms over her chest and stared him down. I'd have hated to be Abraham, since her withering look was intimidating me, and it wasn't even pointed my way. "You're telling me out of all your enforcers, he's the only one who can do this job?" Abraham shrugged.
"He's the only one I trust with her safety. This is for Elle, Callie."
Her angry eyes darted from Abraham to me, and I really wished he'd left me out of it. I wasn't thrilled with having a babysitter either, and if it was going to upset Callie so much, I'd rather have dropped the whole thing.
"I'll stay out of your way."
Wyatt finally spoke up. All of us turned to him, but his eyes were trained on Callie. "Not good enough," she said. He pushed off the wall and stood to his full, impressive height.
"There's someone out there that's willing to snap a cat's neck and nail them to your door, and it seems like their sets are set on Elizabeth. You're going to let whatever's between us get in the way of protecting her?"
Callie's face turned redder the longer we stood there, and I was genuinely worried for her. It couldn't be healthy for her face to turn that color. Finally, the most menacing sound I'd ever heard come from the middle McCoy sister rumbled out of her chest, and she threw her hands in the air. "Fine, but I don't want to see you. You stay in this office and the hell away from me." With that, she spun around and stormed down the hall to her office. We were all silent and still until we heard her door slam violently. Abraham and I both turned to Wyatt, who was still looking toward where Callie had disappeared. The expression on his face was impossible to read, and I wondered how he felt about all this, or what happened between them to make her so angry. Finally, Abraham spoke up.
"I don't know what you did to piss her off like that, but I suggest you fix it."
Wyatt tore his gaze away from the empty hallway and turned to Abraham.
"I'll do my best."
I really didn't envy Wyatt in that moment. It took a lot to get Callie to that place, and I doubted it would be an easy road working his way back into her good graces. Whatever he'd done was going to take some serious work to undo. I hoped he was ready. Chapter 31. I stood in front of the large mirror in Evie's room and admired her work. I was wearing a tight white dress that wrapped around curves I didn't even know I had. My hair was curled and draped around my shoulders, and my makeup was smoky with a bright red lip. I did good, didn't I? I turned to find the youngest McCoy sibling with a smug smile spread across her pretty face. It was Saturday night and Dell had a show downtown. I used to complain when Evie insisted on dressing and making me up like I was her personal life-size Barbie doll, but I didn't anymore. Honestly, leaving the decisions up to her took the pressure off me, and she enjoyed it so much. Who was I to take that away from her? You did good, Evie. I look great. She scoffed. Of course you do. Now, I have 3-inch heels and 6-inch heels. What'll it be? Looked like I wasn't giving her complete control after all. I'll take the flats. Flats? She yelled like I just suggested she cut her arm off and use it as a baseball bat. Yes, flats. You can't wear flats with that dress. Watch me. Ellie, be reasonable. I turned away from the mirror to face my future sister-in-law. I loved her, but sometimes her love for fashion overruled her common sense. Evie, I'm going to be standing in a concert venue all night, and I don't want to do that in heels. She looked like she was going to keep arguing, which forced me to throw in a threat. I'll go change into jeans and sneakers instead. Her eyes narrowed, and I knew she was trying to think of a way to convince me to wear her ridiculous heels. Finally, she sighed and tossed the offending footwear aside. Fine, but I'm picking them out. I smiled and shrugged. Sure. She turned for her closet, grumbling the whole way about ungrateful women who know nothing about fashion. I chuckled and turned back to the mirror. Unfortunately, the humor was short-lived. Now that I wasn't fighting with Evie, my mind raced back to the one thing I hadn't been able to get off my mind all week. Abraham was leaving in 2 days, and he was going to be gone for at least 5, maybe more. I gulped and watched my made-up face fall into the same expression I'd been sporting since he'd given me the news. My eyes were sad and lifeless, my lips turned down at the corners, and there were new lines marring my forehead. I'd continued to feel sick all week every time I'd gone to work, and my stomach curled just thinking about how bad I was going to feel with him gone for so long. But that wasn't the only reason I didn't want him to leave. Abraham had become an essential part of my life, a limb I never knew I needed but now couldn't live without. What was I going to do with myself without him for so long? You thinking about Abby? Evie asked from behind me. I spun around to face her, doing my best to paste a smile on my face. Huh? She pursed her lips and raised a brow at me. You can't fool me, Ellie. You've been like this all week. You think we haven't noticed? I blew out a deep breath, and with it, my shoulders slumped and the smile slipped from my face. If I wasn't fooling anybody, why waste the energy pretending I was okay? Yeah, I'm thinking about him. She crossed the space between us and linked her arm through mine. He won't be gone that long. I nodded. I know. I just don't want him to be gone at all. Half her mouth ticked up into a smile. You'll have all of us. I promise to not leave your side for a single minute. I gave her a weak smile. Thanks, Evie. She sighed. I know it won't make you miss him any less. I shook my head. She was right. It wouldn't. Knowing I wouldn't be alone was nice, but nothing compared to having my fiancé home where he belonged. You two used to spend days apart all the time, Evie reminded me. I nodded. Yeah, but that was before. Before what? I shrugged. Before I knew I loved him. Before the whole mess with Calvin. Before we got engaged. Things were so different back then, and I'd somehow convinced myself I was fine without him. I wasn't really, but that delusion did a lot to help me get through the time we spent apart. I sighed and looked down at my bare feet. Now, I know how much I need him. I know how important he is to me. I know who I am when I'm with him and who I am without him, and I don't want to be that woman again. Evie blew out a breath and tightened her arm around mine. He won't be gone for long, Ellie, and this is an important trip. He's doing this for you. I sighed again. I know he is. That just makes it worse. She reached out to rub my arm as we stood there silently. I knew she could tell how upset I was, and it was obvious there wasn't anything that was going to make this better. I took a deep breath and shook my head. We needed allies if we were going to be able to defend ourselves against the Charlotte pack. I needed to suck it up and put on my big girl panties. Thankfully, I'd been able to hide how upset I was from Abraham for the most part. He could tell something was wrong, but I just played it off like it was work that was bothering me. It didn't feel good to lie to him, but I knew it was necessary. If he realized how upset his impending trip was making me, he'd cancel it, and we couldn't afford that. There was a conflict on our horizon, and we needed all the help we could get. I pulled my arm from Evie's and pasted on the brightest smile I could manage. Let's stop talking about it. It's only 5 days. I'll survive. She eyed me for a moment before shrugging. I know you will. You're stronger than you think. I hoped she was right. There was a knock on her door right before it was thrown open, and Callie and Beatrice spilled into the room. Both women were in tight dresses and high heels, looking like they belonged on the runway. You guys ready? Callie asked. Things had been tense between us since Wyatt was assigned as my bodyguard. She hardly talked to me, and I'd barely seen her. I knew she was trying to keep her distance from Wyatt, but it felt like she was keeping it from me instead. I was glad we were all going out together tonight. I'd missed her. I just need to find Ellie some shoes and we're ready to go, Evie said before she scurried into her massive walk-in closet. Callie walked up to me and wrapped her arm around my shoulders. You look beautiful, Ellie. I smiled at my friend. So do you, Callie. She sighed and pulled me closer. I'm sorry I've been distant all week. I gave her a small smile. It's okay. I get it. But then I thought more about it and decided to be honest. Actually, I don't really get it. She sighed again and averted her eyes. It's kind of a long story. I slid my arm around her waist and squeezed. I'd love to hear it someday. She looked back up at me and smiled, her pale blue eyes clear. Okay. I promise I'll fill you in. I squeezed her again and her smile widened.
Are we ready to go, ladies?
We both turned to find Abraham standing in the doorway, looking so damn handsome he took my breath away. He had on dark blue jeans, his typical work boots, and a plaid short-sleeved shirt. Damn, I was a lucky woman. My eyes met his, and he smiled so wide I almost couldn't look at him directly. He crossed the room, his eyes locked on mine, and I pulled away from Callie. When he was close enough to reach me, he wrapped his arms around my waist and tugged me against his chest.
You look so damn beautiful,
he said, his nose pressed against my cheek. Funny, I was thinking the same about you. He pulled back and shot me an unimpressed look.
Men aren't beautiful, babe.
I shrugged. Well, you are.
I think I prefer devastatingly handsome.
My head fell back with a loud laugh, and I felt the earlier tension melt from my body. Okay, devastatingly handsome. I can get behind that. He leaned closer and whispered in my ear.
And I'll be getting behind you later.
Ugh, we can hear you, Beatrice whined from across the room. I giggled and pressed a kiss on his lips before pulling out of his arms. If I didn't put some distance between us, I knew his sisters would be in for more bedroom talk. Evie rushed over to me with a pair of nude flats and shoved them into my arms. That's the best I can do with your absurd demands. I rolled my eyes at Abraham. Apparently, not wanting to kill my feet in high heels all night is a ridiculous request. He shook his head, a smile spreading across his face.
What's wrong with you, Elle? Why would you do that to her?
I chuckled as Evie narrowed her eyes at the both of us. I've already had enough of you two. I looked at Abraham and we both laughed. Evie sighed and turned to grab her purse. If you two are done being annoying, can we go? We were still chuckling as Evie stormed out of the room, followed by the rest of the sisters. I reached down to slide the shoes on my feet and sighed in satisfaction.
I was so glad I'd stood up to Evie and demanded reasonable footwear, which wasn't always an easy thing to do. The smallest and youngest of the McCoy quintuplets was also often the most tenacious. Abraham wrapped an arm around my waist, leading me out of Evie's room and down to the first floor. The girls were already piled into the back of Abraham's truck, and he helped me into the passenger side before taking his seat behind the wheel.
Where is this place anyway?
Abraham navigated the steep gravel drive before heading toward the highway. It's the same venue as last time. A heaviness settled between us in the truck. Last time we'd been to one of Dell's shows, I'd almost shifted in front of everyone. Peyton had been there, hanging all over Abraham and purposely riling me up. My blood boiled just thinking about it. Abraham reached over and squeezed my thigh.
Things will be different this time,
he said softly. Thankfully, the other women were in the back seat chatting amongst themselves, so I didn't think they heard him. I didn't need them knowing I was still upset about that night. Once I'd caught Peyton all over him for the second time, I'd left the venue to get some air, but Calvin found me and offered me a ride home. I barely suppressed a shiver just thinking about how many times I'd been alone with him. How many times he could have hurt me, or worse. After Abraham figured out I'd left and gone back to the lodge, he'd sped home to confront me. He'd asked me repeatedly not to just take off, that it wasn't safe for me, and I'd been too upset to care. When he got to the lodge, we'd had a huge fight and gone to bed separately. Thankfully, I'd come to my senses a few hours later and apologized, but that night was still fresh in my memory. I remained quiet while Abraham drove us toward the venue, and the thoughts continued to swirl around my head. What I needed to do was let the past go. There was nothing I could do to change it, and I shouldn't have let it darken my present. I had precious few hours left with Abraham, and I wanted to spend them without a black cloud hanging over my head. Just like last time, Abraham stopped his truck at the front doors and helped us all out. He gave me a kiss and promised to find me as soon as he parked. Evie must have sensed there was something wrong because she linked her arm with mine and led me inside. "What's going on in that pretty head of yours?" she asked as we followed Callie and Beatrice. I sighed and shrugged. Just letting some ghosts haunt me. She shook my arm until I had to look at her. "You talking about the last time we were here?" I shrugged again, and her smile turned grim. "I know that was a bad night for you, but this is a new day. Don't let what happened back then keep affecting you now." She was saying what I already knew, but somehow hearing it from someone else helped. I gave myself a little shake and pulled my lips into a smile. We were there to support Dell. Her music career was doing better than ever, and this show was proof of that. When last time she'd been the opening act, tonight she was the headliner. I was so proud of her I could have burst. I needed to remember why we were there and let go of what happened last time. We grabbed drinks at the bar and turned to find places to stand that were close enough to the stage that Dell would be able to see us. She claimed she always had a better show when we were in the crowd, and we all would have done anything to support her. I was just wondering when Abraham would get inside, when two thick arms wrapped around me from behind and I was tugged into a hard chest. The scent of spearmint and soap engulfed my senses, and I knew my man had found me.
"Hey, baby, you get me a drink too?"
I held up the beer in my other hand and he kissed my cheek.
"That's why I love you."
I turned to him with a raised brow. "Is that the only reason?" He took a big swallow of beer, his eyes trained on me. When he tipped the bottle back down, he leaned closer to whisper in my ear.
"It's just one of many, baby. One of hundreds. You want me to list them?"
I smirked and shrugged a shoulder. "Why don't you tell me one or two?" He smiled against the side of my neck and breathed me in deeply.
"Okay, well, there's how fucking sexy you look in this dress."
I bit my lip and nodded. "Okay, go on." His arms tightened around my waist.
"Then there's the way your big brown eyes light up when I walk in a room,"
he whispered against my skin.
A shiver ran down my spine, and I squeezed the glass in my hand. "What else?" I asked, my voice breathy.
"Then there's..."
"Hello, Abby." I froze in place, my heart thundering a mile a minute. Slowly, as one, we turned to the sound of the high-pitched voice that was way too close for comfort. Standing just a few feet away was none other than Peyton, with a smug smile on her face. A million thoughts swam in my mind, but the only one I voiced was, "You've gotta be fucking kidding me." Chapter 32. "Have you guys missed me?" My stomach flipped deep inside me, and I felt like I was going to be sick. "Not in the least." Peyton narrowed her eyes at me before turning back to Abraham. "Hey, Avie, how've you been?" His shoulders were tensed and his jaw was tight.
"What are you doing here, Peyton?"
She shrugged. "I'm here to see Dale perform."
"She doesn't need your support. You shouldn't be here."
Fire flashed in her black eyes. "It's a free country, and these aren't McCoy lands. I can be here if I want." Abraham shook his head and wrapped an arm around my waist.
"Fine, but stay the hell away from us."
He turned us around, but her high-pitched voice rang out again. "I didn't know he was going to hurt her." We slowly spun back around to face her.
"What?"
Abraham asked, his voice quiet and deadly. Peyton took a step closer, and my hands were already shaking with the need to shift and tear her throat out. "Calvin, I didn't know he was going to hurt her. He said he was in love with her." Abraham's laugh was full of derision.
"She's my mate, Peyton, and you tried to take her away from me."
She took another step forward, her dark eyes narrowed in anger. "She's not your mate," she hissed. "She's not like us. She's not worthy of standing beside you as your mate. You have to see that." Abraham took a step closer to her, his body tightly coiled and ready to strike.
"What I see is a woman who doesn't know when to give up. You've been excommunicated, and that means I don't want to see your face, and I don't want to hear your voice. Nothing you say means a damn thing to me. Walk the fuck away, Peyton."
Her eyes were just barely slit now as her whole body trembled. I looked around at the humans that were crushed around us and knew it would be a disaster if she shifted. My eye caught Beatrice's and Callie's, and from their faces, I could tell they were just as pleased to see Peyton as we were. "You know what, Abby? Fuck you. I tried for years to make you see me as more than just your sister's friend, and I'm done. You've got a whole shitstorm heading your way, and I'm just going to sit back and laugh while it destroys everything you've worked for." She spun around, but Abraham reached out and grabbed her arm before she could get far.
"Explain yourself."
She tipped her head back with a humorless laugh and shook him off. "I don't have to tell you shit." Beatrice and Callie had made it to where we were standing, and the former spoke up. "What are you doing, Peyton?" Peyton turned her fiery black eyes toward Beatrice, and the shaking in her limbs got worse. "What are you doing? I thought you hated her just as much as I did, and now look at you, best buds with the human that fucked everything up." Beatrice shook her head. "She's not the enemy, Peyton, and I had no reason to dislike her. She's a great wolf, and I'm happy to call her my friend." "You're just as bad as him, just as wrapped up in this piece of shit human. Can't you see what she's doing to our pack? Can't you see she ruined everything?" Beatrice shook her head slowly. "It's not your pack anymore." Peyton's pale face turned an ugly shade of red as her body shook more forcefully. "And where were you when I was getting excommunicated? What did a decade of friendship mean when I needed you the most?" Beatrice was still shaking her head, her face the saddest I'd ever seen. "You brought this on yourself. I told you to leave it alone, to leave Ellie alone, and you wouldn't listen. You got yourself excommunicated, and you need to grow up and accept the consequences for your actions." Peyton's head fell back with another laugh that held no joy in it whatsoever. "Accept the consequences of my actions? Here's some acceptance for you. Pretty soon you won't have a pack, Pretty soon, I'll watch as everything gets taken from you like it was taken from me." She turned to Abraham, and I watched the longing slither across her features. As much as she hated him, she was still in love with him, and it made my stomach turn. "I came here today to give you one more chance, to see if you'd come to your senses." Abraham shook his head.
"If you think I'm letting you back in my pack, you're wrong. You lost the privilege of being a part of us when you betrayed one of us."
"Betrayed who?" she screeched.
Abraham nodded toward me, and Peyton's eyes widened.
"Her? I betrayed her? Who the fuck cares about some pathetic human who couldn't even die when she was supposed to? I never accepted her as a member of my pack."
"Well, unfortunately for you, the decision of who is or isn't a pack member isn't up to you. Elle is my mate and the future alpha, and you almost got her killed. There's no way I'd let you back in."
Peyton's face was almost the same color as the crimson dress she had on.
"Alpha? You're going to make this human the alpha of one of the most prestigious packs in North Carolina?"
Abraham shrugged.
"She already is."
Peyton laughed again, the sound even more vile than before. Her eyes landed on me, and I stood up straighter. I wouldn't let her think she could intimidate me for even a second. This woman had clearly lost her mind, but I'd never back down from her. "You've ruined everything, and soon I'm going to take it all back from you."
"What does that mean?" I asked. She shrugged and looked away. "Just that you don't cross me and get away with it."
If I can't be a part of the McCoy pack, then I'll make sure there is no McCoy pack. Beatrice and Abraham stepped forward simultaneously, growls rumbling from both of them.
"Is that a threat?"
Abraham asked between gritted teeth. Peyton shrugged again. "More like a warning. You really don't deserve one, but I guess I still have a soft spot for you." In the next instant, her demeanor changed completely. Instead of a woman feigning nonchalance, she was spitting mad again, the craziness she kept so well hidden splayed across her pinched face. "War is coming to your doorstep. You can try to prepare for it, but you can't stop it. I'm going to watch as everything you love is ripped away from you. Then, maybe we'll be even."
"Peyton, get the fuck out of here," Beatrice growled, her body crouched and poised to attack.
Peyton reeled all that crazy back in, and her face transformed again into an almost bored expression. "Don't say you weren't warned. See you all soon." With that, she spun around and was lost in the surrounding crowd. For a long time, we just stood there, our eyes doing all the talking because I figured, like me, everyone else was too shocked to actually speak. A loud roar went up around the room and we turned toward the stage. "How are y'all doing tonight?" Dell called from the center of the stage. She had on a flowy pale pink dress and her signature cowboy boots on her feet. She lifted the guitar hung around her neck and strummed the first chords of what I recognized as one of her original songs. Abraham wrapped his arms around the four of us.
"We all need to seriously discuss everything Peyton just said, but for now, we need to shelve it and support Dell. As soon as her show is over, we're all getting out of here and reconvening at the lodge. Got it?"
We all nodded, varying degrees of apprehension and anger dancing across our faces. As one, we turned toward the stage and did our best to participate in Dell's show. We clapped at the appropriate times and swayed to the music, but I could tell none of our hearts were in it. I honestly didn't know how I'd get through her whole set after what just happened with Peyton, but before I knew it, Dell was thanking the audience and exiting the stage. Abraham grasped my arm and leaned down to whisper in my ear,
"We need to collect Delilah and get out of here."
I nodded and let him lead me and his sisters toward the back of the stage. It took some convincing from an intimidating Abraham, but finally we were granted access by security. Abraham dragged us down hall after hall, presumably following her scent until we came to a closed door and he knocked loudly. When Dell opened it, my stomach sank.
Her face was so bright she was almost glowing with happiness, but as she took in the rest of us, her expression slowly fell. "What's going on?" she asked. Abraham nodded toward her room.
"You need to pack up and we need to go. Now."
She glanced at each of our faces once more before nodding. "Okay, let me get my things." She raced around the room, packing up her instrument and gathering anything else she brought with her, and within minutes, Abraham was leading all of us toward the back door of the venue. Once we were out in the fresh air, I took a deep breath with the hope it would settle my nerves. I knew it was Peyton we were talking about, but her threats sounded real. And I had a bad feeling we hadn't seen the last of her. "What's going on, guys?" Dell asked as she struggled to keep up with Abraham's long legs.
"Peyton,"
he grunted. Dell slowed down, but Abraham grabbed her arm and dragged her behind him. "Wait, what about Peyton?" "She was here at your show," Beatrice supplied, the anger brimming in her voice too. "Okay, so what? Tell her to fuck off." I would have laughed if my head wasn't still swirling with Peyton's threats.
"We'll tell you more when we get to the lodge. We need to brief the enforcers,"
Abraham said as we reached his truck and he opened the doors for all of us. Now that we had an extra person, I had to slide into the middle of the front bench seat, but I didn't mind. Despite my best efforts to not let Peyton's words bother me, I was worried, and being this close to Abraham alleviated a lot of that anxiety. We drove the 20 minutes back to the lodge in mostly silence. I didn't know about everyone else, but I was playing her words over and over in my head, looking for anything we could use, anything that might hint at what she was up to. We made it back to the lodge in record time and filed out of his truck as quickly as we could.
"Beatrice, round up the enforcers. Evie, Callie, and Dell, meet us in the conference room in 10. Elle, you come with me."
We all broke apart at Abraham's command. I slid my hand into his and let him lead me into the lodge. He stormed up the stairs and into our room without another word. When the door was closed behind us, he spun around and pulled me into his arms. He squeezed so tight it was a little hard to breathe, but I wasn't complaining.
"Are you okay?"
he asked into my hair. I chuckled once. Of course. Why wouldn't I be? He pulled back so he could look in my face.
"I know how you feel about her."
I shrugged. She doesn't mean anything to me anymore. I have everything I want, and she has nothing. I think that's an appropriate outcome after what she did. Abraham sighed and pulled me back into his chest.
"I think I need to leave tonight."
I wrenched myself out of his arms, my heart thundering in my chest. "What?" I breathed. His face was grim, mouth a thin, determined line.
"The sooner the better."
"But why?" He sighed and looked over my head before meeting my eyes again.
"You heard her. Trouble is coming our way, and we need to prepare for it. The sooner I go, the sooner I can bring back reinforcements."
He leaned down and cupped my face between his big, rough hands.
"I'll do anything to keep you safe. Anything. That means finding the help we need to defend ourselves. That means being ready when Conrad moves against us."
I took a step back. "You think Conrad is behind this?"
He nodded slowly. "I think Conrad is behind all of this."
My mind raced while the pieces slipped into their places and the picture was revealed to me. "You think Peyton's working with Conrad?" It was more of a statement than a question, but he nodded anyway.
"It makes sense that she would turn to him after she was excommunicated. No other pack would have taken her, and I'm sure she found a kindred spirit in my uncle. Both of them want revenge against me. Why not team up?"
He was right. I could feel in my bones that he was right, but I still didn't want to believe it. Maybe Peyton was just talking out of her ass. Maybe her threats don't mean anything. Despite the situation we found ourselves in, Abraham's lips twitched with a grin.
"Talking out of her ass?"
I shrugged. "Just something I've picked up from Dell. I think it's appropriate here, don't you?" His lips were still twitching like he was fighting a smile.
"I need to keep you away from that sister. She's had a bad influence."
I rolled my eyes. "She could be, though, couldn't she?" The smile fell from his face.
Could Peyton be talking out of her ass? He shrugged. Sure, but I think we both know she isn't. I sighed, my shoulders slumping as I let the realization sink in that he was right. Peyton was really up to something, and we had a huge problem on our hands. I spun away from Abraham and paced the length of his sitting room. This is bad, Abraham, he sighed. I know. Do you realize how much she knows about this pack, about these lands? She knows this lodge inside and out, and now she's working with someone who's out to hurt us. There's no telling what kind of information she's given Conrad. He sighed again. I know, baby. I continued to pace while my mind raced with all the possibilities. Having Peyton as an enemy was going to prove to be a bigger pain in the ass than I'd thought. As my legs pumped furiously across the room, I realized something else. I came to a stop in the middle of the room and turned to face him. You need to leave as soon as possible. His face was grim when he nodded. I know. My nose burned with tears, but I held them back. Instead, I crossed the distance between us and wrapped my arms around his waist. I would miss him so much, but this was more important. It didn't matter how I felt about it. Abraham needed to find us some help, and he needed to get back here as soon as possible. We could only hope that help got here in time.